All right, good morning, all. Buenos días a todos. I'm Dr. Jaime Estrada. I'm the president and board chair of Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility. We're going to call our group TDSR for short, because it takes too long to go and do the full name. So, on behalf of our board of directors and our planning committee, I would like to welcome you all to our Texas Gun Violence Prevention Forum. I thank you for taking the time to attend in person and online. And we have a lot of people online, about 200 people. And to our speakers, thank you for agreeing to participate and support our cause, which is to stop gun violence in our state and nation. In particular, I would like to thank Representative Vicki Goodwin for her steadfast support and encouragement, which made it possible for us to be here at the Texas Capitol today. I would like to recognize and thank our partners and sponsors, our presenting sponsor, Methodist Healthcare Ministries of South Texas, our longtime partners, Moms Demand Action, who are here, the Austin and Texas chapters, from Washington, D.C., Safe Kids Worldwide. Is Torin here? Where is Torin? There, Torin. Thank you. The Texas chapter for Physicians for Social Responsibility. Now, this is a different organization, by the way, Physicians for Social Responsibility. And our Texas partners, Worldwide Languages. Javier, thank you. Texas Gun Sense, Texas Impact, and Community Justice. A special thanks to Honorable Ann Brown for making the trip from Washington, D.C., and for her generous support. 2 months ago, the White House and the U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, issued a landmark advisory on firearm violence, declaring firearm violence in America to be a public health crisis. In support of Dr. Murthy's declaration, and as concerned medical professionals, TDSR is hosting this forum to continue promoting community-grounded conversations on the need for a public health approach to firearm violence and its prevention through advancing safety education, advocacy work, and common sense bipartisan legislative initiatives to keep firearms away from persons at risk of injuring themselves or others. Notice that I said bipartisan. In her recent New York Times op-ed entitled, "It's the Guns, It's Always the Guns," Gabby Giffords writes that our nation is wary of repetitive gun violence and that no one is safe from it. She also states that the major cause of the gun violence epidemic is the unchecked proliferation of firearms in our nation. Further, she discusses the need for political moderation, which would allow us to find a common purpose as a nation that needs to act on solutions instead of normalizing gun violence, as some politicians are proposing when they say that gun violence is a fact of life. You know who I'm talking about. TDSR has been raising awareness about gun violence and its impact on our communities in Texas and what's needed to prevent it through gun violence prevention forums in San Antonio, McAllen, and El Paso over the last 2 years. And today we are here at the seat of the political power in Texas, the Capitol, to make a clear statement to the establishment and the next legislature that bipartisan, common sense gun reform policies are needed to stop the loss of lives due to bullets. Today, we welcome speakers from all over the country who are passionate about changing the current climate of gun violence that is devastating our families and communities and making our schools battlegrounds where the children and teachers are being trained to stop bleeding to save the lives of gunshot victims instead of schools being sanctuaries of learning for our children. An important aim of this forum is to reach out and empower the younger generations of gun violence prevention advocates and activists who will continue the hard work of transforming our state and country into a safe and prosperous society for our children, families, and the generations to come. We welcome the young activists who will be participating in our forum today and thank them for the work they are already doing in their communities and through their organizations. Today, I'm asking all to join our movement to become effective advocates and activists for gun laws reform, to push back and energize the people in our communities, and as Gabby Gifford said, to find common purpose as a nation, to transform it into the safe country we all want for our children and families. Thank you. Now, I'm happy to introduce our MC, Ms. Yumna Ali. Yumna is a four-year medical student at the School of Osteopathic Medicine at the University of the Incarnate Word in San Antonio. She wants to care for vulnerable moms and their babies in our community. She has volunteered with our organization for several years and demonstrated a growing talent for activism, organizing, and public speaking. At TDSR, we are all proud of her achievements and pleased that she has agreed to moderate our forum today. Yumna?
That is not what I sound like. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to meet you. As Dr. Estrada mentioned, my name is Yumna, and I will be your MC/moderator for today. And my first task of the morning is to introduce our very first speaker, who's going to be delivering our welcoming remarks, which is our very own Representative Vicki Goodwin. A little bit about her. Representative Goodwin is serving her third term in the Texas House of Representatives. She represents the outskirts of Austin. In the most recent legislative session, she was successful in passing 4 bills into law, each having a positive impact on health and safety. Representative Goodwin is passionate about gun violence prevention and has served her 3 terms on the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee, which hears most of the gun-related bills in the House. She has filed many bills to make communities safer through sensible gun regulations. 2 key bills would have improved background checks and created a statewide process for protective orders in which judges remove guns from those who are at imminent risk of harm to self or others. Other priorities for Representative Goodwin include investing in public education, expanding access to affordable health care, protecting the environment, and offering opportunities for success through good jobs and job training. And with that, Representative Goodwin.
Well, good morning and welcome to those of you who don't work in the Capitol. Welcome to your state capitol. After serving almost 6 years as a state representative, I still sometimes get lost in this building. But now that you've been here, hopefully navigating the building will seem a little less daunting. I hope that the information you hear today will encourage you to come back during the legislative session to advocate for sensible gun safety legislation. One goal of today's event is to give you information that will make it easier for you to come back and either be a witness giving testimony or be a supporter indicating your support or opposition for legislation. Every session I host a training event at the beginning of session to teach people like you how to come to the Capitol to advocate to help us pass good legislation or stop bad legislation. If you want to participate in the training, please do let me know so my staff can let you know of the dates. It's my honor to be able to give opening remarks today. This is the 3rd forum that I've attended in which the Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility have invited me to speak. I honestly wish we didn't have to come together like this and that we could all be focusing our attention on other issues, because this is such a tragic issue and it's tough to talk about. For many of us, we are here advocating for better laws in Texas because we have lost loved ones to gun violence. And that's an incredibly sad thing. I lost my dad to gun violence when he was 52 years old, and I was 23 years old in graduate school here at the LBJ School. He was at home when someone broke in and attempted a burglary. They found my brother's hunting rifle, and perhaps my dad surprised them. All we know is that he was shot and killed in Dallas, and we didn't have a chance to say goodbye. I have no memory of my final semester at the LBJ school. I do, however, remember graduating and receiving my diploma from the late, great Barbara Jordan. That was the same year that Ann Richards became our governor. The good old days. Except that for me, the loss of my dad was extremely traumatic. Just before the tragedy, I had spent the summer in Seoul, Korea, thinking that I wanted to pursue issues around international trade. But losing my dad took my focus off the professional report I intended to write, and instead I wrote a thesis on gun violence prevention back in 1991. Interestingly, some of the research I did was on community-led programs meant to address the underlying issues that lead to gun violence: lack of opportunity, financial stress, hopelessness, and a cycle of violence. Addressing these underlying issues and focusing on prevention is just as relevant today as it was back then. Today, we will hear about some of the community-led programs that are being supported at the local level. For all the small steps that we take, there is still so much more that needs to be done. Just this week, I learned that there have been multiple shooting threats at local high schools. 3 at the high school my daughter attended just a mile from my home, 1 at the high school in Lake Travis that I represent, and others that I've heard about in the news or from friends. What makes a student want to shoot teachers and classmates? What makes a student want to even just threaten to shoot up a school? And why in the world do we make it so incredibly easy for young people to access guns that are suitable for war, not hunting? Many people feel the situation has become hopeless and that the outcome is inevitable. I don't. I don't believe we should be hopeless. And that's why I continue to advocate for changes such as raising the age at which a person can buy an assault-style weapon, creating a standardized procedure for gun removal when ordered by a judge, and strengthening our background check system. These are reasonable measures, and I believe the majority of Texans would agree to some sensible policies that would create safer communities. Just yesterday, the Biden administration announced new executive orders to address devices that allow guns to rapid fire, called machine gun conversion devices, and 3D printed guns. Just as a reminder, the Biden-Harris administration created the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and delivered over $15 billion in funding through the American Rescue Plan. Much of that was directed to community violence intervention programs. But bringing it back to Texas, I want to give you a little bit of background to set the stage. It was in the 1990s that Texas passed a law allowing people to legally carry guns in a concealed manner, the Concealed Carry Law, authored by Senator Jerry Patterson, who is joining us for a panel discussion that I will be moderating this afternoon. The idea was that some people felt safer if they could be armed with a handgun, but the gun had to be concealed as not to cause concern or intimidation. It wasn't until 2016 that people could legally carry a gun openly, open carry, and then it wasn't until 2021 that we passed the permitless carry law that allows people to carry a gun without needing to have a license, which means without training. We've loosened our laws over the years based on the idea that more guns somehow make us safer. The data doesn't bear that out. And we now know that guns are the leading cause of death among our youth. On the other hand, since I've been in the legislature, we have included money in our budget, thanks to Representative Donna Howard, to create a public safety awareness campaign around safe storage. While this campaign is a step in the right direction, it is a small step. You'll hear from Representative Howard during my panel discussion this afternoon. I've requested and have had a seat on the committee that hears the majority of gun bills, the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee. All 3 sessions I've been in the legislature. In 2021, we passed a law that created an alert system. I recall the parents of a young man who lost his life to gun violence in the Midland, Odessa shooting. The resulting legislation created an alert system similar to Amber Alerts. However, the system has never once been utilized. I felt it should have been used last year when their 3 Austin victims were shot by a man who initially shot a police officer on a school campus, and 3 hours later shot and killed a mom who was out with her baby for a stroll, as well as a mother and a daughter who were shot and killed inside their home, miles away from the initial shooting. While it isn't certain that the alert would have changed the outcome, it might have. It might have saved lives. Being on the committee has not been easy. I remember my first session trying to pass what seemed like a simple, sensible bill brought forward by the owner of a cupcake store. They wanted to be able to have smaller, simpler signs suffice for letting people know guns aren't allowed inside. Even that didn't pass, and the vehemently angry response from the gun owners of America caught me by surprise. Nevertheless, I'm extremely thankful for the people who have come to testify on behalf of the many attempts to pass gun safety laws. People including families of victims, Moms Demand Action members, Texas Gun Sense, Texas Impact, and many others. It may seem like coming to testify doesn't make a difference, but it does. In 2023, we heard from the families of the Uvalde shooting victims, some who are here today. They now have a sense of how the legislature works, or doesn't in their case. They were not treated with the respect they deserved, and despite that, they came back and pushed for the committee to vote on their bill. It was that pressure from families that made a difference. We didn't get the bill passed, but it went further than it would have without their persistence. So I will wrap up my introduction by thanking you once again for coming here today, for listening to many speakers with important information to share, and continuing your participation beyond today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin, for starting us off with such a great note. I would also go ahead and I would like to introduce Dr. Michael Newman, who will be joining us on stage to introduce our next speaker, the Honorable Ann Brown. So, Dr. Newman.
Representative Goodwin, that was a home run.
Now we're turning to another excellent panel, where we're talking about a fundamental issue here, which is...
There you go.
So, obviously, I'm wearing a white coat. The reason being, when physicians go to lobby, make their point, make their case, particularly in state capitals or Congress, wearing a white coat, people pay attention to you. Everyone noticed that here I am in a white coat. Otherwise, I'd be just a suit. So whenever we're lobbying for the Affordable Care Act or other, we tell physicians, wear your white coat, and people will pay attention to. Ann Brown is an extraordinary and person who we have a very close relationship. And I was trying to think this morning what I was going to say about Ann. And I was watching MSNBC. There's a lot going on. And they were talking about a group called Democracy Heroes. And it's sponsored by the group is called I Am a Voter and Democracy Heroes. And the hero that they were speaking about was Steve Kerr. How many people know who Steve Kerr is? Absolutely. And he's tonight receiving an award as an American hero. For those that you don't know, Steve Kerr is a basketball coach, extraordinary. The highlight for me of the Olympics was the basketball games. His father was at in Lebanon, the AUB, American University of Lebanon. His father was assassinated and we'll hear more. So it's interesting, in family, Representative Goodwin, Steph Kerr, and now Ann Brown.
We want to see my head over the, otherwise I'm talking straight into the wood. Don't go away.
Yeah, no, I'm right here.
Okay,
There you go.
let's see what we do here. Maybe, what is it without the thing? I'm a little,
I can
What-
bring this up. I can bring this up.
bringing that up is perfect. We'll be 15 or 20 more minutes, just talk among yourselves. The whoa,
Right here.
right there.
Perfect.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. Thank you for your patience, and aren't we lucky to be at this fabulous event? I'm especially lucky because I have my children here who live in Austin. Would you all stand up just because it's Mommy telling you? Thank you. Aren't they gorgeous? Good morning, Dr. Estrada, and everybody here. This is a very exciting event, and I am delighted to join you to address one of the most significant issues confronting our country today, and that simply is gun violence. This program and presentation are comprehensive and certainly relevant, and how sad just to think of parents sending their children off to school in the morning and not being sure that they will return in the afternoon. It is totally tragic. For me, this forum hits close to home as a matter of our family, what we experienced. Early in my marriage, my late husband, his father was shot and killed in his grocery store in downtown Washington. Nobody in our family ever truly recovered from that. It is an enormously tragic situation. Donald, my husband, with the support of others, pioneered supporting organizations addressing gun violence. Being present today and participating in this forum enables me to continue Donald and our family legacy. Most recently, I'm going to be a little braggy. Most recently, I donated $100,000, enabling us to purchase 37,000 gun locks, and that is Safe Kids is now distributing free of charge to people who have a gun that doesn't have a lock, free of charge, and it's making a positive impact. We're doing this in the 10 cities around the country that have most deaths from guns. So we hope to make a small difference. As I look forward to learning about your efforts to address the issues of gun safety, I want to share a bit about my journey, which perhaps can bring further attention and support to our shared concerns. My generation is mostly baby boomers. Looking out, I can see most of you are millennials. A few are younger. Look, and I'll tell you, the baby boomers did a good job. We came forth to change everything. We responded to President Kennedy's declaration that the torch had been passed to a new generation, and getting things set was our responsibility. Those years were challenging, as is today's world. With demonstrations, rallies, and lobbying, we stepped forward to be heard. I envied those who were able to join the Peace Corps and travel the world. As a mother raising two daughters and thinking about a career, it was not easy then, nor is it easy now. I watched, listened, and talked. By now, most of you know I like to talk. Safety always interested me. Food, water, screens, toys, clothes, the playgrounds. I was like a hound dog. I had a nose for what could be dangerous or problematic, and I advocated for and corrected the problem, worked on reforms, networking, and soon had an active consumer group going. A neighbor who funded the major grocery store in the grocery stores in Washington made a speech that brought much public attention, but not to him, but to me, because he talked about how difficult I was, what a bad job I was doing, trying to do all this stuff for consumers. It didn't go over very well, and the Washington Post made a big issue about it. Of course, I was getting the word around about what was going on, and this actually enhanced my reputation. I'm trying to think about just the feelings that I had when I was known as a troublemaker, and I must say they were positive feelings. Now, related to today's world, I was recently named an influencer. How about that at age 87? I love it. Small as I have always been, the woman that I am, whatever my age, I much appreciate being regarded as an influencer, and that's why I'm here today, to influence you as a catalyst for gun safety. In 1972, the United States Consumer Product Safety Commission, an independent agency of the U.S. government, was created to promote the safety of consumer products by addressing, quote, unreasonable risks of injury, developing uniform safety standards, and conducting research into product-related injury and illness. In 1993, President Bill Clinton, appointed me chairman of the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. We were a very desirable place to work. We recruited a terrific, diverse, experienced staff and accelerated our efforts. Across the board, we had great success, requiring every item to be safe. Toys, cribs, clothes, athletic equipment, educational programs, whatever you name it, CPSC required it to be safe. And we were very public about it. It was challenging, but morale was high. Also, with our great staff and support, great support from both of the Clintons, and collegial cooperation from other agencies, darn good lawyers, and a very different Supreme Court, we got a hell of a lot done, with only one exception: guns. We don't tolerate polio, measles, COVID, malaria, leprosy, and other communicable diseases. We insist on seatbelts for our families. Why do we tolerate gun violence, which lately seems to be a communicable disease and is a leading cause of death in Texas and, of course, in other places in the United States? This forum demonstrates that help is on the way. Related to the pandemic of gun violence, there are now more than 200 organizations lobbying on the issue of gun violence. Polls across the country indicate increasing support for addressing gun safety. On January 31st, 2023, the coalition entitled The Time for Change is Now sent an emphatic letter to President Biden at the State of the Union address. Related to the forum, I understand you are reaching out to the White House and to the Surgeon General. Now is the time to build relationships, an apolitical network. Doctors are still respected, and especially when they wear their white coats. Now is the time to come together. Schools, PTAs, whatever groups are influential. We need to lobby legislators, call out legislators, and contribute to candidates who support gun safety. Establishing an influential, well-supported lobby for reasonable legislative gun control is what we need to do. I am hopeful that in the upcoming election, I'm not going to say anything about who I'm working for. I am hopeful that in the upcoming election, voters will support an administration that will address the gun violence pandemic and common sense gun legislation and the establishment of a joint committee on gun safety. I'm impressed with the topics being talked about today. The academic quality, backgrounds, the diversity of the speakers, and the passion that I know everyone will bring to this issue. With continued conversations, discussions, and planning, you can make it happen. And I am honored to continue my support and advice in any way necessary and helpful. The torch is in your hands. Thank you.
I might as well get up here too. Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you for sharing your infectious passion with us and for getting us ready for today. I think it's been a great start so far. Before we get into the rest of our presentations, that video that's been dying to be seen, it is ready for you guys. So we'll go ahead and kick that off, and then we'll go into our presentations. The Surgeon General has just been dying to speak to everybody.
Hello, I'm U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy. Today, for the first time in the history of our office, I am issuing a Surgeon General's advisory on firearm violence. It outlines the urgent threat firearm violence poses to the health and well-being of our country. As a doctor, I've seen the consequences of firearm violence up close in the lives of the patients I've cared for over the years. These are moms and dads, sons and daughters, all of whom were robbed of their physical and mental health by senseless acts of violence. Unfortunately, the problem has continued to grow. 54% of adults in America report that they or a family member have experienced a firearm-related incident, whether they've been personally threatened with or injured by a firearm, lost a family member, witnessed a shooting, or shot a firearm in self-defense. Many of these harms are disproportionately felt in our communities. Black individuals endure the highest rates of firearm homicides, while suicide rates are highest among veterans, older white individuals, and younger American Indian and Alaska Native people. What is especially devastating is how this has affected our children. Firearm violence has become the #1 cause of death among children and adolescents, more than car accidents or drug overdoses. I've sat with parents who've lost a child to firearm violence. I've listened to their stories and felt their pain as they describe the holes in their hearts. As a father, I know a parent's worst nightmare is to lose a child, to feel like you can't protect your child from harm. Beyond these precious lives that are lost to firearm violence, there are wider ripples of harm to those who are injured, who witness the incidents, who live in urban and rural communities where such violence takes place, and who constantly read and hear about firearm violence in the news. The collective trauma and fear that Americans are experiencing is contributing to the mental health challenges that we are facing today. nearly 6 in 10 US adults say they worry about a loved one being a victim of firearm violence. Our children should not have to live in fear that they are going to get shot if they go to school. None of us should have to worry that going to the mall or a concert or a house of worship means putting our lives at risk, or that we'll get a call that a loved one in a moment of crisis has taken their own life with a firearm. All of us, regardless of our background or beliefs, want to live in a world that is safe for us and our children. The Surgeon General's advisory lays out the approach we can take to address firearm violence as the public health crisis that it is. This includes implementing community violence prevention programs and firearm risk reduction strategies, improving access to mental health care for those exposed to or at risk for firearm violence, and expanding research funding to inform and evaluate our prevention strategies. Firearm violence is a public health crisis. Our failure to address it is a moral crisis. To protect the health and well-being of Americans, especially our children, we must now act with the clarity, courage, and urgency that this moment demands.
I'm trying to shorten.
Well, the video was very informative and very relevant. And with that, I'll introduce our next speaker, Dr. Archie Blair.
You've done your job.
Perfect. Are you coming?
Yeah, I'm gonna stand up here. Okay, thank you, Anne, for this. Oh, wow, plus, okay, I'm sorry I don't have my white coat, but then Dr. Murphy didn't have a white coat on either. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Okay. What I'd like to do, and I guess I can do this with advancing this. Yeah, oops. Advance. This one? Yeah, I found a little go forward button. Go forward. We got to leave today by going forward. Okay, I want to take his and our Surgeon General's advisory report and apply it to Texas. And I have 5 minutes to do it, but then I got another chance later to fix it too. All right. 4 weeks ago yesterday, a month ago yesterday, on the first day of school at Rice University, Andrea Rodriguez, at the age of 21, first day of school here in your state, our state, died as a result of her 23-year-old boyfriend, take away the friend part of that, who murdered her in the dorm room at Rice and then suicided, murder-suicide, which is increasing on a daily basis in our country. But what about Texas? Well, you've seen that in the United States, the number one cause of death between the ages of 1 and 19 is bullets. What about Texas? Looking at that age range from 0 to 19, including infants, it's the number one cause of death in Texas. But, whereas it went up on the left about a doubling, in Texas it's almost tripled, 2.5 to 3 times greater over that same interval from 2012 to 2020. So Texas has done worse than nationally. If we again look at the same age group, under 20-year-olds, 0 to 19 years of age, in 2022, and I want to emphasize 2022 is the last year of non-provisional final CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention results that are available. Anything from 2022 is provisional and uncertain as such. So if we go back to 2022, a couple years ago, and you look at the number of firearm deaths, which ranged from less than 3 per state, that very light color, to the darker red of 543 in the state under age 20. Texas was the 543. 12% of all deaths in the United States from firearm before the age of 20 occurred here, within the borders of this, in your state. And it represents 9% of the country, so right away you know you're disproportionately killing more young people, including infants, children, adolescents, teenagers, and young adults. If you go back a century to the data from 2011 to 2014, according to the CDC, each of the states were ranked in one of those quintiles in the bottom in terms of the number of firearm deaths per year over those years, those 4 years. And you can see on the lightest color, almost hardly visible, on the left, the lowest death rate, and the darkest blue is the worst. Back then, Texas was one of the lightest colors. Bravo. But in 8 years, it moved into the middle quintile. Just 8 years. A gruesome statistic. And it was the only one of 2 states that did something like that. The other one being Maryland. No other state besides Texas and Maryland had had worsening to the degree that you are seeing on the screen now. And you, most of you, live here. Here's something that I had to put together just from my own unbelievable stats. Okay, starting with 2000 on the furthest left, and then every 3 years the rate up until 2022, again the last year that we can have reliable, dependable, non-provisional data. The percents are the percentage of all deaths in the United States that occurred in Texas as a result of firearms. So back then it was 9%, 9%, 9%, which was because there's 9% of the country living in Texas. You represent 9% of the total population. But look what happened after 2010. Went all the way up to 13%. That trend is ominous. As of 2022, 1 in every 7 persons before the age of 20 died of a bullet in Texas. 1 in every 7 right here within the borders. And it was 1 in every 12 back then, just a decade ago. Now here's a wider age range. It goes from birth on the left to age 40 on the right. And the red line, well, I'll give you each one of them. Let's start on the furthest right. That's the cancer deaths. Again, up to the age of 40, green line. Number of deaths. Then comes the heart disease, next worst, followed by COVID back then, not now, but back then, although we're still having challenges. Then in the purple, drug accidental poisonings, overdoses, fentanyl, opioids, other drugs. There's the motor vehicle accidents in blue. And right there, all the way up to age 30, the number 1 cause of death, as of the last available, dependable data, bullets. Nationally, it was up to the age of 19. In Texas, it's up to the age of 29. And if you look at the red highlighting of the gun deaths, firearm deaths, bullet deaths, it is one of the, if not the number one or 2 cause of death up to the age of 40. So in applying the Surgeon General's report to Texas, Vivek Murthy, Dr. Murthy, and his team at the Department of Public Health Service can do more for the United States right here in Texas than they can in any other state. You have the opportunity of helping the entire country. So I want to ask a question before giving up my 5 minutes. What should we focus on? So I'm going to ask you to raise a hand of your choice over 3 age groups. up to the age of 29, so less than 30. 30 to 60, meaning middle age adults, and then 60 or older, including 87 and 81-year-olds.
Yay.
Yay, you got that. Thank you, Ann. Honorable Ann. So I want to ask you first this, how many would prefer to focus, if we had to, on the youngest? Children? Okay, next question. What about this age group in the middle? Thank you. There's got to be yes and yes, all right. And then, of course, my age group, and so, you know, hey, come on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it turns out, at least for our age group, suicide by firearm is becoming another crisis at our age. Okay, last, and this is also to show you how vast and impressive the Murthy Surgeon General, U.S. Surgeon General report is. Here are a set of his recommendations. Today, I want you and me to focus on 4 of them. There are, 8, 9, 10 of them on there. And I'm going to ask you to vote on these. Require safe, secure firearm storage, including child access prevention laws. In other words, states that prevent the possibility or the probability of a young person dying because of access to a firearm, usually in a home setting. The second one will be to decide on banning assault weapons and the ammunition too. There's an amazing story about that at the pre-luncheon session. And to hold from being owned by civilians in the United States. Third is to treat firearms like consumer products and hold the gun liable industry liable, like we do for everything else except firearms. And then finally, I'll add it later, the issue of mental health, blaming the problem on our mental health in this country. Okay, so let's go back to the first one. There's something not quite working here. I guess I'll do it this way. Okay, how many would prefer number 1, the safe storage secure? Okay, I'm going to put a hand up for that too. Okay, if you had to choose, what about banning assault weapons? That's controversial. Okay, I'm impressed. The last time I did one of these with y'all, I was told it's not feasible. Don't waste your time. Okay, we'll come back to that later because you put your hands up. And then, as we heard from Honorable Ann Brown, yes, treat consumer products. Okay, so I got to do all 3 of those. There's one more, removing the mental health issue. We just published that 3 weeks ago, so I think some of you heard about it. Don't blame the mental health of the United States. It's the guns, like Gabby Gifford says, it's always the guns, but I like the fact there are a few hands up. Okay, we won't do that probably this afternoon. Okay, let's just get over this and go on with the final statement. His conclusions are that many experts and leaders work tirelessly every day, like you are doing, to prevent the trauma and suffering, illness, disease, mortality of weapons that shoot bullets. And there's a list there of you all, volunteer organizations, etc., medical, that are trying to solve the problem. But it'll take more than that. The entire country, everybody, all of us will have to help solve this problem. No matter what our stance is, which side of the aisle, where we have our office above us here or away from here. Everybody, that's his final line. So every single person in this room and everybody that you meet on a regular basis, including children. I've talked to 3- and 4-year-olds about this. We have a 17-year-old, a 19-year-old here. So that's the bottom line. If you notice some bullet holes in the upper corners there, I apologize, in case you thought there. But then we need that kind of focus too. So thank you again for your time. The solution is for the rest of the day. Thank you. Okay.
Raise it up.
Lower it because we're moving this.
Got it.
Here's good. Here's good.
Get this thing out. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your data, Dr. Blair. We can't wait to see you again later this afternoon. With that, we're going to go ahead and get into our panels. And the first person I'd like to introduce you to is Dr. Meredith Davenport, who's the moderator of our very first panel. Dr. Davenport is an accomplished OBGYN physician and an aviation medical examiner, deeply committed to advancing public health and safety. As the wife of a retired Texas Air National Guard F-16 pilot and a mother of 3 teenage daughters, she is a proud native Texan with a strong dedication to service in her communities. After firearms became the leading cause of death among U.S. children and teens in 2020, she learned about the Be Smart initiative in medical literature and was inspired to take action. She is currently a lead volunteer for Moms Demand Action and Be Smart in Wimberley, where she collaborates with volunteers to promote secure firearm storage throughout Hays County, safeguarding children and families. Through this work, Dr. Davenport discovered Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility and is proud to be a member of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, contributing to important efforts aimed at reducing gun-related harm. And with that, Dr. Davenport.
So good morning. I'm very excited to be here today and to be part of this movement and this action taking that all of you are contributing to. So the topic of this panel is called Gun Safety Education's Role in Preventing Firearm Violence. So we're going to talk a lot about the first point that Dr. Blair just pointed out as one of the many arms at which we're going to help reduce gun violence. Let's see. The way that the format of this panel is going to work is that there are 3 different panelists, and I'm going to have each of them come up individually and give a small presentation, a brief presentation, and then afterwards there'll be an opportunity to ask questions. And so one of my challenges in a day-long conference like this, where my husband always refers to it as death by PowerPoint, I encourage each of you, with each of the speakers and each of the presentations throughout the day, just please keep in mind what's the one pearl that you want to take back home with you? What's the one action you want to take? What's the one conversation you want to have? And I think if you hold that question throughout this entire day, that we're really going to go back to our communities and start really making a difference, getting more people involved in this movement. So with that, it is my honor to introduce our first panelist, Claudia Yanez. Claudia has been with Austin Moms Demand Action Group Lead for the past year. Prior to that, she was serving as a spokesperson for Moms Demand Action for Spanish media opportunities across the state. Born and raised along the Texas-Mexico border in Southwest Texas, she leaned into her volunteer work with Moms Demand Action following the mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas in 2022. She is married, a mother of 3 children, and works full-time for a personal finance technology company. And so with that, Claudia.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm wearing a white jacket, but I am not a doctor. As she said, I do work for tech. Let me advance the slide here. All right. So I'm going to speak about Be Smart. Be Smart is a program that was developed by Everytown for Gun Safety Support Fund. And it brings together parents and all adults who are concerned about kids, guns, and safety. And as she said, I am the group lead for Austin Moms Demand Action. I grew up about 70 miles west of Uvalde in Del Rio, Texas. I'm Mexican American, I'm a native Spanish speaker, and I'm going to talk probably really fast because I'm mindful of the time I have and the time for my co-panelists. But I was inspired to volunteer in order to honor with action the 19 children and 2 teachers who were killed in the shooting at Robb Elementary on May 24th, 2022. And I saw some families walked in, and I just want to acknowledge that you're here with us. As a graduate of UT Austin, I believe in the power of knowledge and data to make an impact and change our world. And I want to thank Dr. Estrada and Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility for the invitation to speak and for this platform to spread a very important message about secure gun storage and the role it plays in gun violence prevention. I want to share that since I leaned into this work in 2022, two of my three children have been at the site of a shooting in a public place in Texas. One at a shopping center in our community, 20 miles north of here, and my daughter in Dallas at the State Fair at the shooting that happened there last year. So it is a very real problem that I am also living. I'm going to play a short video for you all. And they told me it would just play.
When it comes to keeping kids safe, we're all on the same team. As adults, it's our responsibility to keep kids out of harm's way. Part of that is preventing them from getting their hands on guns. Every year, hundreds of kids and young people die because they get a hold of guns. So many of these tragedies, suicides, unintentional shootings, even school shootings could be prevented. What can you do about it? It's simple. If you own a gun, lock it up. And encourage gun owners you know to do the same. Look, owning a gun is your right, but it's our responsibility to protect our kids and our communities. So please do your part. Be safe, be smart. We're in this together. Learn more about secure storage at besmartforkids.org.
We all want kids to grow up happy and healthy. We each have the right and the responsibility to make decisions about how to protect our homes, families, and communities, including whether or not to have a gun in our home. If we can prevent even one child gun death or injury, it's our responsibility to do so. I'm not here to talk about laws or policies, so I'm going to set those aside for a moment. It's a heartbreaking fact, as you all have already heard, that in the US, firearms are the leading cause of death for children. This is a public health crisis. More than 1,800 children under the age of 18 are killed with guns every year, an average of 5 children every day. When children are killed with guns, the majority of those deaths, 54%, are homicides. That's 1,000 children per year. Additionally, nearly 700 children die from firearm suicide each year, and 100 are unintentionally shot and killed. We're here today to talk about how we can prevent tragedies like that. A shocking 4.6 million children in the US live in a household with at least one loaded, unlocked gun. While school shootings and mass shootings typically make national headlines, almost all child unintentional shooting deaths occur in the home. And the Secret Service found that 3/4, 75% of school shooters acquired their firearm from the home of a parent or close relative. I know this is an emotional issue, and we may come from different walks of life. Many of you, like me, may be parents. Some of you may be gun owners, and some of you may not be. Some of you may have had a personal experience with guns, and some of you have been impacted by gun violence yourselves. We believe that most gun owners want to be responsible gun owners. So we are here today to talk about what all of us, owners and non-gun owners alike, can do to make sure children and teens do not have unsupervised access to guns. I want to take a few minutes to talk specifically about what the consequences of unsecured guns looks like in our community. All of these stories from Texas, from 2024, show the fallout of when young people get their hands on unsecured guns. No story is quite the same, but they often involve toddlers or teenagers shooting and injuring or killing themselves or others close to them, like friends, siblings, or other family members. All are tragic and all are preventable. But the good news is that we can all take action in our homes and in our communities to keep our kids safe. So even if you don't have a gun in your home, or if you do, and you know that you're already practicing secure gun storage, what can you do right now? Together, we can learn to be smart. Let's start with the S. Secure your guns in homes and vehicles. 13 million households with children contain at least one gun. And the majority of children in gun-owning households actually know where the gun is stored. So what do I mean by securing guns? A gun should always be stored securely, which means they're inaccessible to kids, and make sure children are never in the presence of unsecured guns. Remember, hiding a gun is not securing a gun. We know that you may have specific questions about what secure storage looks like in practice. So here are some examples. Contrary to popular belief, locking up guns does not prevent owners from readily accessing their guns. There's a common myth that storage devices negate the self-defense purpose of owning a gun by putting time-consuming barriers between the gun owner and their means of defense. The reality is that there are many affordable options for secure storage that provide owners with access to guns in a matter of seconds, while still preventing access by children and people at increased risk of harming themselves or others. Further, it is possible that unsecured guns may actually increase the likelihood of crime and violence through an increased risk of gun theft. Did you know that at least 2 guns are stolen every 15 minutes? It's important to also remember to lock up any guns in cars, too. More than half of stolen guns are taken from cars. Just putting a gun under a seat or in the glove compartment wouldn't be considered secure storage. There are car gun lock boxes available for purchase at most retail and sporting goods stores. Locking up guns will help to reduce the risk of firearm suicide, unintentional firearm injury, and also prevent firearm theft. M. Model responsible behavior. Every law-abiding adult has the right to decide whether or not to have a gun in the home, but you can't rely on curious kids not to find a gun. Kids know where their parents store their guns, and more than one third reported handling their parents' guns, many doing so without the knowledge of their parents. Nearly a quarter of parents did not know that their children had handled the gun in their house. It is always an adult's responsibility to prevent unauthorized access to guns, not a curious child's responsibility to avoid guns. Talk to your kids about gun safety, but remember that it's a precaution, not a guarantee. One study found that young children who go through a week-long gun safety training are just as likely as children with no training to approach or play with a handgun when they find one. Modeling responsible behavior means that smart adults make sure that kids don't have the opportunity to access guns. That said, you can't control the environment that your child is in all the time. So you should teach them not to touch a gun if they come across one, real or pretend, and give them the tools to get out of a dangerous situation and to alert an adult. As an adult, it is your responsibility to do everything you can to prevent them from getting in a dangerous situation to begin with. Ask. As I mentioned, there are approximately 4.6 million US children living in a household with at least one loaded, unlocked gun. That's why you need to ask about firearms in the homes your child visits, the A in SMART. For the parents and caretakers in the room, like me, what are some things you ask about before allowing your child to go to a friend's or another's home? Anybody? Questions we ask other parents or families?
Who's gonna be there?
Who's gonna be there? I have a teenager now, absolutely. Are there pools on the property?
How much screen time?
How much screen time?
Dogs.
Dogs.
Food allergies.
Food allergies, thank you. Again, because I have a teenager. Alcohol access, okay? So asking about guns in the home should be as natural as asking about any other safety issue. If it seems awkward at first, and it might be, try making it part of your general safety conversation. You might try asking via email or text if you're uncomfortable at first. Let's talk about recognizing the role of guns in suicide, the R. Access to a gun can mean the difference between life and death. As our children get older, you may need to reconsider taking another look at your storage methods. If you've been using a simple cable lock, you may want to think about getting a gun safe. We all know how curious children can be, so as they get older and more resourceful, you will need to act accordingly. Also, if you know your loved one is in distress, you might want to consider temporarily removing a gun from your home. Why would you want to do that? It's important to consider that firearm suicide is uniquely lethal. 90% of suicide attempts using a gun end in death, and that half of suicides in the US are gun suicides. 70% of people who survive a suicide attempt will never attempt suicide again. So if you consider temporarily removing a gun from your home, how can you do that? Where can you bring it? Local law enforcement may be willing to temporarily store your guns. Some licensed gun dealers or gun ranges may be willing to temporarily store your guns. Or you could temporarily store your guns in the home of a friend or a family member. But to manage the risk for that friend or family member, you should lock any guns that you transfer and not provide the key or code. Depending on the law in various states, the person agreeing to store your gun may first need to get a background check at a gun dealer or through law enforcement. Most people who attempt suicide do not die unless they use a gun. In fact, 90% of suicide attempts with a gun result in death, a much higher fatality rate than any other means of self-harm. And this contributes to the fact that 41% of child suicides involve a gun. Oh, I had the wrong slide up that whole time, but we talked about the role of guns in suicide. Forgive me. A national youth survey conducted by the CDC showed that 20% of high school students had previously considered attempting suicide within the last year. One study showed that 41% of adolescents in gun-owning households report having easy access to the guns in their home. As we discussed earlier, research shows that secure firearm storage is associated with decreased risk of child firearm suicide. And here are some important resources to write down or take a picture of in case you or someone you care about needs help. Some signs to look for when you're concerned that a loved one may be suicidal: prolonged sadness and depression, changes in mood and behavior, hopelessness, sleeping too much or too little, withdrawing, isolation, aggression or agitation, increased alcohol or drug use, and talking about killing themselves. If you are a survivor of gun violence, we also have resources available at momentsthatsurvive.org. T is really the power of being smart. How will you commit, which stands for TELL, excuse me. How will you commit to be smart today? Sharing the Be Smart message is the way we will save lives, by spreading awareness. And we'd love for you to take a few moments to think about who you're going to share this important message with. And I invite you to text the word SMART to 64433 to be connected with more resources. I'm cutting it close, but these are really important slides for doctors. It is absolutely legal for doctors to have these conversations with their patients. There are no state laws or federal laws that prohibit doctors from having these discussions about gun safety with patients. And it is proven that these conversations can help save lives. And I'm going to quickly flash this slide for the medical professionals in the room that may be looking for additional resources that can help you with these conversations. And I'm at the end. Thank you. Still did 30 seconds. Okay, there you go.
Thank you so much, Claudia. One thing I should have said at the beginning is that all three of these panelists are doing really amazing work in the world, and they have so much information to share with you, and I'm limiting them, like I normally give that presentation in about 30 or 40 minutes, so the fact that she conveyed the message in 15 was really remarkable, so thank you. It is my honor now to introduce our next panelist, Lisa Ross. Ms. Ross is the founder and executive director of Lock Arms for Life, a nonprofit dedicated to promoting gun safety and education for all ages. After losing her son, John, to a handgun accident, she established the organization to provide critical resources, training, and tools for secure gun storage and responsible ownership. Partnered with the City of Austin Office of Violence Prevention for 4 years and receiving grant support, Lock Arms for Life equips everyone with the knowledge to prevent gun tragedies and offers tools like free gun locks and safety boxes to foster safer communities. With that, I'd like to welcome Lisa.
Okay, somebody's gonna have to show me how to do everything, first of all. That is the big thing for me. While she's doing that, I'm just gonna thank everybody for being here. Thank you for having me, inviting me. I'm really excited to be here as, there you go. And what's my arrow?
This is it, going that way.
Okay, and that moves it. Let's just give it a try.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You got it?
Okay, good.
You good with the data thing?
Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure this was the right slideshow. I'm founder and executive director of Lock Arms for Life, a nonprofit that is based in Austin, Texas. We are focused on, very simply, to ensure that every gun is locked when not in use. While we're primarily funded in Central Texas, our reach is growing around the country. Today, I'm here to share my personal story, the work we're doing to foster safer communities, and the things that you can do to support us and help us. So let's get started. On September 25th, 2009, my son John died in a gun accident after being handed an unlocked gun, unaware it was loaded. His favorite song was Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls. The line, "I'd give up forever to touch you," resonates deeply with me. 15 years later, I stand here committed to honoring his memory by educating others on the importance of safe storage, so no other family can feel the pain that I have felt and so many of you have felt in this room. John's death is a reminder why this work matters so much to me, because one simple action, locking up a gun, could save a life. We pursue our mission with 3 strategies: awareness, education, and resources. Through a grant, like that was said, with the Office of Violence Prevention, we've distributed more than 4,000 gun locks across Austin and Travis County. I probably will say the gun locks several times to you. We encourage the community at public events, providing gun locks, educational materials, and work with medical professionals to get these resources to patients. As you can see in this photo up here, the guy with the woman in the red right here, that is a veterans group in East Texas. And they reached out to us because they are at a critical need for suicide prevention materials. They have the largest number of suicides in the state, is what they told us. Every month, though, we hear from new communities seeking guidance, and we're excited to both help and learn from them. How we are making an impact. Lock Arms, we take action. We don't just kind of do a lot of these talks. What we really do is we get into the community and take a lot of action. While we recognize the role of policy, we know that that isn't the only way to get things done. We've, again, distributed thousands of free gun locks and lots of swag. We do swag because we want people to remember Lock Arms for Life, and we want them to have a message about locking up their guns every time they look at that piece of swag. We want families to have constant reminders about the importance of gun safety. Despite the Texas legislature's failure to declare August as Gun Safety Awareness Month, we secured local proclamations in cities like Austin, Houston, Fort Worth, and many others. We've done it for 2 years now, and each year we're growing that even more. We're hoping that the legislature will pass that this month. We've also presented to healthcare, education, and public health sectors to build networks build networks of advocates. Sorry, kind of got lost in my notes there. Next, this is a map. I just wanted to make sure that of the Health and Human Services agencies that we've partnered with across the state. And you can see that's a recommendation from us, but all those stars are where we have given and sent gun locks to. These are mostly rural counties. Each agency we work with has expressed a critical need for gun locks and educational materials. But funding for them is often a challenge, just like it is for any nonprofit and work that we do. Again, our grant covers mostly Austin and Central Texas, or not Central, but Austin and Travis County. But we have to rely on private donors to be able to service them. Still, we will turn no one away. If somebody reaches out to us and asks us for gun locks, we get them to them no matter what the need is and how we will find the funding. We just will figure it out. And we provide them with what we call a starter kit, 50 to 100 gun locks, plus resources and educational materials. Our impact has now grown beyond Texas, and we are in states like Indiana, Colorado, and Florida. We work with law enforcement, including piloting a program with the Travis County Jail just recently. The Department of Public Safety and the Travis County DA's office has helped fund the bus ads that you see in this slide right here. As a board member of Safe Kids Austin, we joined forces for the first Austin Public Safety Fair, partnering with the Austin Police Department and piloting a lockbox giveaway. That's a volunteer showing us how to use a lockbox and how it works. We provided safe storage literature for schools, mailed gun locks directly to families. We've also partnered with Cook Children's Cook Children's Hospital, which houses the program Aim for Safety, founded by Dr. Guzman, who joined our board of directors last year. We regularly receive requests through our website for locks and materials. Save the day. This is something we're extremely excited about. There's pictures there, there's everything here. We are launching a graphic novel, Save the Day, Lock It Away, that is to teach 3rd through 5th graders about safe storage. The book uses relatable stories to help kids understand what storage looks like and how to stay safe. It was reviewed by a diverse group of professionals ranging from students to pediatricians, all organized by an ELA, which is an English Language Arts content expert, to ensure the book's message is effective and appropriate for its young readers. Our Get Active curriculum, which is right there, supports the message and explains how it works. We have funding from the Office of Violence Prevention to translate it into Spanish in the year 2025, and we have negotiated a printing contract through Texas Tech Press. We are about to put our first order in, and if anybody in this room is interested in being a part of this and want to contribute and have books available, I see a sign. We will make sure that please come find us somewhere in the room. Let's get moving here. Together, we can make a difference by spreading the message of safe gun storage and helping prevent unnecessary tragedies. By joining forces, whether through outreach, education, or simply sharing resources, we empower communities to protect their families. You can incorporate safe storage in your wellness checks, provide guidance, offer gun locks, literatures at your offices, and you can even have them go straight to our link to get a free gun lock. Again, we take action. Lock Arms for Life is more than just a mission. It is action. We are safety. From distributing thousands of gun locks to providing life-saving education, we are on the front lines every day, ensuring that safe storage becomes common practice in every home. Last, I'm going to finish up real quick. This is it. I think I made it. This picture is really hits my heart a lot because this is what we do. We've been able to connect with communities like Graham Elementary here in Austin, where a tragic accident involved an unlocked gun led students and staff to reach out to us for support. Being there to help those kids who've experienced a loss that was similar to mine is why this work matters really so much to me. When I see those kids' faces and I can touch them and I can hand them gun locks, you know what? When I hand a gun lock, I know that my son is handing that gun lock with me. That's what I know. Thank you for being here today and start taking action towards safety. By the way, we have a goodie bag for you, so we want to make sure that during the break, when you go, come find us. We want to make sure we give it to you. I have Kim waving her hand over here. Inside there is the one pager we had about the map that we showed of the areas that we're servicing for Health and Human Services. There's a firearm safety checklist inside there. There's a bookmark about our book that's coming out so that you can have it. There's a sticker because we want everybody in this room to be a superhero. We want you to save the day, and we want everybody to lock it away. Last, we will have a gun lock for you, and it's for you to use or to give to somebody that you know to make sure that everybody is locking up their firearms when they're not in use. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lisa, so much for sharing that message and for what you're doing in the world. It's my honor to introduce our final panelist for this session, Tareen Kreppy. She is the president of Safe Kids Worldwide, which is a global nonprofit dedicated to protecting kids from preventable injuries. Ms. Kreppy has dedicated her career to making a meaningful difference in the lives of children and families, especially the most vulnerable. As president of Safe Kids, she works with partners, donors, legislators, and community leaders around the world to develop and implement strategic initiatives, create partnerships, and inspire behavior change to keep kids safe at home, on the road, and at play. Ms. Kreppy is a passionate advocate on Capitol Hill and is dedicated to finding new ways to reach high-risk and underserved communities. So with that, I welcome Ms. Kreppy to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I think a lot has been said already. I think the message that I want to leave with all of you is that everything that we're talking about today is preventable. And I think if we join forces together, more together than apart, we're going to make a meaningful difference. I think you've heard from everyone from the legislator, from local partners, to organizations around Texas. My role here is just to say our mission at Safe Kids is how do we protect and prevent another injury to a family. Families do not want their kids to be harmed. They do not want them to be hurt. So we can make that meaningful difference. Safe Kids has not focused its message or meaningful differences around gun safety because for so long it's been intentional that it has happened. Our message is really centered around unintentional. But as you can see in my work for nearly 25 years, motor vehicle crashes have been a leading killer of kids. It is just most recently that it has impacted children and firearms. We work with a national and global network of U.S. coalitions that are either based out of a children's hospital, healthcare system, fire EMS, police, or they're their own 501c3. And if you think about the work that we do, it is really with first, I would say the ones that are seeing the injuries first, most likely in their community and most importantly in where they work. Here in Texas, we have a network, as you can see, surrounding this area. Texas is a huge state along with California, but we are positioned not in every county, not in every city, but where we are, we can make a difference. I think what we've learned most importantly in our work here in Texas is that Texas is by far a state that has open carry. So you are going to see guns everywhere. I'm happy that Stuart Williams is here from Dell Children's Medical Center and one of our leading partners. I've known Stuart for many years when he was in my part of the town in Pennsylvania. At Safe Kids, how we work is we lead with the data. We want to really understand the problem. And we were so honored when the Honorable Ann Brown came to us to really want to make a difference in the 10 states where there needed to be a difference made. Once we understand the problem and we lead with data, we create a solution with your programs. I will say in the space of firearm safety, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. You have Moms Demand Action, you have Everytown for Gun Safety, you have Be Smart. So for us, it's not creating another program, it's joining forces with all of these groups. And most importantly, the parents who've lost a child who want to advocate for making a difference. Our role at Safe Kids is how do we advocate? If we can make a difference by being someone who creates tools for our local coalitions to be able to go to their grassroots right here in this U.S. Capitol and be able to advocate for making a difference. We want to help them. We're creating advocates, and that's what we do. We create messaging for them. We help them understand their data at the local level, and we want them to be able to do exactly what we do at the federal level. So that's advocate at the federal, state, and local level. And where applicable, we can do this. Awareness, we don't have to pay for it like we used to. You used to have to buy ads, pay for billboards. Today, you have digital and social media to really make a difference. You heard Ann Brown say today she's an influencer. If you're going to be an influencer at 80 years old, you know we can make a difference. Our young people are paving the way, and they're leading forces for us to do that. And so our firearm safety partners, as I mentioned, is this list here. As I said at Safe Kids, when we are grounded in research and doing things from an evidence base, our goal is really how do you create programs? There are so many programs out there. I will say one of the things that I've learned is that we should not continue to recreate. We should really join forces to getting a message out there. Parents are on autopilot. They can't go to multiple places to get information. So I think today, let's find ways as we leave this meeting to network. Who's not sitting at our table that should be at our table? Who should we be replicating instead of recreating the messaging? Using what we have in our arsenal will help us. I will tell you that when the Honorable Ann Brown and her team came to Safe Kids to really understand what could they do to make a difference. She's been in this field for many years. We have worked with her on almost every issue around child safety, and her work is continuing to be a legacy, as you heard her speak of today. She provided $100,000 where I can tell you every dollar of that $100,000 went to purchase gun locks. We distribute over 36,000 locks nationally in these 10 states. The work is continuing. We're measuring our impact as we're distributing those, and we're really trying to get testimonials. I think for what we need to do is not what we've heard today is all that we can do. I think there's more that we can do, as I said, as we join forces. One of the things is we're saying lock it. That's the first thing we're saying. Lock up your firearm if you have one. We're saying store it. If you have a box or wherever you feel the need to store it. But what's most important for me is out of sight. Because for us, we can lock it, we can store it. But if we keep it there, how are we going to keep it out of sight? And that goes for medicine as well. This is not just suicide by firearm, but it's suicide by medication also. So I want to keep that as a memory for all of us to lock it, store it, and out of sight. What we created in the campaign that we distributed in those 10 states with the gun locks that were provided to us is that we really worked with this project that had happened in creating a new tip sheet on how to ask friends and family about safe gun storage. You heard earlier in the first presentation, it was really understanding what do you ask a family when you let your child go to their home. We do so much when they're first born. We do so much when we interview daycares, but what happened when they become that middle student and that high school student? How do you ask friends and family about safe gun storage? And I think it's something that we shouldn't be afraid to ask if we're letting our child go to someone else's home. We should ask those questions, especially in states where there's open carry. They're likely to have a gun in their home. And so what's important to us is that for every gun lock that we distributed, we provided this tip sheet as well as the resources as I shared of the other partners. We encouraged those to really partner in their community, find out who those advocates are and join forces with them. The messaging, as we mentioned, is that we can get more messaging out. We don't have to wait to go in a community to distribute materials. We can get messaging out through our digital and social channels. Many of us are on Facebook. Many of us are on TikTok. We're on Instagram. We're on all of these places. We shouldn't wait until an injury or fatality happen in our community to share the messaging. Become more repetitive in sharing the messaging. The more people see it, the more it can generate interest and understanding. What's important is to lock it, store it, and out of sight. And with that, I think we'll go to questions.
So I'd like to invite each of the panelists up to the stage. Doesn't make any difference to me. It's not real hot for you. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. And then if there are any audience questions, if you want to raise your hand. And
Yes, the questions that I had, I was talking with a neighbor who had a pistol stolen out of his truck. And that in San Antonio, they know to target trucks to get guns. And his pistol was not locked up. And I suggested, he said he carries it all the time. And I suggested a gun storage box in his truck. He told me that he had one in the past that somebody in a few seconds opened with a crowbar. I looked online and there are some that claim to be more secure. They have the little ledge around so it's hard to pry them open. If anybody can comment on that, I would appreciate it.
Is it okay if I do it, or do y'all want to do it? Yes. Can y'all hear this, or is it not working? It's not. There we go. Let's try this one. How's that? Yeah, theft is on the rise. There's no question, and especially in vehicles. I mean, it is a big concern right now, especially with a lot of law enforcement agencies. And actually, I was just at a crime prevention association meeting, and this was one of the topics that was brought up and that we talked a lot about. There are devices that go inside of cars. They have ones that are made specifically that you can get for the brand that you have, that is made specifically for that console that goes inside there. Those range, though, are quite expensive. I'm going to say it's anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 for one of those. When we gave away the lock boxes that we did at the Austin Public Safety Fair that we did for the first time, it had a cable that goes into it, and the cable could go through down to the bottom of the box, and you could actually lock it. So you would have the box in there, plus the cable would be connecting around the other side. I'm going to tell you a quick story. This is a story that I heard too. This is somebody that I know who got his firearms stolen as well. He had a tracker device on the bag that he had when the firearms got stolen. And he thought for sure, because of the fact that he had that tracker on that bag, that he would be able to get his firearms back. Well, he called the police. The police said yes, but they said, we can, and he knew exactly where his firearms were. He knew exactly where the house was. He knew where the guns were. And the most the police could do was go knock on the door and say to the people, do you have these firearms? We have traced this tracker here. They could not do anything other than that because a tracker is not considered a reliable source. And so they are not allowed to do anything further with it. So here were a gun that was stolen. We knew the house that it was in, and yet law enforcement's hands are tied to even do anything about that. That is a world that we are living in.
With that said, did they tell you what would be considered a reliable source as far as that?
They would have to have video camera footage of him actually committing the crime in front of his home, because this happened by in front of his home. So he needed a video camera to show that the gun, have video footage of the guy actually doing the crime.
And there are locking devices that have the tracker built into the lock, which is a more reliable source than an AirTag.
Correct. Sorry.
Is it working?
There you go.
There we go. Well, I don't have on my white coat and I don't have on my military uniform either. And that's what I want to speak to is a lot of wounded soldiers walking around in the suicide rate that you hear on probably every 15 minutes on TV. The Veterans Administration program is supposed to have in every veterans facility now, even some psych hospital like in Kerrville or someplace like that, they're free gun locks. I just want everybody to remember that. You can go and get gun locks for pistols and other weapons.
We work with the VA as well. I didn't really say that in, I was limited time, but that picture that I showed you of the veterans group that was in East Texas that requested gun locks, we have a contact out there with the VA that's an outreach woman, and with her. So what we did on that to provide them the gun locks, for every gun lock we gave, the VA gave one as well. So we matched the gun locks. So they actually ended up getting over 100 gun locks at the facility because we supplied, 50 of them, and the VA supplied the other 50. And even when we did our proclamations in Fort Worth, that same VA, that outreach woman that we have a very good connection with, she showed up to make sure that we had the support for her at the proclamation reading.
Well, I got a handful from the VA.
Oh, yeah.
I keep them with me
They're
in case I run into a family member.
If you can use the microphone when you talk, because there's an online presence and they can't hear. Okay, sorry. And then also up here. Yeah.
Well, I was just saying that I got a bunch of gun locks free from the VA, but I keep them with me because I do a lot of work with veterans trying to get their appointments set up and things like that and get transportation for them. So I'm handing them out myself, and the VA will let you do that. So.
Yes, the VA has, like I said, they have also, we partnered with the VA more than once. And yes, they have also provided some gun locks for us too as well.
Thank you. I appreciate all the presentations and the graphics that you use to provide information. It's well done by each of the speakers. I wanted to speak to the point that about coming together, because what this group is all about is diversity on the same point, and most of all coming together. And the question is how that can be accomplished in terms of a media center coordination, bringing it all together, because that united we stand. And I think if the election turns in a way that we have a former football coach and our member, that's going to be his first assignment, gun safety. And coming together is what will make the difference.
Thank you. Over here.
I don't have a question. I have a friendly PSA to help us all hear each other throughout the day. There's two types of microphones. There's something called a cardioid mic, which is what this is. You have to talk directly into it. And then there's omnidirectional mics, which hear everything around it. If you do this, you can't hear it. If you do this, you can hear it. So that's just to help us all hear each other.
And then I have one question for Claudia. How are local governments and school boards in Texas taking action to promote Be Smart and secure storage?
You just gave me instructions. So yes, so in June of last year, Governor Abbott signed into law Texas House Bill 3, which added, among other things, effective September 1st, 2023, Section 37.222, resources on firearm storage to the Texas Education Code. And it basically requires public school districts and open enrollment charter schools to distribute to all parents and guardians information on safe firearm storage that's provided by the School Safety Center and the Texas DPS. So the thing to know about House Bill 3 and that requirement is that districts are required to use that information from DPS, which is called Keep 'em Safe. But it doesn't have to be the exclusive source of information. They can leverage other secure storage information like Be Smart, like the Lock Arms for Life information as supplements to the requirement under HB 3. And we have Be Smart volunteers, just like me, just like the presentation I delivered, that can show up and deliver this presentation to community groups and also table and distribute information and free gun locks as well. And I'm aware that some cities and counties have had local proclamations on gun safety, including my community, to help spread awareness in the communities. And as far as school boards, we've shown up to give public comment and really keep our school boards accountable to compliance. And really, we seek above and beyond compliance. We want them, to use every avenue at their disposal, every channel at their disposal, to distribute this information. It's, in our view, it's not good enough to just send an email or to include a little blurb in a digital newsletter. We have volunteers who have advocated and partnered with school districts to record a podcast and videos and other engaging ways to distribute this life-saving information.
Thank you.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
So with our grant through the Office of Violence Prevention, we've been supplying the Austin Independent School District with safe storage literature for about over 3 years now. And we probably provided them with over 50,000 pieces of safe storage literature that they've been able to put into backpacks. These are usually the underprivileged kids who can't afford to have backpacks and school supplies. And each year that was ranging between 13,000 and 15,000 students that were in those districts that didn't have backpacks or school supplies. And so we sponsor the school's events, and so that we could actually put that material inside there. Then we would attend their in-person back-to-school batches and hand out gun locks. And at each of those events, we would do anywhere from 100 to 150 gun locks that we would hand out into the community during that event. We just expanded that. We're now with Lake Travis has put our information as a resource at their school. And then we've also just got into Manor, and I think we're about ready to get into Pflugerville. So we've been working very hard to make sure that we let the schools know that we're here. They can list us as a resource. In fact, even on the AISD, they did a newsletter that they sent to parents and leaders. And in that newsletter, we ended up getting a request from parents to our website, and I think we mailed out. Again, we mail gun locks. We don't just send them. If somebody sends us a request, we mail it to their home. And I think we got over 120 requests for gun locks for the mailing just by being in their newsletter.
Thank you. And I just want to, as a moderator, I'm going to insert a comment. One lost opportunity in a lot of cases, for those of you who are parents or connected with school boards, when there are these lockdown drills and you get email notifications or there's a threat of some sort, one thing that I would really like to see is a comment in there about, hey, by the way, let's do secure storage. So not only notifying people, but putting an extra plug in just to keep hammering that message so people might actually take action. And okay, last question. This has to be brief because I'm running over. So one of my questions for each of our panelists is, in 1 or 2 sentences, what is the pearl that you hope each of the audience members will take home from your work or your presentation?
I'll start. I want to just continue to say you have to join forces. I mean, we show up at a lot of these meetings. We leave here saying what we're going to do. It's now take action and do something. And so, as I've said, we're a national organization. We're also a global organization. And our goal through our network of coalitions around the country is to become members and to join forces in working with all of you. I think the legislator here in the room, to give up her entire day, speaks volumes. And as much as we want to distribute information to children and to parents, we have to really do a better job of advocating for that change together.
If you take anything away from Be Smart, hopefully it's the T, tell somebody. It's such an important message and something easy that we can all do to spread the message and create awareness on something that's totally preventable. And going back to the doctor's comment about coming together, I have no ego about safe storage. In fact, I live in Pflugerville, and I let my local safety people know, that there is Be Smart, that there is Lock Arms for Life, and I think it's incredible how far we can go if we don't care who gets the credit. We just want to save lives.
Again, what I want to leave with, sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. And I just want everybody, again, you all have the power to be a superhero in this room. You all have the power to go ahead and share this message. And again, we want all of you to know, save the day, lock it away.
And just a final comment, you heard it actually in different ways from all three of the panelists. If this is your first venture into gun violence prevention, all of these organizations, there's Scathe Kids in Austin, there's Lock Arms for Life, and then there's Be Smart. But we welcome volunteers. There's a lot of different ways to get involved in this movement. You can work from home spreading this message. You can go out on your own and just start having conversations with the person sitting next to you at the football game or whatever. But just start having the conversations and jump in. This is the time to take action, and we welcome you. We encourage people to join in, and it feels really good to have these conversations and know that you're doing something even when these events keep happening over and over. It is my saving grace in those moments to know that, okay, I'm already doing this work. How can I get more to join us? So anyway, thank you to our panelists. You did a fabulous job. And
Thank you so much, Dr. Davenport, and our panelists. And with that, we're going to transition into our very next panel, which is our youth panel. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce the moderator of that panel, which is Jasir Rahman. Jasir is a senior at Rice University and a member of Team Enough, representing Brady United Against Gun Violence in Houston. After a loaded gun made its way onto his high school's campus in 2018, Jasir advocated for increased firearm education for parents and guardians of minors in Kentucky. Jasir is working to expand Team Enough and Brady's efforts in states like Texas, where corrupt politicians and an entrenched culture have impeded efforts at gun reform, even though policies such as raising the age and universal background checks have broad public support in the state. To this end, he is working with the Texas Gun Sense to mobilize young people for the Texas Majority to Prevent Gun Violence Advocacy Day next February. And with that, Jasir.
We don't have enough chairs for our panelists, so I'm gonna add one real quick. So give me a moment, sorry. Ooh. Thank you for bearing with me. Yeah, as y'all heard, my name is Jasir. I'm a senior at Rice University, and first of all, I just want to thank our previous panelists, Claudia, Lisa, Tareen, and Dr. Davenport for just all of their work, because it's so important to talk about safe storage and culture, because by the end of this next panel, one person under 18 will have died from family fire or having access to an unsecured firearm. One person, and odds are it's going to be in Texas, because Texas has the most of those youth deaths. So that work is so important, and I just want to thank them again for doing all that work and speaking to that. And I also want to thank Jaime and Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility for having me and for having a youth panel, because, you know, this issue, as we've heard time and time again today, gun violence is the #1 killer of kids. It's the #1 killer of people under the age of 19. And it's really important that we're elevated, because we have had a completely different experience from a lot of our previous generations. And unfortunately, we've often lacked having a seat at the table. So I'm happy to have brought a seat up to the table, and also to be here to help moderate and give some voices to our next set of panelists, who I will introduce now. So first is Sami Beg, who is a co-executive director of March for Our Lives Houston and a chapter president of Junior State of America. And y'all feel free to come up here and, yeah, thank you. So thank you, Sami. Next, Serena Ray, a senior at Austin High School and the founder of Austin Youth Gun Violence Awareness, who's also an intern at Texas Gun Sense. Next is Faith Mata, who is the sister of Tess Mata, who lost her life in the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and she is now working as an assistant to the section director for oversight and accountability at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Next is Asha Papadi, who is a passionate advocate for political change and community safety, deeply involved in efforts to combat gun violence in Texas. He has just started his time at University of Texas, Austin, and is also a member of SEAT, Students Engaged in Advancing Texas. Sorry, I always get that mixed up. So thank you, Asha. And then finally, Ritika Pradhatur, who is a fourth-year medical student at the Ritika Pradhatur, who is a fourth-year medical student at the Long School of Medicine at UT Health San Antonio. She's interested in pediatrics, critical care, injury prevention, and adolescent medicine. And she's also working to help improve the discussions about safe storage and firearm health as a public health issue within the discipline of medicine. So thank you. So just to get started off as a general question for everyone, is yesterday the White House announced executive orders relating to firearm prevention, firearm violence prevention, but it also covered the issue of like trauma within schools, specifically relating to lockdown drills that have been recently put in place. And a lot of politicians, like a lot of Texan politicians in particular, have thought that increasing lockdown drills, hardening our schools, and arming teachers is the way that we can prevent this, not common sense gun solutions. So as young people who have recently been in high school or are in college, or just in the academic institutions now, what would make you guys safe? How do you feel about these policies that these politicians are putting forward? Just an open question.
Okay, hi, I'm Serena Ray. I actually am a high school student right now. I attend Austin High School, and on Wednesday we were faced with a gun and bomb threat that forced all of us into a lockdown, a real lockdown, not a drill this time. I was in my English class, and in my opinion, we should have continued learning about Frankenstein and literary techniques and not learn how to hide in a corner properly, silent, afraid, and not knowing the truth behind what is going on. As students, we are forced into many drills such as lockdowns, secures, and holds.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yes, sorry. As students, we are forced into many different types of drills such as holds, lockdowns, and secures. We don't know the reality behind a lot of the stuff that we are being forced into. A lot of students are desensitized. A lot of students don't understand the reality that was faced upon us because we've lived in this reality for our whole lives. A lot of students expect that our schools can remain safe. A lot of students don't understand that when a gun is brought to campus or when they make a threat, that there are real implications behind this choice. As a student, and especially as a high schooler, I feel that our schools should not even be forced into this situation. I feel that our schools should continue to learn English or math or science and not learn how to hide properly in a corner in the face of a threat. I urge any legislators, advocators, anybody who is here that is contributing to this conversation to continue to advocate for change to keep our schools safe so that we can continue to learn, not learn how to properly continue through a drill. These drills that we are faced with are traumatic. We have teachers come by and knock the doors and different things. We don't understand, and a lot of us are so desensitized. I urge everybody to continue to change this narrative, as it is not a reality that I feel we should be forced into.
I'm Faith. My sister was Tess Marie Mata. She lost her life in the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde, Texas. I do believe that reaching out to your legislative people, your politicians, and letting them know what the actual problem is that's going on. Because I do think these conversations need to be started. I feel like it has started a lot with the youth, and it's become a topic of conversation within our generation. But I feel like it kind of lost touch as the older generations. Mass shootings weren't as common during y'all's times, and I think it's become so common to us that we're just so used to it every single day. However, the Robb Elementary shooting, our shooter was 18. If there would have been a legislative bill for him to be 21 to purchase an assault weapon, would my sister still be here today? And I think that's a question that we ask ourselves over and over. And I think just making sure that we are knowledgeable of gun violence and making sure that us as youth and as this new generation that's up and coming, we are also informing the older generations who may not be as informed as we are, because this is our everyday lives, and it was my sister's life.
Yeah, so speaking to that piece, I mean, I think I just would love to hear about how you guys have reflected on gun violence, how it's impacted your mental health, and also how we can kind of discuss mental health in the context of gun violence, both as something that it's like it impacts because of like the pervasive threat, but also how it impacts, you know, how people interact with firearms and how people interact with like lethal means, for example.
I think a lot of times when it comes to having relations with people who have experienced gun violence in the past, it can be very easy to sort of sideline or not really understand completely the effects of gun violence and the effects of trauma that it has on kids. Sorry, I'm Sami. I was a co-executive director for Martrellis Houston, and I was a Giffords Courage Fellow. And part of our fellowship program was to meet with advocates all over the nation. Many of my co-fellows had survived the shooting at UMichigan. And I specifically remember one day we were in Washington, D.C., we were touring the Capitol, and there were some kids playing outside. And I was walking with one of my co-fellows, she's from Colorado, and I saw her like, there were some kids playing outside, they were screaming, you know, having fun, just like things that you would like really experience on a daily basis, right? And I saw her sort of shut down, and I'm like, are you okay? Like, what's happening? And she said, it's really triggering my PTSD right now. And that wasn't something I had considered before. And just before we were having a conversation about how diverse the age groups are in this conversation. And I just want to recognize that, like Faith and Serena just talked about, shootings were not really a daily reality for millennials and for people who are of the older generation now. And now that they are, we're all sort of going through this together and learning about how to deal with trauma, how to move forward, how to recognize trauma. And I think we all have a responsibility in this conversation to educate ourselves about how to take care of our kids, how to create better communities and support networks. And the onus is not on one specific age group, but it's on all of us to make sure that we move forward and we formulate better communities and support networks.
Continuing with that health piece, I hope y'all can hear me, but continuing with that health piece, I think I just wanted to, we've talked about extensively today. Obviously, we're here with many physicians. That's kind of the sponsoring group of this convening today. And we've also talked a lot about how gun violence is the #1 cause of death in the context of public health. And recently, there's been a big shift towards public health as sort of this lens through which we view gun violence, not as a political issue or criminal justice. And so specifically for Ritika, who's a med student and has worked on this as a public health issue, I just wanted to get your perspective on how things have recently changed and how young people and how physicians in particular have driven this new wave of like public health approach to gun violence prevention. And a little bit about your work as well, of course.
Hello, so I'm Ritika. I'm a fourth-year medical student at the UT Health Science Center in San Antonio. We definitely see the increasing trends of firearm violence at our institution and within our hospital, which is the Safety Net Hospital for the city of San Antonio. So we admit an average of 1.5 patients per day for firearm-related injuries. And for children, the numbers of patients that we've admitted for firearm-related injuries has doubled since 2018. So in light of this, we've created a firearm injury prevention curriculum. And a big part of that is the Bullet Points framework. So Bullet Points is an organization that specifically talks about how to counsel patients and families on secure storage. So that is really the big initiative that we have currently. We're really trying to encourage medical students and residents to feel more comfortable talking about this with patients and with their families, the patients' families. And we also have free gun locks available within our trauma bay and our trauma clinics. And just making sure that residents and medical students and attendings know that those are there, so they can provide them to families and patients as well. And then I know currently they're really working on a hospital-based violence intervention program. So these have been around a little bit over the last like 10 or 15 years, but we currently didn't have one. So essentially there's an early intervention when there's a patient who presents with firearm injury, and that's just the beginning. So there's like long-term services where someone will follow them. There's a lot of counseling associated with that. There's community members that are involved. So really trying to prevent violence from occurring. So that's something that I'm excited about, and I know that they're working on at our hospital. And I think in general, a lot of the attendings, residents, and medical students, like we know that this is a problem, and we know that counseling is something that we should be doing. So just trying to bridge the gap between that understanding and then actually being able to do it in person, like finding the time for it, knowing what resources to connect patients and families to. And so I think things are starting to change. We're definitely have more like signage also about safe storage, secure storage, and more resources that are just available. So yeah, I think hopefully, we'll continue working on those efforts and really talking to as many medical students and residents as we can.
So next question, I want to specifically start with Arshia and then kind of move around, but I think obviously all of you guys have done some sort of mobilization with young people in particular through your organizations. And I just want to ask, what strategies you feel like are most effective at mobilizing young people? And what tools can we use in order to help elevate that youth voice?
Absolutely. My name's Arshia Popetti, and I'm a sophomore at the University of Texas at Austin, as well as a member of Students Engaged in Advancing Texas. And really on the point of mobilization, I think the core of my work is really focusing on the fact that youth don't really have a lot of voice in politics and in policy, or a seat at the table. And I think the best way to mobilize youth, to mobilize students and stakeholders directly impacted by gun violence, in large part being the number one leading cause of death for children in the U.S., is to really show them that they are the stakeholders and that they are the voices of power in these issues going forward in politics. And one of the ways that we've been able to do that is really engaging on the ground level, really speaking with individual students, with people who have gone through these traumatic experiences or who know friends who have gone through these traumatic experiences, and telling them, is this something that you want to see continue? What do you want the future of your community to look like? I think that's the biggest motivator of being able to get that realization that you have that element of power to shape the future and to then be able to put that to use. And I think that's something that we do really effectively at SEAT, trying to collect youth together in a movement of bringing youth voice to the table on these issues. And something that I would love to see more implementation of going forward, with more youth coming up and speaking out about these issues.
Okay, hi again. So I want to touch a little bit on something that I feel is super important for kids and youth, especially at the high school, middle school age. So I first wanted to just preface this by saying that ever since I was a little kid, I've been amazed with art, and I've always done art, whether it's been finger painting, drawing Barbie dolls on the paper. I've did all sorts of different things. But for some kids, that was music. For some kids, that was writing. For some kids, that was speaking. every kid has something that they're interested in. And so in my organization, a key part of what I've been working to do is creating methods for students to express themselves and advocate for their voices that might not be as overt as speaking to their legislators. I organized an art gallery of over 8 advocacy artworks created by myself and my peers that advocate for policy change through just something as simple as a drawing or a painting. The same can be said for those who are musicians, who are writers. We need to create a space for youth to be able to uplift their voices from whatever background they come from, whether they are bright enough or open enough to be able to speak in front of a panel or in front of legislators, or whether they want to create an artwork or write a piece of a poem or write a piece of music. Whatever that be, we need to create a space for kids of any background to be able to use their voice. Beyond this, another huge component is creating resources that are accessible at every level, whether this is breaking down any sort of policy that might be difficult to understand at a super easy level through a social media post or an article, whether that is spreading the message about resources such as toolkits for parents to be able to promote safe storage techniques. We need to create the information of gun violence prevention and gun safety at a more accessible level, whether that be through artistic expression, creativity, or something as simple as a policy report. It doesn't have to be hard to spread information to students and to youth to mobilize their voices.
I think two really essential advocacy methods that really work for youth, in my opinion. So first and foremost, I think it's legislative advocacy. Like Serena was talking about, youth have the ability to speak for themselves. Sometimes they just need to be taught how, or need to be shown, what method to take whenever they need to advocate for themselves. We care about issues. We just need to learn what avenues we need to take in order to implement the change that we want. So my junior year of high school, I got to, I researched a bill about the boyfriend loop law. I got to work with Representative Goodwin, and we were able to file this bill for March for Lives Houston, and it received a hearing, and that was insane for our organization because we hadn't approached the Texas legislature before. That was a process that, I'm not even joking, I had to teach myself through online tutorials. I went on Giffords, I found the law, I sent a little email to the office, to a bunch of offices, and was I expecting a response? No, but I got one, and we were able to show up. I was able to bring someone from a South Asian domestic violence shelter, a representative from them, to be able to tell their story at the state capitol, and that was the first time I actually stepped in the state capitol. So we were very proud that happened, and while it was a very rewarding experience in of itself, the most rewarding aspect of that was being able to teach that process to my other advocates back at March for Lives Houston, and now we're going to be here at the state capitol this upcoming year to advocate again. So I think it's very important that we make sure that legislative advocacy and resources surrounding those aspects of advocacy are available to students, because we are so capable of being able to advocate ourselves. On that same note, social media is such a huge avenue when it comes to advocating for our generation. Gen Z is super interconnected. Like Serena was talking about her strengths with arts. Gen Z is so good at art. I'm not even joking. Our social media presence is huge. March for Our Lives runs a national Instagram account with, I believe, over 300,000 followers, and a huge strength of theirs is to be able to work with students who are actually on the ground, who are in schools, who experience school shootings, and they teach them to, be able to speak for themselves. And I think one really important aspect of that is making sure that you give students platforms, or that you create platforms for yourself. March for Our Lives gave a bunch of Texas students a platform they quoted them on social media. They got them on camera to be able to talk about their experiences, and their social media engagement grew from that. So I think having raw narratives and being able to empower people who have real stories is so important. So yeah, just make sure that we engage with young people, because we do know how to speak for ourselves. Thank you.
I think I just truly want to emphasize starting a conversation with youth. So recently, I was a congressional intern in DC, and within my external program that I was accepted through, I was in a cohort of 36 others. Those 36 are among the prestigious Latino leaders, youth of tomorrow, and many of them are here in DC advocating for something that they believed in. And many of these Latino leaders weren't really informed much on gun violence, and they didn't understand how it was happening or why it continued to happen. So I was one of the only ones there where my big issue of advocacy was gun violence, and I was the only one in the room of 36. And through my time there, I took my time to share my story, my sister's story, and let them know that this is a conversation that needs to be done by us. Because if we're not sharing it and if we're not talking about it in our ledge offices, if we're not talking about it in our nonprofits, I feel like it's simple to say that nothing is ever really going to get done. And I truly believe it's having those conversations. I think even another conversation to have is it's a hard conversation to have, but I think having it with your younger kids, because that was never a conversation we thought we needed to have with Tess on how to be prepared for a school shooting, on what to do if someone breaks into your school. And the sad reality is that is something that needs to be talked about, because I feel that that's a big regret of mine and my parents, is that we let Tess be a kid, we let her go to school, but we never told her that you could be scared in your classroom and you could lose your life. And I think that was one of our biggest regrets, is that we didn't have that conversation with her. So I truly think conversation about gun violence, conversation on how it affects families, conversation on how it's affecting our youth, how it's even affecting our older generations. So I just truly think that we need to start there.
We're getting into about the last 15 minutes, so if folks in the audience have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. We also have some for our online folks who are here with us. First of all, thank you for being here and bearing through all the technical issues, but if you have any questions, please feel free to put those in the chat as well. Looks like we got a hand up there. Oh. Or were you asking a question?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
No
Yeah,
worries.
Go ahead.
Hi guys. I wanted to just ask, honestly, all of y'all are very young. Probably closer to y'all's age more than I'm sure more other people are here today. But I really just wanted to ask, especially after that last note you made, how can we kind of like address the level of seriousness that gun violence really has, with the level of unseriousness that a lot of fellow students, I'm sure, have about the topic? Because like you said, not a lot of people are aware. So like, what do you think is probably the best way to go about really expressing how serious of an issue this is to y'all's fellow classmates, who I'm sure at times when they hear about it, they don't think anything, and more often than not, I'm sure they make jokes rather than taking this serious conversation to heart. So like, what are y'all's, I guess, comments on how to basically best address your fellow students?
I can jump in. Also, I'm gonna do handheld now. I think it's better for me. But yeah, I think I can jump in. I think that, my brother. Oh Lord, I keep on pressing things. My brother is in high school, or he just graduated high school, and I recently was reached out to by somebody who was at his high school who wanted to start a chapter with Team Enough, which is Brady's youth organization that I'm affiliated with. And unfortunately, I think as all of us have mentioned, gun violence has only increased among young people. I keep on seeing in my own life, I'm surprised, on the first day of classes, as was mentioned earlier, Andrea Villa Rodriguez was killed, and I was about 20 yards from her dorm when they found her body and sent out a text, right? Which was awful. And then the next week, I go back home to Kentucky. First of all, I find out that there was a shooting a block from my house, and then there was a mass shooting on I-75 as I was driving down to my home, and the shooter was at large for multiple days. Schools had to be shut down because of that threat. This epidemic is impacting us at more and more of a community level, and I think that there's two things that could come about from this. Number one is that, like, you know, you just feel numb to the problem, especially as youth. You have to, you know, really be, you know, you have to find ways to cope. But the other thing is that people take it more seriously now that they figure out that it's something that's around them. And not everyone's going to do that. But if you're able to identify folks, bring them into your network and show people that they can make change, because that's the other thing too, is young people have been shut out from the conversation for so long. If you can't vote, if you can't run for office, if you feel like your voice isn't going to be heard, you're not going to raise it because you're going to think it's too much effort. But the work that we do here, I think, is so important to bring more youth into our conversation and show people that you can make a change. You can go to the Capitol, have your voice heard, and you can feel empowered through that. And I think that our generation has really had to struggle through a lot of that numbness, and increasingly so. But the only way that we're going to be able to bring people into our net is if we open it up. And so just continuing that work and showing people that we can make a change, and partnering with, you know, the adults in the room who do have the power to make a change, like Vicki Goodwin, who's helped us, you know, to make sure that our voices are heard at the highest level is so important. So I think those partnerships are really important, and just continuing at the work, because I've been so inspired by the demonstrations after Parkland and how many people we were able to bring into our net. So I think you just got to keep on out that work. And you're not going to bring everyone in, but if you can bring in just one person to help change someone's mind, that can grow exponentially.
So y'all mentioned a disconnect between youth and older generations, and I was just wondering if y'all have experienced that within your own families, and if so, how have those conversations played out, and do you feel heard?
I do think there is a bit of a disconnect. I think from personal experience, it's just me and my parents now. So I do think there is certain frustration that I have. But I also think don't want to say it's coming from like a youth, like wanting to get out there and wanting to do something and take a stand. Because at first I was like that and my parents weren't. They kind of just wanted to, rightfully so, they wanted to stay home. They wanted to grieve. They didn't want to go to work. But I think it's making sure, I think I tried to do it in the most respectful way and telling them that Tess has no voice. We have to be her voice. So I think to say it to the adults is there's many people who have lost their voice. There's many people who cannot speak on what they have gone through. So I think by stepping up and speaking on behalf of them, I think that's the best we can do. And I think it's just having that connection with your parents and having that conversation with them as well. I know it was hard for my family, and it's going to be hard having those conversations, but it's a conversation that needs to happen.
Before we get to our next audience question in person, I just want to honor a question from somebody in the chat, Mike Russell, kind of speaking on that note, Faith. He asked, how would you like to see us fight for change while honoring Tessa's life? And what are the most tangible ways that we can all affect change? And I guess specifically too, how does your status as a survivor impact your work?
I think it's meaningful. It means something to me. And I also think I had a disconnect with myself because I graduated college, I left for an internship, now I'm a full-time working adult, and it's like the advocacy stopped. And I felt lost, and I felt like maybe this is how my parents felt. But someone had mentioned earlier in the panel saying that advocacy doesn't just stop. You can do it from home. You can do it wherever you are. And I think just by me, myself, even being here today, coming and speaking, if maybe it's just once out of the year, but just being a voice, using social media as a platform, I truly believe that that is the best way that I can honor my sister, is still continuing to speak about her any chance that I get. But I think it's also a reality for us survivors is that time keeps moving. Time doesn't stop. So we have to move with time as well.
You can get mine. How about that? Thank you guys for sharing your stories and everything you guys are doing as advocate. As you mentioned, a lot of us here are of generations that were not as affected, and your generation and subsequent generations are affected at a higher number than we were. What can we do to help your advocacy and help raise your voices to make the world and our community safer for you all and the next generations?
Thank you for that question. I think on that note, youth, of course, are the ones who are being more affected nowadays around the issue of gun violence, and there's that disconnect generationally. However, I think we need to keep in mind that we're all members of a shared community and a shared society. So if we want to see change and if we want to see a betterment for youth and for future generations and those that come after us even, I think it's something that regardless of the extent to which anyone is a stakeholder in this or someone directly affected by this, we can all advocate together and we can all take action together to really make sure that we get rid of these issues that are prevalent and pervasive in our schools, in our societies, in our homes. And I think also on that note, older generations can really impact the work that youth are doing, the work that we're doing to uplift our voices and uplift these issues through our voices to the political fields, to the policy fields, by empowering students, empowering youth, and really focusing on how youth are coming out to make it known that this is an issue affecting us and it's an issue that needs to have change. I think regardless to whether or not you've personally been affected or if you know someone affected, I think there's always a way that you can help engage in shared community to take action.
I think something that's really important in this conversation as well is recognizing that while we should open young people to resources, young people are also resources themselves. We bring a perspective that is super important when it comes to conversations like these. Sorry, my voice is hoarse. So I think we are stakeholders that a lot of us can't vote yet, but we know our situation the best, right? So what can we keep on doing to make sure that young people feel safer in our communities, I think is making sure that we have more events like this, right? Where we have people who are literally panelists on a discussion in front of healthcare professionals, government officials. These conversations are so important. And like Faith mentioned, like sometimes they can be difficult, right? But we are a target audience for a lot of the bills that are being passed, and we have a stake in our own future. So making sure that we invest resources and also understand that young people are resources is super important. And I think one example of this, I work for the Harris County Safe Schools Commission. We are in charge of creating school safety recommendations for the third most populous county in the nation. So one really important aspect of our board is including student representatives. My sophomore year when I started, I just needed to be there to be like, no, this actually wouldn't be an initiative that would resonate with young people. And having young people at the table was so important in that scenario, because had there not been, then who would have spoken up? Who would have said something? Who would have called something out? You know what I mean? So I think it's really important that we have young people pull up to the table and that we have a seat for them so that they're able to talk about their experiences.
So I have a 13-year-old granddaughter, and at her school, they do not tell them it is a drill when they have a lockdown drill. So it is very reliably reported to us that she was highly traumatized. You can see her shaking when she comes out of school. Any test that she's had the rest of the day, she fails. We've taken her to see a counselor. That's helped a little bit. Any other ideas on what might be able to help her?
Well, first of all, I'd like to start off by saying that that's a horrible practice. Definitely not very helpful at all. And I think on that note, really, I think it's ensuring that she knows she's loved and to make sure that she's comfortable. I think that is just a sense of PTSD, that it's real trauma, fearing for your life and thinking you're about to be killed. Definitely that's something that's really hard to get past. But I think that is something that school, and any school that does that, I know there's many schools that bring in police to simulate a shooting as well. I think all of those tactics, things to try and prepare for the worst, really just embeds more trauma and more hurt onto students that is not needed. And I think really if that is happening, that should be investigated and an end should be put to that. And I hope that anyone who is in power here to be able to do that can take action on that. Unfortunately, I don't think I would have any conclusive best steps for further aid in that situation.
There we go. Okay. So you've spoken and laid claim, as you justifiably can, to the media, to the electronic communication media, which my generation created, and I was directly involved in that process. And you've spoken to how it serves as a support for all of you and how you can use it to your benefit. But my question is about the dark end of that, what the media can convey. For example, there's been a dramatic rise in the death of young girls by suicide as a result of things that have happened on the media. And so my question is, what resources can you or have you developed that actually oppose the demonic side of this, that promotes violence? I mean, it's something to think about, because I think if we're gonna fix this problem, we have to do both. We have to support each other, but there has to be some way to dispel the negative messages and the damage that they can do to individuals who are young and still developing what they're going to do with their life.
Are you asking, like, what, are you saying that there's violent web pages out there that you would have access to that is affecting the girls?
Yes.
I think as far as social media, I think it's being aware as a youth and knowing that there are certain pages out there that are resourceful. And it's knowing that if you want to become educated on gun violence and become educated on certain topics, it's finding those resources on social media. And I honestly think that's just the best advice I could give. I know from my personal experience, if I want to become educated on something, I do my research. I find those social media pages, I find those web pages in which are able to give me the correct information I need.
I think the reality is that social media is a very powerful tool, and this can go both ways. I think, in my opinion, the two issues of spreading awareness and threats are two kind of separate issues when it comes to social media, because there is such benefit to social media for youth to quickly access information or resources, because the reality is a lot of students don't have news apps downloaded on their phones. They don't search elsewhere for their news. So sometimes having something as easy as being able to click a link to access a resource, whether that be a suicide prevention toolkit or something that promotes preventing incidents from happening, that's one of the most useful aspects of social media. But that is not to discount that there is a dangerous, hard reality behind social media. And a lot of the threats that are coming about are coming from social media and online platforms. And it's less of, in my opinion, an issue of the combination of those two, but those two ideas in my head are separate. So as far as threats and other things to that extent go, there definitely, in my opinion, needs to be changes to things like algorithms and dangerous information from spreading. There needs to be prevention much quicker for incidents like that. But I don't think that as a whole we should discount the power of social media, because for so many, and a lot of the work that I do, the only time that I do reach real students is from social media. So I think sometimes while it is a dangerous tool, it also can be very powerful in igniting and mobilizing students if we go about it the correct way.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, just one last round of applause. Thank you. I think that's a great end. Note to end it on. So thank you again to our panelists for all the work that they do, and thank you in the audience for all of your questions. Next up, I've had this slide up for about half the presentation. I'm not Dr. Archie Blyer. I will present to you Dr. Archie Blyer.
That standing ovation wasn't enough. This is hard to imagine doing anything better. It's clearly the next speaker. This was the highlight. I have to say, everybody on the table, Jasser, Sami, Serena, Faith, Marsha, and Rathika, you are it. You're our future, and you said it better than we can ever do again today. So thank you incredibly. I mean, I had to say that because as a pediatrician, young adult oncologist, adolescent oncologist, now a public health researcher, this is it. Everything else is anticlimactic, including the thing on the screen. I'm serious. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jasser. Thank you to our youth panel. Thank you, Dr. Blair. I just wanted to hop on here and let y'all know that it's time for a much needed coffee and stretch your legs break. Just wrap up those conversations. Please take a seat. Thank you. While everyone's getting seated, I'll go ahead and formally introduce our next speaker, who you've met already, Dr. Blair. Dr. Blair is a clinical research professor in radiation medicine at the Knight Cancer Institute at the Oregon Health and Science University, professor of pediatrics at McGovern Medical School of the University of Texas, and a collaborator of the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation at the University of Washington. One of his peer-reviewed publications on public health, of which he is particularly proud, is titled Increased Rate of Unintentional Firearm Deaths in Youngest Americans, Firearm Prevalence and COVID-19 Pandemic Implications, which was published in the Journal of the National Medical Association in 2021. He has devoted 5 decades to clinical research, during which he has been the recipient of more than $85 million in grants as a principal investigator and an author of more than 300 original reports in a bona fide peer-reviewed medical journals. Recently, he has focused his research on firearm violence, cannabis opioid life expectancy, and overdiagnosis issues in the United States. And for personal benefit, care of his dog Teddy, swimming, walking, and golf. And with that, Dr. Blair. And you can either use
Yeah. Teddy's also the person who's helping Anne fly back and forth in all various places, so Teddy's very important. Oh, can't hear me. Okay, testing. Chancellor, thank you. Okay, thank you for the introduction again, Yama. You can see what's on the screen, but more importantly, there are 4 of us who worked on the research together, and we've published 3 articles, one just a couple of weeks ago. The first one was in 2021 on the increasing rate of unintentional or accidental firearm deaths in youngest Americans, and I'll show you the data. By young, I mean the youngest. Second was pediatric benefit in retrospect of the federal assault weapons ban and why it was allowed to terminate, expire by statute the way it was originally set up is hard to imagine in retrospect. And there's an obvious way we can improve on that as a rationale in a more effective ban. And then the most recent was, and we can talk about this, Ricardo, if we have a little more time, because I did take the vote this morning, the issue of mental health and whether we can blame the problem on the United States mental health challenge. I'll try to remember to come back to that. Put your hand up if we don't. Well, it's okay. So the 4 of us are musketeers, if you want, co-conspirators, but none of us have any conflicts of interest, either financial or in any commercial way, to be part of this effort. And that disclaimer always has to be provided to every speaker, by every speaker, and researcher, epidemiologists, etc., involved in this program. I will stop for questions and comments at 3 or 4 points during the program after each subject material. And you'll see this purple or bluish outline, and at the top, questions, comments, for you to ask questions, and we should have that one and only effective microphone working available. We got more than 1 now, or is it still 1? We got 2, okay. So I'll allow you to comment, question. So I'm going to take the Surgeon General's, the United States Surgeon General's report, advisory, and work through the 3 most chosen votes this morning. And we'll start with require safe, secure firearm storage, including child access prevention laws. So now we go back to our report in the Journal of the National Medical Association in 2021 to deal with the youngest Americans. Back then, we had data up to 2019, or at least as final data by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And I looked at by year of age with my colleagues, starting at birth through 1 year of age, and then up to age 10, from left to right, in terms of the unintentional, interesting, J intentional if you look closely, unintentional accidental firearm deaths in this age group in the United States. And what you can see with the dotted line at the bottom, back 2 decades, that line, that curve, has gone up with each follow-up interval. So that in 2014 to 2018, we had an increase, especially in 2 to 5 year olds, dying of bullets, mainly in homes. And these are almost home occurrences. Now, if we go back and look over the same interval of years, in terms of that progression from the lowest to the highest, the peak that you saw, going on in the United States was the purchase of firearms, and these are the total firearm background checks, which underestimate the firearms because many bought more than one. Many bought many. firearms. So if you had 40 million background checks in 2020, and their averaging is 2 guns per purchase, you can imagine how many firearms were purchased in just the first year of the pandemic, 2020. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why that arrow is pointing up, because it skyrocketed from 2019 to 2020. So if you keep that curve in mind, it's exponential. It's not just linear. It's just not going up straight. It's going up exponentially, going up faster and faster with each year, up until 2020 at least. We predicted, based on that pattern, that because of the increase during the pandemic, at least this first year, more of our children would die than ever in history in the United States during the pandemic when all those firearms were purchased. And that would especially affect the 2 to 5 year olds, because we saw that peak between 2 and 5. So now I'm going to update the data for the last year of data available, 2022. The red line is the update. We underpredicted what would happen. Not only is that peak much higher than the projected trend, should have been half as high as it was increased, half the increase based on the prior trend, but also it now includes 1 and 6 year and 5 year olds. It's a wider range. And you can talk about how a 1 year old can be killed at home with a firearm. The 2 years old, we know, can have the strength to pull the trigger, so they can shoot themselves. The 1 year olds probably were hit by somebody else in the room, a sibling, a friend, a relative, but died nonetheless. The United States of America. Okay, now the issue of safe, secure storage laws. This was published by Everytown, not an accident, as of the latest date available, 2022, again, having to deal with that. And the darker the blue, or the more blue the blue, the more rigorous the state's legislation, statutes in terms of protecting the use of the firearm, the access to the firearm by storing it safely. And it's at the bottom in terms of no storage laws, whatever, in that state, the lightest color, to the bluest, blue at the top, which is the most rigorous and requires secure storage all the time, whether or not there's children present. And when the owner, him or herself, and by the way, herself is more increasing too, him or herself is in the room or in the home or nearby in the residence, apartment building, whatever. So it's ordered in that way, from the bottom color being the least to the highest. And you can see where Texas is. It's in between. It's right in the middle quintile, if you will, in the middle of that range. So we then looked at each of states' law level, rigor, and the rate of firearm deaths. Now we picked the age up to 9, so less than 10 years old, because that's where the accidents occur, the unintentional firearm accidental violent deaths. Okay, if we go to the bottom where the least rigor is applied, the state has none or minimal, you can see in terms of the width of that bar, the death rate in 0 to 9 year olds, birth to 9 year olds in the United States. And there were 27 states that were in this category, and you can see that their range is similar. That horizontal black line, kind of like a mustache, whiskers, is the 95% certainty that that data is accurate. 95% sure there's the real answer somewhere between the ends of that whisker or line. Now, if we go up one category to the law, if a child does access an unsecured gun and something bad happened, death or violence or injury, that the state would then hold the owner responsible. That's where Texas is. And notice that the improvement in the death rate is statistically significant. Texas is among the 15 states that have that kind of law. So you're doing better than the others, the other 27. But what about even more rigorous? I mean, is there evidence that it's worth doing the safe and secure, safe kids worldwide, etc.? Well, if you look at the best, or if you will, take my adjective, best, most rigorous level of protection, it's again more statistically significant better. And I put Oregon because that's where I've lived since leaving Texas. And at least I'm proud of that one fact. A 12-year-old teammate and classmate of my grandson, when they were living in our town in Oregon, killed himself after leaving a message from his parents' active gun, and they are both in the health profession. I knew one of them. That's one of the reasons I'm standing here. 12. Suicide is a problem in that age range, and we'll come back to it too. But here's safety in terms of accidental deaths. Okay, so the more rigorous the rule, the law, statute, regulation, the fewer children as young as 1 and 2 years old die in this country. These are the data, unpublished, that should be used in every state, if not federally, now that the White House has issued just a couple days ago their latest effort to ensure safety. Yeah, I'll have to present it to them sometime soon. Okay, so Rice University, who had the 21-year-old die on the first day of school a month ago yesterday, also has held annual, 2 or 3 years now, of firearm prevention and violence issues, all day long conferences. I was attending one that was held in Houston, and what I forgot or didn't realize is one of their recommendations was the Consumer Product Safety Act should be modified to include firearms. That happened here in Texas by Rice University, or at, not by. All right, thank you. Thank you, Rice. Thank you, Rice. When I walked from West University Place, where we lived in Houston, through Rice University, or rode my bike every day to get to work, I can tell you it's hard to imagine the university with their aesthetic having that happen. It's just hard to imagine. And I did that for 14, 15 years. Thank you, Rice, again. Okay, so the summary of this section is that the product safety rules should include firearms and render the industry liable. That every state and the district, where Mike and Marion Newman live nearby, and Ann spends time, should have safe and secure storage laws, and that the childhood access prevention statutes, which render gun owners themselves liable, be passed in every state. Better yet, should be federal. The White House should ensure this is not just local and jurisdictions that can decide whether or not they want to save lives of their youngest or not. And yes, every fire owner should be able to have, if not access, have provided to them when they purchase or are issued firearms. Hard to do with 3D guns built at home. We can talk about that. And that every prospective gun purchaser has to go through storage as a training, along with being issued or allowed to have that firearm. Questions, comments about something that's so obvious? Pat, I'll repeat your question. Go ahead.
So what are we going to do about already?
What are we going to do about the NRA?
Anything and everything.
What are we going to do about the NRA opposing everything and anything? 3 days after Uvalde, they had their annual convention in Houston. All right, you want to help answer? Thank you. No, we got another question?
I have another question. I don't want to answer
Okay.
that.
All right. Are you going to answer the question? Yes, go ahead.
So-
Stand up and speak of that way.
Okay, so what I believe the answer is, and I haven't seen anybody try this, and it being pushed to get it started. But the way the NRA does it is they have talking points, which they hammer and hammer and hammer and hammer.
So the NRA has talking points that they pound into people's minds. So what we need is, in my opinion, is a professionally generated presentation where we get PSAs on radio stations all over the place that talk about the real information and how many lives we could save, and that the NRA data is not factual. That's the way that I think would be most helpful.
Any other comments on that? Or comment or question?
You have another opportunity November 5th.
Oh, yes. November 5,
To
potential.
actually change some policy. But I wanted to ask a question because your slide said unintentional. What do you think about the trend right now? They just had a conviction on the parents who bought their child a automatic weapon. They knew he had psychological problems. Is that, because what I'm hearing now, and they're all great suggestions and strategies to reduce gun violence and to cope with gun violence. However, it's changed us all. All of us are traumatized. And a perfect example was I was at a function last week and there was a balloon arch. The function was 20 minutes from being over and they were starting to clean up and somebody just went and did all the balloons. There was a room full of traumatized people. They were ducking. They were, who is it? Stop it, stop it. And my question to you, do you think penalizing and prosecuting the parents that actually enable somebody to commit a mass shooting is a step in the right direction?
There is so much that we could or can and should do about those events. It's going to be a lengthy answer, so I'm going to be inclined to defer, but I'll come back to it. I also want to allow the other, yes, you were going to ask, Mary.
So my question was just about the secure storage laws. So in Texas, it's a Class A and a Class C misdemeanor. And I'm wondering if you looked at the comparison between states secure storage laws that are felony.
No, I haven't, but I think that's doable. So let's do it afterwards and together. I do think that it's going to probably be a solid hypothesis in the affirmative that felonies are more likely to have an effect than a lower class of regulation or interference. I do believe that. Mike?
I come back to the issue. It's the guns. I'm not sure the NRA is going bankrupt. They're having problems with their own organization and so forth. But it's the availability of guns, guns coming across the border, the way people get guns. That's what the issue is. And you can go online and order your, it's the guns.
It's the guns. It's always the guns. And going across the border, since you're not far from it, Mike, compared to where you came from, the problem is not coming in from Mexico. It's going across to them. That's 90% of their supply, and that's why they have one of the highest death rates among the other countries in the world. So we're responsible. We're killing Mexicans. We, our gun industry, are killing children in Mexico. You know, guns are not allowed in Mexico. If you walk or drive into this country, you see signs on the roadway that says firearms not permitted.
Where are guns manufactured?
Almost all of the world's guns are manufactured in, let me think, United States of America. Yes.
I wanted to go back to the question about the NRA because I do have some experience, is working, at tabling at an event and being, I don't want to say confronted, but having the opportunity to have a conversation with members of the NRA. And they were grandparents wearing embroidered NRA vests. I was quite shocked and not quite sure what to expect, but I think it's really important not to confuse like NRA leadership and the organization with individual NRA members. I think those are the conversations that are the most important to be able to have dialogue. And I know from that experience that, they were looking to question the data and the facts that I had. And by the end of a very lengthy conversation, we were able to agree that we both agreed on the importance of secure storage and being responsible gun owners, and sharing that I was a gun owner myself. It's not one or the other, and that we can have things in common and work towards a common goal, even though, we hear talking points that may demonize the NRA, and I think that's very counterproductive.
I got to support that. The vast, or I should say the majority of NRA members prefer safe storage laws. They really do, and they've been polled to the extent you can rely on that. They want to help in that respect too. So we do have to have significant respect for their stance, but they're individuals. I have a close friend who's a physician who, he really described the problem well. When an intruder is expected at the door, or the back door, or somehow near your home, he and she want to have that gun fully available, loaded, and ready to fire through the door if necessary. Like I saw in Houston, River Oaks happened. The person was shot through the door, and he was knocking on the wrong home. And we all know where I'm talking about. One of the most exclusive, presumably safe places in Houston. And he was killed. He happened to be from another country. So no, we got to deal with the issue, even with gun owners. How do we get them to store when they think they need to have it sitting right next to them in the bedside table? That's been the biggest, I think, emotional issue. Does anyone have a comment on that? Okay. All right, Ann.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the NRA is officially bankrupt now. I don't know how much help they can be either with their membership or anything else, because it has been well publicized that they are bankrupt, and they have stated that they are bankrupt.
I'm less worried about the organization per se, even though what I told you happened 3 days after 2.5 years ago, it's Uvalde issue. I think there'll always be an organization. It's the membership themselves. It's like those of us who complain about one of the... Yeah, okay. Yes, go ahead.
I'd just like to respond to this. My name is Stephen Sanders. I'm a United Methodist pastor, and so I represent Methodist Healthcare Ministries, but I volunteer with Texas Impact. And I think from my perspective, and one of the things Representative Goodwin has helped me understand is we need to have a long-term perspective on this. To counter the voices of the gun lobby, we need to recognize this is long-term work that they have engaged in over a long period of time, and we need to do that. One of the roles that I am working with is to mobilize faith communities, because we have millions of people throughout the state of Texas who can raise their voices. I'm a hunter and I'm a gun owner, and I have begun the process of going and speaking with legislators. If we can have a long-term perspective and build a coalition of healthcare professionals, educators, law enforcement officials, and mobilizing faith community, we have the numbers on our side, but we just have to have a long-term consistent message and work like crazy and coordinate our efforts.
I have to stand out here to make the point that over 200 organizations are trying to help with this problem of gun violence, and are not organized. Okay, not like the NRA. We need an NRA equivalent for those 200 organizations of us that are trying to do this together. A letter was sent to the president a year ago, with 7 days before his State of the Union address, from 110 of them, missing most of you in this room who represent your organizations, because your organizations were not part of that letter. We are not organized enough. We are still too disorganized. And yeah, I see a lot of red shirts here, but I think the red shirts and blouses, whatever I'm supposed to say about them, need to coordinate every town, Moms Demand Action, Gun Sense, et cetera, because you're fragmented. And until you get your act together and be an NRA or equivalent, we're going to have a slower process, and we're going to let these kids and some of our age group die. Sorry. Is there?
Every town has a lot of funding and they have been a savior in many ways, but they don't have the 70 years of experience and membership dues that the NRA has. I mean, we were NRA members for many years. My husband is he's fifth generation hunting family, Texas. So until eventually I started opening all the mail in our house, we were NRA members in our house and sending them money. And so that they have a nest egg that we have been unable to match without Michael Bloomberg, but we now have the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention that is coordinating all of this on all of our behalf. And I see a future. I mean, time is on our side. We're going to win this.
Yeah, I didn't say every town when I mentioned the others, but the time is running out, I think. But I have to point out that both presidential candidates and vice presidential candidates are gun owners. We know that now because the vice president on one side of the party brought it up briefly for a moment, for 2 second actually, that she is a owner too. So you have to accept that. 45% of the people I live with in Bend, Oregon, own guns in their home, have guns in their home. And I see you and deal with them on a daily basis. We have to be appropriate about that. So, of course, how you be appropriate. All right, last question, then or comment.
Yeah, where's the microphone, I guess?
Here.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So with my organization. So I was just talking about this earlier. With my organization, I mean, I would love to, support and be a part of a lot of these other organizations. But the problem is that with the work that I do, because of the fact that they are politically tied to candidates and money is funded to candidates for certain parties, we get vetted. And I get vetted quite often. And so I don't take from either side. It's either going to me, I look at it as either an all or nothing. Either everybody gives to me or nobody gives to me. Because if I go one way or another, I'm going to be vetted when I go to do a bus ad. I'm going to be vetted when I go to do a billboard. I'm going to be vetted. I don't even know if I could even work with a lot of the law enforcement agencies that we do because of the fact that, so I have made a choice, I guess is the best way to say it, for my organization that we will remain very neutral in this conversation, and we will stay that way.
Can you say
So-
what organization?
Lock Arms for Life, Lisa
Okay.
Ross. So that is one of the things that I have to say when you talk about tying all of these organizations, even, medically, one of the things is that you have to remain very neutral in how you approach this. And approaching it, yes, from safe storage, safe handling, and all that, as long as you have a very neutral voice, and again, you're not politically tied to any side, then you become a reliable source. And they have, especially gun owners, will have a confidence in going ahead and sharing with you. That's my comment.
Well said. We need to work together, and as the conclusion of the Surgeon General's report, it's we. It's all of us, no matter what our stance is. I don't even have to go on with the rest of my presentation because I think that's an accomplishment by itself. But there's one more point quickly now. Sorry if we can do it now. Okay, there's a microphone coming to you.
Okay, so,
All right, Pat, let's have the other, go ahead, ask your question first.
okay, I'm first.
Yes, you're on.
I think that I'm glad to attend here. My name is John Nava. I'm a physician in San Antonio. I'm with the Bexar County Medical Society. Something that I think is good that we are all pretty much leaning toward the same page, but I'm a little concerned that through all this, no one has emphasized the importance of understanding where the other side is coming from. And so that in the process of getting to where, as opposed to one or the other side of the polarized situation, how are we going to work and how are we going to do it, knowing that we haven't had those 75 years of building up a fund? And so I think it requires so much, especially when people are passionate about these things. And that means that we might have to, at the door, leave our egos and leave our preconceived notions while we meet with the other side. And I'm a family practice physician.
It's okay, you understand the broader sense of things. Thank you for that. I'd rather even just stop at this point, but I'll go on with one more point if I can. What you have said about firearms is true for almost every issue that separates us. Firearms is one of many. And if we could solve the problem through the firearm, which would be one of the biggest, we could solve problems that are on the polarization issue for many others. If we could do it for this, we could do it for many of others. Yes, it's very emotional. And this country's become more emotional than I can ever remember since I remember at the age of 2, I guess, in my last 79 or 80 years, including Vietnam, etc. We're just as emotional as we possibly can be. So I think we could solve some problems if we could do what you said. And I think a family practitioner knows that as well as anybody. I'm going to ask Pat for a question, then I got to try to figure out what to do with the remaining time.
Well, let me bring some outrage to this as a punctuation mark.
Could you hold the mic a little closer?
Yeah. So let me bring some outrage to this as a punctuation. I knew of, but didn't know personally, a Special Forces individual who ran a gun use course, training course, and he was training a 9-year-old girl to shoot an Uzi. And that's how he got killed. She reacted, the first time she shot the thing, she couldn't deal with the kickback. It went over and he got shot in the head by his own weapon that he was training her how to use. He was trying to teach her how to use a 9-year-old girl, an Uzi. Outrageous.
It may be because I'm next to your state representative, but when Vicki comes back to handle the last session, we're going to continue this discussion. And she's learning from all of you here how to deal with it in this building. I don't know how many bills, she mentioned 3, but there are others that she tried to get out of committee to help with this problem. I mean, the last thing I want to be is a representative or a senator under the circumstances. Thank you, Vicki. Good. All right, yes, thank you. All right, so let me just, if you've got 3 minutes here, yeah, that's what we're supposedly have here. The assault weapons issue. Let me see if I can pick the best slide or two. Okay, this goes back to 1968, and it shows for the entire United States the rate of firearm deaths per 100,000, 1 to 19-year-olds, children and adolescents. And it shows you that something happened in 1993 that went straight down, and then slower pace after that. And then finally in 2013, it turned around. And by the way, these are high sophisticated analyses that detect trend terms, trend inflections, when something changes. So these solid line of the dots is as reliable as a mathematician can be, or a statistician. And if you want to look at the decrease from 1993 to 2000, it was 11% per year. Okay, in those 10 years, it went down to 100%, 111%, 110%. Okay, so let's look at that in a minute. Oh yes, it's gone up 83% in the last 5-6 years, but it went down 50% during that period of time of just 6 or 7 years, as you see there. Now here's Texas in red. You had a higher rate to begin with, and it went up about the same rate, but then when 1994-93 hit, you had exactly, if not more impressive, a reduction in the firearm death rate in children and adolescents. 15% per year. 15% per year. Striking reduction. And then if you look at the last part of the slide on the right, you see a faster rate in Texas than the United States. Now that explains something I mentioned this morning. Okay, it's about 10% per year. Okay, so it went up 161% in the last 7-8 years, as opposed to 55% decrease back then. So what was going on back then? Well, in green is the assault weapon ban of the United States that was allowed to expire because of the way it was set in action in the first place in 2004. So the green is 1999 to 2004. Let's look at it a little more closely if we got time. Yes, federal assault weapons ban is associated strongly. In fact, to see something go up so rapidly and on the very first year of something new, different, turn around, completely reverse, and start going down as fast as we're going up, that's about as good as you can get as a causal relationship. Although we've looked at many other possibilities and haven't come up with any. So we reported that. Now this is age 14 and less. It's all firearm deaths in the United States. And there's that sudden reversal under the age of 15 and continued throughout the federal assault weapons ban of 10 years, and then it went up recently. If we look at suicides, now this is suicides under the age of 15. I told you about the 12-year-old I know. I know of 8 and 9-year-olds who suicided too, because they could. There was something available to them. Trying to drive off a bridge or jump off a bridge, it doesn't work too well in an 8 or 9-year-old, but they can shoot themselves. But notice that there's even strong relationship with the federal assault weapon ban and suicides in children under the age of 15. And then how fast it went up after the ban expired. I'll just do this, well, that's just to emphasize that. We looked at every other cause of death that was an accident or violent death, non-disease related, non-firearm injuries, and all these that are 10 or 11 on the page here, 12 maybe, show no relationship to that green background when the federal assault weapon ban. So we're trying to show you that that ban specifically affected firearm deaths, not non-firearm deaths. None of them, whether they were car accidents, suicide, suffocation, fire burns, etc. That itself says it's got to be the ban. And we did more of that. I'll just go ahead and move ahead, but I guess I have to go fast. We looked at all the regions of the country. We've even looked at every state, and I can show you that too. And the correlation is there. Every state shows this. I showed you Texas. We looked at age. Yes, it's more prominent in 20 to 44-year-olds than in 0 to 19 at the bottom, but it's even prominent in the older Americans, 45. It's there. We looked at, and I'll just jump ahead, we looked at females and males. By the way, the females, male red curves here are Texas. I didn't show that to you. Yeah, there's Texas. I don't have time to illustrate this. And then finally, I think we'll go with this. These are the states, and it's their age-adjusted firearm death rate, all ages, during those 10 years of the ban. Okay, going back to 1994 to 2004, when the ban was effective in the United States, federally. Every one of those numbers is negative. Not a single state didn't benefit from the ban But if you look at Texas, you see a 4.4% per year average over those 10 years average decrease in their age-adjusted death rate from firearms. Yes, down below you see Hawaii, who had the best benefit. And then up right, New York, minus 6.6% per year. These are annual rates in California. But Texas was fourth. You had a striking benefit, fourth of 50 plus District of Columbia, 51 other jurisdictions. You should be advertising what you did during those years or benefited from that. Okay, I'm going to skip the rest of this right now. Oh no. These are new data too. All right, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the references at the bottom here, evaluated every state in terms of their laws regarding banning assault weapons. There are 10 of them. Interesting that the ones that I just showed you that benefited from it, well, even before they enacted the laws, after the federal one died, expired, are shown here: Hawaii, California, and New York, but not Texas. Okay, so there are 10 of them who enacted these laws long enough ago to be able to evaluate what's happened in their state. Okay, and they all did it in the last 20, 25 years after the ban elapsed in 2004. Illinois was the latest to do it. Oh, let's see if I can skip that. Okay. Looking at the left for both males and females, the pink are the states that didn't enact the bans. The green are the 10 who did. And this is the firearm death rate in the two groups. And on the left for both males and females, you see a statistically significant decrease in the states that enacted the ban after, this is as of 2022, after the ban had been in place there long enough to have an effect. And if you look at males and females, both of them show statistically significant, well, maybe not for the females, improvement. Yeah, no, they do. Those little dots that are in the middle of the top of each column are the confidence intervals. They're so small that, yeah, they're all strikingly better off in those states because they enacted an assault weapon ban. And because of who they are in terms of their willingness to do that and other things. They had the background, the social characteristics, personality, to do things like this. So it's probably just not the ban. But this is new data. It shows that they all benefited from it. Illinois being the last one just did it in the last 2 or 3 years, so we don't have data from them because of 2022 being the last year. See, there's one more thing. I gotta skip this. This is under 15-year-olds for the same opposition of data. Under 15-year-olds, now you see a much wider vertical bar, the black bar, because that's the confidence interval and there are fewer subjects, so it's going to be wider. But even they show a very definite, statistically significant reduced death rate in their less than 15-year-olds associated with having a federal statewide ban. These are new data. Help me publish it. And that's the difference. 2/3 reduction in the states that have the ban. All right, I got to quit on that. I'm going to just go to questions and answers about that. And then we'll probably conclude here, and if we have time, something else. Okay, I was told that one of these meetings, maybe El Paso, McAllen, San Antonio, forget it. The ban will never work. All right, you want to talk about it? Yes, here, microphone coming.
Yes, so my concern and the reason I still think the assault weapon ban passed in a state will not work is because I don't know how many millions of these things already exist in Texas, but they're not going anywhere. And the bad guys are going to figure out where they are if they want them, and they're going to take them. And so the reason I think your data are so striking is the states that passed statewide assault weapons ban also passed lots of other bills at the same time. And so it's not just a reflection of the assault weapons ban. And the practical part of getting an assault weapons ban passed nationally, in my lifetime, I think it's extremely remote. So I think we should look at things that are more likely to happen.
Being more practical about that. I do know
that's
that
the last
it's not
question
just the
for-
weapon, it's the ability to take a pistol and with a very cheap attachment, make it an assault weapon. I've seen the videos. It's striking how easy it is to do. And of course, the 3D guns that you can build at home and are assault weapons. It's so easy to turn anything that shoots bullets, at least real bullets, not some of the play kids things, into an assault weapon that even the bans can't really effectively prevent that. The other problem is the, oh yeah, it's time for, I'm done.
I'm not showing this on your face. Time to wrap it up, Dad. All right.
Hey, I think I see most everyone seated, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Welcome back. I hope you grabbed your lunches. I would like to introduce our next two speakers, Eric Rubin and Kevin Blair, who Dad you met earlier. Eric Rubin received his JD from NYU School of Law, where he was an articles editor for the NYU Law Review, and his BA from Dartmouth College, where he graduated magna cum laude. Rubin's scholarly interests span criminal law, constitutional law, legal ethics, legal empiric, and legal history. His current scholarship explores the regulation of violence and weapons and how that regulation intersects with self-defense and Second Amendment rights. Rubin teaches criminal law, professional responsibility, and a seminar on the Second Amendment. Rubin has had several publications and has been cited by the Supreme Court of the United States, the United States Courts of Appeals, and in legal briefs. He has testified before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee and frequently provides legal commentary for popular news outlets. Kevin Blair is a multiple Emmy and Peabody Award-winning writer for late night and episodic television, an occasional speechwriter for presidents and astronauts, and the author of, among other books you most likely haven't read, the #1 Amazon bestseller. I did not write that, by the way.
You have not read it, right?
And the book in his hands is Me the People, One Man's Selfless Quest to Rewrite the Constitution of the United States of America. And with that, Kevin and Eric.
Thank you, Linda. Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh no, sit down. You're embarrassing yourselves. I feel like we've already met briefly, so forgive me for that rude interruption, but it kind of felt like it had to happen earlier. My name is Kevin Blair, and first off, thanks, of course, to Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility for inviting Eric and me to be a part of this. It is an honor to be here, but if you had told me I'd have to follow my father and that I wouldn't get to speak until he commanded the room for an hour, I'd say, sounds like a typical Friday morning, including the PowerPoint presentation. I'm not kidding. Yes, as a bit of a professional smart aleck, I was tempted to open with a bit of a joke and say something like, it's a very good thing that doctors are on the case working hard on this issue, because if there's one thing the founding fathers back in Philadelphia did when wrestling with those vital issues of governance, civics, and law, they said, quick, let's ask the physicians. But I can't do that. I can't do that because I looked it up, and they did ask the physicians. This is a bit of history, but I promise it'll be of some interest to both the legislators and the high school students in the room. Of the 55 delegates, I have it here, of the 55 delegates who attended the Constitutional Convention in 1787, 3 of them were doctors. Not sure that they wore white coats, but I think the powder wigs might count. 35 of them were, of course, lawyers, so Eric, you were well represented. And of the 55 signers of the Declaration of Independence in 1776, 5 of them were doctors. And you could tell they were doctors because no one could read their handwriting. That's a very easy physician joke. What does that say, John Hancock or 5 milligrams of tetracycline? We don't know. Thank you. Well, we got a big laugh for the woman in white, the white coat. Perfect. And I will even tell you the names of those 5. Those 5, Matthew Thornton, the delegate from New Hampshire, Lyman Hall, the delegate from Georgia,
Oliver Walcott, the delegate from Connecticut who studied medicine but never practiced, Benjamin Rush, the delegate from Pennsylvania who was a high-ranking surgeon in George Washington's Continental Army, and for you West Wing fans, the delegate from New Hampshire, Josiah Bartlett, who was the namesake of Jed Bartlett in that show. There were no Texans. Why? Because there was no Texas at the time. The doctors in the room might have heard of Benjamin Rush. He was not only the most well-known physician in 18th century America, he also considered himself, and I quote, a patriot, philosopher, author, lecturer, fervent evangelist, politician, and dedicated social reformer, as do many doctors here. He was also, it was said, quote, stubborn, self-righteous, caustic, humorless, and polemical, as are many doctors. I'm allowed to say that as the son of a doctor. And so that's, and actually I would say it makes sense that they were in the room in 1787, because we should remember that at the time the country already had a first constitution, if a weak one, in the Articles of Confederation. Eric knows all about that. So the doctors in that room, to the doctors in that room, the Constitutional Convention was essentially one big second opinion. And that's what we're doing here. Oh, that was I got a groan from this side of the room for that one. But that is what we're doing here, wondering if the Second Amendment should get a second opinion. Well, I wrote a second opinion on the entire Constitution. That's one of the books you haven't read, including a chapter on the Second Amendment. And Eric and I thought that perhaps as a way to set the table historically, I might speak first so that Eric, who actually knows what he's talking about, can bring us into the present. Eric's a real expert. In my book, I only pretend to be one. So here's the first part of the first chapter on the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment, starring Charlton Heston's Cold Dead Hands. The Second Amendment is serious business. So let's start with the joke. Panda walks into a cafe. He sits down, orders a sandwich, devours it. When he's finished eating, he pulls out a pistol, shoots the waiter, and starts to walk out. Hey, shouts the manager. Where do you think you're going? You just shot my waiter. Panda yells back at the manager, look, man, I'm a panda. Panda tosses the manager a badly punctuated wildlife dictionary, and on his way out the door mutters, look it up. Panda leaves, and the manager quickly thumbs on his way into the correct entry. Panda, a bear, native of China, eats, shoots, and leaves. Okay, not much of a joke. It's not my joke, and I'll admit it's a terrible joke. But in the content of the Second Amendment, which does have a constitutional right to bear arms, but not a constitutional right to arm bears, it's a vital one. Don't worry, I will explain. But first, America is gun country. Our nation was founded by gun owners. George Washington owned 50 guns. John Adams wrote that arms in the hands of citizens were a great method of private self-defense. Thomas Jefferson received his first firearm at age 10. Years later, Jefferson advised his 15-year-old nephew, quote, a strong body makes the mind strong. As to the species of exercise, I advise the gun. Full disclosure, I too have enjoyed shooting guns the few times I've done so, although I admit I don't quite see, as Thomas Jefferson does, their inherent exercise value. My mom warned me about running just with scissors. I understand the visceral appeal of firearms. They go boom. They feel American. They are American. America was born with the shot heard around the world, and we made a name for ourselves, for better or worse, by fighting wars all over the earth. The Chinese may have invented gunpowder, but Americans invented reasons to use it. Guns in America aren't merely protected. At times, they've been mandatory. The Second Amendment to the Constitution protected the right to bear arms, but only 3 years later, President Washington signed the Militia Act of 1792, a bill requiring, quote, every able-bodied white male citizen between the ages of 18 and 45 to provide himself with a good musket or firelock, a sufficient bayonet and belt, two spare flints. The list went on. More than 2 centuries later, there are over 280 million guns in civilian hands in America. Nearly enough for every able-bodied man, woman, and child to point, if they chose to do so, at every man, woman, and child. During her failed vice presidential campaign of 2008, Sarah Palin had a handy way of summarizing the American devotion to guns, at least among her supporters. Quote, we'll keep clinging to our Constitution, our guns, and our religion, and you can keep the change, unquote. It wasn't as catchy as it was, you might say, redundant. To many Americans, our guns are our religion because it is mentioned in the second commandment of our Constitution. Did I say commandment? I meant to say amendment, Second Amendment. You see my point? The one that states, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. We cling so dearly to our guns because we've seen what happens when we don't. We vaguely recall our 17th century British ancestors who enjoyed the right to bear arms until King James II, fearing that Protestants might bear arms against him, authorized his Catholic deputies to seize the weapons of all subjects deemed to be, quote, dangerous to the peace of the kingdom. In other words, Protestants. That's right, thank you. Only after a full-scale revolution, the Glorious Revolution, was the right of individuals to own guns re-established. Well, we weren't going to fall for that. No one was going to take our guns away. When the British Crown again tried to disarm its foreign enemy, this time the American colonists, we would have none of it. And today we feel the same. 3 out of 4 Americans believe that the Second Amendment protects their right as individuals to bear arms. Outside the United Nations headquarters in New York City, there stands an iconic sculpture. I'm sure you've seen it. A giant 45 caliber revolver whose barrel has been tied into a knot, rendering it useless. It is meant to represent nonviolence and pacifism for nations around the world. For many Americans, it merely represents a waste of a perfectly good giant gun, one that could have been used to shoot a giant moose. Nonviolence might be swell for the UN, but that's not how we do it in the US of A. As a country, we're locked and loaded. We pledge allegiance to the flag, but we're a gun nation under Glock with licenses and ammo for all. Well, not all. We may be locked and loaded, but we've also taken care to keep the safety on. Guns have been a part of America from the beginning, but so has our understanding that they should be regulated. Even the founders supported shockingly severe gun control laws. They denied gun ownership outright to anyone who declined to swear loyalty to the revolution. All white men, since they were considered to be part of a militia, were required to bring their guns to mandatory inspection or musters, where the government would catalog their weapons on public rolls, essentially required registration. And in a move that would have made King James II proud, and let's be honest, would likely never fly today, gun owners had to submit to impressment. If the government decided it needed the gun for its own use, it could confiscate them. It wasn't an idle threat. 10 of the 13 colonies impressed private citizens' firearms during the war against England. As America expanded, so did the struggle to hold our fire. Lawless frontier towns, where, Hollywood tells us, countless scores were settled by shootouts at high noon, had at least one sensible gun control measure. Strangers had to hand over their pistols to the sheriff or leave them with horses on the outskirts of town. Leaving guns with horses is not quite arming bears, but we're getting closer. So it's inevitable that we're a country divided between what are called sometimes gun nuts and gun grabbers, between those who read the Second Amendment as guaranteeing individuals the right to guns and those who see a guarantee only for militias, by those who believe the people have an unlimited right to keep and bear arms, and those that believe gun owners can be well regulated, which is precisely the problem with the Second Amendment. It is, in the words of one constitutional historian, maddeningly ambiguous. That alone is reason enough for me to rewrite the amendment. As written, it's ambiguous, maddeningly so. And it seems to me that the last thing we should do to someone wielding a gun is make them mad. That's been the core of the question put to, well, I skipped a page. Okay. Now, if there's one thing that I'm going to speak for you, Eric and I agree on regarding the original Second Amendment, it is, in fact, ambiguous to some degree. It is terribly written. It makes no sense. I defy you to follow its obvious logic. A well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. Excuse me, did I miss something? I think I missed something. Oh, it starts clearly enough. A well-regulated militia, I might not have capitalized militia, but that's just me, then a comma, then being necessary to the security of a free state, fine, there are no hiccups yet. The sentiment so far is clear. Some kind of local army, comma, would be nice. But did you notice what happens next? It seems to start over with a new thought, a new sentence. The right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. What happened to the first part? Did the writer just lose his train of thought? Did someone else then take over without bothering to see where his stricken predecessor had left off? In the end, what exactly does the first half have to do with the second? Hard to say, easy to argue. I admit I'm a stickler for good grammar. Bad grammar, as Churchill might have said, is the sort of English up with which I shall not put. So I'm tempted to fix the sentence regardless of the consequences. What's certain is that if either Eric or I had composed such a sentence in elementary school, it would have been returned to us crossed out in red. It is exactly the kind of clumsily crafted, poorly punctuated, grammatical word soup that would make any fans of the English language go off half-cocked. But it raises a more urgent warning. Thanks to its maddeningly ambiguous grammar, comma, when it comes to opportunities to draw contrary opinions on what this amendment actually means, comma, this thing is loaded. As written, the Second Amendment could mean two things. One, A, we all get to have a gun. Two, B, we only get to have a gun if we're part of a well-regulated militia. And that's been at the core of the question put to the Supreme Court, whether, as was true for most of American history, the Second Amendment was accurately understood as promoting merely the right of citizens to form militias, or whether, as the National Rifle Association began arguing in the 1970s and throughout the Heston administration, the amendment, in fact, protects the right of ordinary individuals to bear arms willy-nilly. Interestingly, even the NRA has rewritten the Second Amendment. Outside their former offices on Rhode Island Avenue, they chose to display only the part they liked. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, no comma. Perhaps there wasn't enough room to mention the part about the well-regulated militia. Just think of it. With a clearer constitution, every time an individual claimed his right to pack heat, we wouldn't have to make such a federal case out of it. And yet we do, and in 2008, the Supreme Court did. 4 years before I rewrote the Constitution, so did a man who I got to know a bit in researching this book. He became a bit of a lunchtime companion, and that is, of course, Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia. In deciding District of Columbia v. Heller, Scalia, who was on his shooting team in high school and often rode the Manhattan subways toting his 22 caliber rifle, true story, or so he told me. He wrote an opinion that relied as much on Strunk and White as it did on Blackstone's commentaries. The Second Amendment, he wrote, is naturally divided into two parts, its prefatory clause and its operative clause. The former does not limit the latter grammatically, but rather announces a purpose. Of course, Scalia had a purpose of his own. His lesson in grammar was just a preamble to his very own rewrite. Quote, the amendment could be rephrased. Because a well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. For a man who complained that the Supreme Court too often rewrites the Constitution, it's hard not to notice that he just rewrote the Constitution. He couldn't resist the temptation to join James Madison and me in the small fraternity of presumptuous men who have claimed to know just what the founders intended, who have parsed a sentence that utterly defies parsing, who have tried their hand at rewriting the Second Amendment to the Constitution. Which brings me back to that joke, the one about a panda who shoots the waiter and splits. As I said, it's not a good joke, but it makes a good point about the dangers of bad grammar. If a panda, quote, eats, shoots, and leaves, it's just a harmless panda that eats, shoots, and also eats leaves. If a panda eats, comma, shoots, and leaves, it's a panda that commits cold-blooded murder. And if there's one thing both armed pandas and the Second Amendment have taught us, is that bad grammar can kill. Punctuation poorly placed in the wrong constitutional sentence can result in guns poorly placed in the hands of irresponsible individuals. Rightly or wrongly, when the bad grammar is left uncorrected, it's chaos. Supreme Courts decide our fates. Individuals get their paws on pistols. Pandas go on shooting rampages. It's chaos. So where would I put my red pen? What would my amendment say? This one isn't easy for me to answer, for one reason only. In July of 2011, my friend Gabby Giffords, the Democratic congresswoman from Arizona, was shot. My God, I didn't expect to get emotional. Now you see why I began with the joke. I knew where this was heading. On that day, my thoughts on guns evolved in an instant, inevitably so. I can't simply reaffirm the right to bear arms, as Scalia has done, and as I previously was inclined to do. One of those arms forever changed the life of someone I care about. And yet, I take my cue from Gabby. Before the shooting, she didn't mince words. I am a strong supporter of the Second Amendment, she said. Gabby owns the same type of gun that was used in her attempted assassination, a Glock semi-automatic pistol. And by her own account, she's, quote, a pretty good shot. She was among the more than 300 members of Congress who signed an amicus brief urging the Supreme Court to strike down the ban on handguns in D.C. And when it passed, she celebrated. As a longtime gun owner, she said, I believe the right to keep and bear arms should not be dependent on the city in which you live. She happens to live in a particularly gun-loving part of America. Gabby's district is home to the OK Corral and Tombstone. The previous year, someone had shot a pellet through the window of her campaign headquarters. Yet, just a few days before the shooting, when Congress read the entire Constitution on the floor of the Capitol, Gabby didn't read the Second Amendment. She read the First. She was honored to do so. She would support anyone's right to speak freely, but she had also begun to feel that it had gotten out of hand. She would often email me when things were getting truly crazy, as when her window was shattered, or when a former militia leader encouraged people to throw bricks into local government offices to protest healthcare reform. The night before she was shot, she sent me an email that would take on new resonance only hours later. My poor state, she wrote. The nut jobs have taken it over from the good people of Arizona. I do think that gun ownership is an American right. It is the privilege of a free country. It is the cost of doing democracy. As Chief Justice Joseph Story proclaimed, the right to bear arms is, quote, the palladium of the liberties of a republic, since it offers a strong moral check against the usurpation and arbitrary power of rulers and will generally enable the people to resist and triumph over them. It's the American way. Have gun, will triumph. Also, they go boom. But I do think gun control measures should be so toothless that an emotionally disturbed nut could have access to one. I do not. Nor do I think pandas should shoot waiters. So how do we stop that? I'm not sure. I can only use the powers that I have: sentences, prefatory clauses, operative clauses, commas, and hell, if punctuation can somehow confuse the issue enough, if more commas can make more courts consider new interpretations that might keep weapons out of the hands of wackos, then on behalf of James Madison and my friend Gabby, I'll do whatever it takes, period. So where are we now? As you all know, that within the span of 2 months, there have been 2 presidential assassination attempts, and we're in a position where a leading candidate for president just last week said, quote, if someone breaks into my house, they're getting shot. And the person who said that was not the Republican. It was the one talking to Oprah. That seems a pro-gun thing to say, and not at all ambiguous. With that, I've already gone over my time, like father, like son. And now we turn to Eric, who, in honor of that candidate, can talk about what can be unburdened by what has been. And since we're in the Capitol, I feel compelled to say I yield the balance of my time over to you, even though it's not my time in the first place. Eric.
I'm going to be a lot less funny. It's a tough act to follow. You could probably see it was, but you could see I would rather read a Constitution written by Kevin Bleier than by the sharpest minds in the country. That was Jon Stewart. I hope everyone could see why. Go buy the book. I read it recently, and it's absolutely fantastic. I'm going to start where Kevin started and then jump forward to where he left off, because he mentioned that there were a bunch of founding fathers who were doctors, and we're a room full of doctors. And one of them who he mentioned was Benjamin Rush. Benjamin Rush also is known as the father of American psychiatry, because he wrote the first textbook in the United States on what we would now call mental illness, but he called diseases of the mind. And in it, he addressed depression, which he called melancholy or madness. And he talked about some of the experiments that he had done, his practice experience. And a lot of what he found, I think, would shock you. I had the pleasure, I guess, it was of reading his textbook about 6 months ago, and yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah, exactly. So he thought that mental illness, what we now know as mental illness, was caused by blood disease in the brain, the capillaries of the brain in particular, and that in order to cure it, you had to bloodlet. So doctors, what you should do is you should apply horse leeches to your patients, or you should cut them until they faint. If that didn't work, they could consume mercury, which, as he described, would distract them from their problems and refocus it on pain in the mouth. He found that people with colored hair were more susceptible to melancholy and diseases of the mind than light-colored hair. You're lucky. I'm not, although I'm going gray. And other things that he talked about were drinking porter and specific types of alcohol. He designed a chair, which, as far as I can tell, did nothing other than just hold your head steady, which apparently would help cure melancholy. And at the same time, and that was the medical understanding at the time, but at the time, suicide itself was viewed as an immoral act and a crime. People thought that you were possessed by the devil if you committed suicide. And there was something that us lawyers nowadays think would be completely odd, which is that after somebody died by suicide, there was a posthumous inquiry. A coroner with an inquest jury would investigate the death and decide whether or not it was a suicide. And if so, that person would be dishonorably buried on the side of a highway and could forfeit their goods. I'm going to loop back to all that in a little bit. It's relevant. I promise you, it's relevant to the Second Amendment, believe it or not. So to pick up where Kevin left off with Heller, in Heller, for the first time in this country's history, the Supreme Court struck down a gun law on the basis of the Second Amendment and said that the amendment is primarily not about the militia, but rather about private self-defense. And that move resulted in the hundreds or thousands of laws that we have in the United States being exposed to challenge on the basis of the Second Amendment, because everyone has a right to self-defense, but not everyone is actively involved in a well-regulated militia. The weapons that you could use in self-defense are not the same weapons that could be used in a militia. So it completely transformed the Second Amendment and made it a much more potent guarantor of gun rights. What I want to address primarily is what happened after Heller, which is that thousands of cases were brought. This was predictable. Thousands of cases were brought. In the 15 years after Heller, the Supreme Court largely stepped aside and the lower courts were resolving those disputes. I'm not going to dwell on this a lot, but suffice it to say that they applied the same doctrine that we use for First Amendment cases, which is a mix of history and a balancing of contemporary costs and benefits. And in doing so, they actually upheld over 90% of the laws that got challenged. Most challenges failed. But I'm not going to dwell on that because the Supreme Court, newly reconstituted during the Trump years, started taking more Second Amendment cases. They were out of the business of doing Second Amendment cases between Heller and then there was a case called McDonald in 2010, but then they really weren't getting involved until 2022 when a Bruen case came before the court. It was a challenge to a New York State permitting law. The court struck down that permitting law, but what's more important going forward is that it scrapped the way that the lower courts were deciding Second Amendment cases and set forth a new doctrine. The court didn't do this in Heller. The court in Heller didn't tell courts, and by doctrine, us lawyers mean the rules and standards that judges use to decide whether or not a given law is constitutional or unconstitutional. In 2022, the court did that. In an opinion by Justice Clarence Thomas, it was a 6-3 opinion along ideological lines, and he developed and set forth a novel way to decide Second Amendment cases. In order for a modern day law to be constitutional, if it implicates the Second Amendment, It has to be analogous in some ill-defined sense to regulatory tradition from the late 1700s or maybe into the 1800s. And I'm going to try to bring this around to the Benjamin Rush piece. I didn't, as Kevin was talking, I'm like, wow, this is a way to make this relevant to doctors. How do we nowadays? There's been talk about the risk of suicide. Nowadays, through statistical analysis, population level studies, we appreciate the presence of a gun in the home increases the risk of suicide in the home. There's lots of empirics that we're hearing today. The statistical know-how wasn't available to the founding generation, nor was the technology the same as it is now. This was an era of muzzle loading firearms that weren't kept loaded in the house because of risks of fire and for other reasons, and thus they couldn't be readily used in an impulsive manner. At the time, suicide was viewed as a crime and an immoral act. It was criminalized. We don't view it that way anymore. So what Bruen said was that for suicide prevention, in essence, for a suicide prevention law today to be constitutional, it has to be analogous to regulatory tradition back then, but we didn't view things the same back then. It invites anachronism. The test invites anachronism. And not only that, one of the things that happened after the 2022 decision in Bruen was that courts were deciding cases, and the Bruen test was supposed to make the Second Amendment more administrable. More laws were struck down after Bruen. A lot of laws were struck down, but for every law that got struck down, you could probably find another court somewhere else in the country that upheld a similar policy on the basis of the same historical record, because history doesn't speak with one voice. So it's been jurisprudentially, it's been a mess in the years after Bruen. That's the technical legal term. That brings us forward to this past June, and I'll talk about one more opinion that came down, and then I think I'll stop and open it for questions with the remaining time. This past June, the Supreme Court decided the next Second Amendment case after Bruen, a case called Rahimi. Rahimi involved a domestic violence law. In particular, there's a federal law, it's 18 U.S.C. 922 G8, that says that if somebody is subject to a domestic violence restraining order, they cannot possess a firearm. And the facts of this case are telling. They actually arose here in Texas, in Arlington, Texas. There was a guy by the name of Zaki Rahimi who, in an incident, met the mother of his child and an ex-girlfriend for lunch, and got into a dispute with her, dragged her across a parking lot, shoved her into a car. When somebody saw them, he retrieved a gun and fired it. Unclear whether or not he fired it just into the air at anybody. Nobody got hurt. She was able to get away. And he called her up, said, if you say anything about what just happened, I'm going to kill you. She did, in fact, say something. She went to court. She took out a restraining order against him that barred him from possessing firearms. Despite that, he didn't give up his firearms, and he basically went on a shooting spree. 5 incidents or so over the course of several months. One of them, incidents like he went through a drive-through at Whataburger and credit card got declined, and he took out a gun and shot it. Like it was totally unhinged. Anyway, he gets caught, prosecuted under this law, and says this violated my Second Amendment rights to have a gun. And the Fifth Circuit agreed with him. Said that back at the founding, we did not disarm domestic abusers. Now, for what it's worth, women at the founding were not politically and legally equal to men. There was something called a right of chastisement, which allowed husbands to discipline their wives and children. It was a different world. But the court in the Fifth Circuit, in this Texas case, said we can't find any analogous tradition. The Supreme Court took that case and then reversed the Fifth Circuit. They said, no, in fact, even though we've announced this historical test, the law is not supposed to be trapped in amber. It can evolve. And what courts need to do is they basically need to move up a level of generality and look for principles behind our regulatory tradition. And the Supreme Court looked to non-domestic abuse laws and found analogous traditions. Is this going to make things better going forward? I'm not confident it will. In fact, the justices in that Rahimi case disagreed on how to do the Bruin test. There were 6 opinions. And they all disagreed with one another about how to do this historical analogical test. And since that case, I continue to see opinions coming out where some courts are basically looking for dead ringers in history and striking down modern laws. Others are doing it differently. And I guess I'll just conclude by saying, what does this mean for the research community? I think that in light of all this uncertainty, stay the course. Like a lot of times I'll get phone calls and say, okay, well, I'm a researcher. Should we stop researching? Is this just going to get struck down as unconstitutional? And there's so much uncertainty right now that outside the context of a few areas where it's settled, like you can't ban handguns. Heller told us that. We know that. You can't do a New York style permitting law. Bruin told us that. But outside the context of settled matters, there's so much uncertainty that my advice is just to stay the course, continue to try to find empirically sound ways to reduce gun violence in this country, which has reached epidemic proportions. And we're going to have decades of Second Amendment case law where we try to flesh out exactly what this right means. So I'm going to stop there, and I know that we're toward the end of the hour, but happy to take questions for whatever time is available.
All the hardball questions go to him. Yeah, thank you for providing that insight. I think that something that is super interesting to me is like the historical aspect that like both of you kind of talk about. I mean, like up until, I mean, you mentioned Tombstone, Arizona, where Gabby Giffords is from. Tombstone had laws where you had to like turn in your firearm, right? Like 1830s, Wild West. Wild West was not that wild. It's a fabrication. Yeah, exactly. And then like up through like the 70s, you have like local ordinances like Morton Grove gained lots of steam where they have like local firearm restrictions. But then that kind of energized the NRA to like make that statewide push that's really caused a lot of trouble for us. But like, I guess my question is like, in terms of like the jurisprudence aspects, like when we look at, yeah, sorry, feel free to weigh in though. But like, and I know it's super unclear, but like, how would we push? Is it like more of an aspect of, hey, like if there's a local ordinance in like a blue state where we might have like more democratic justices that would like uphold things, like, if we wanted to be like, hey, because Tombstone had a law back, historically, with like a, area like Tombstone passes like the same thing. They're like, all right, well, it's the same thing. Like, does it get brought up to the Supreme Court? Like, is it going to get appealed? Like, I don't even know what the process looks like. I think and maybe you don't either because it's just so novel, but.
Well, legally, it's a mess. Yeah, that's the legal, it's a mess, yes. No, so you raised a good point about the Tombstone era. Even here in Texas, and the representative mentioned this before, that the law changed in the 1990s. From 1871 until that law changed during the George W. Bush administration, Texas had very strong concealed carry policies, very strong public carry policy. You couldn't do it. And then if you did and you were caught, you could raise an affirmative defense and said I was carrying because I had this particularized need to do so. But what the Bruin Court did was it took that Texas law, which supported the then existing New York state law, took examples like Tombstone, and in Clarence Thomas's opinion, he said, this was too old. Texas isn't representative of the population. This was too local. I have a friend who called it Goldilocks history. Like some was, it was too hot, it was too cold, it was like what, and it just created a problem where how many laws make a regulatory tradition that we can use to justify today's laws? What percentage of the population had to have been governed by these laws in order for it to be a valid tradition for the purpose of today's Second Amendment? The Supreme Court hasn't answered those questions. Any answers to them will be arbitrary. It's going to be arbitrary line drawing. And so this is one of the reasons why there's been so much confusion in the courts that in ideology. There's an article that came out that said that outcomes in Second Amendment cases have become incredibly ideological because of how easy it is to parse the historical record to reach your desired outcome. So I don't, going forward, I'm not sure. I think it's going to take. Either the Supreme Court's going to have to decide on the constitutionality of every single issue because it can't actually provide enough guidance on how to do this historical analogical test. We scrap the test or something else. I'm not sure, but it's a mess.
Just a quick follow-up, and maybe we can talk about this afterwards. But I don't know if because I know if we were talking about you kind of mentioned there's so many different laws historically. I feel like there's a similar doctrine with the patchwork argument for preemption laws at the state level, where local governments aren't allowed to pass ordinances about firearms, which has been a big barrier to state action. Do you think that there's any legal argument that's been invoked, or there's potential that maybe they could be hey, we didn't even have a bunch of preemption laws or a statewide or national wide standard for firearms until the 70s onward, and then they make the 70s that basis? Or I don't know if that's anything that's come up at all.
It's really interesting, and I agree. I think preemption is probably a bigger hindrance to gun policy than the Second Amendment, to be sure. And I'd have to. I'll talk to you more about how that might be relevant. I haven't done a lot of thinking about it, but I would say that anything that happened in the 1900s is going to be most likely to be construed by the current Supreme Court as too recent to actually inform what the Second Amendment, which was enacted in 1791, means.
Yeah, so on the topic of, I know you guys have been mentioning ambiguity a lot. How do you think that Chevron being overturned is going to affect how firearm regulations, are carried out?
I know what Chevron is, but I can't answer
Well, so Chevron. So what Chevron is? Chevron is basically it was a court opinion that said that when you have to our Congress, well, it doesn't. It's kind of dysfunctional these days. But even if it was, it's a mess. It's a mess. Congress doesn't have enough time in the day to write laws that are specific enough to address the problems and things that we need to resolve as a society. So one of the things that Congress does is it writes laws that grants authority to agencies. And agencies do a lot of rulemaking. It punts out of necessity. And a lot of things require subject matter expertise that Congress might not have. So the Chevron doctrine said that when agencies are interpreting federal law that granted them authority, they got deference in court. That got overturned this past term. So now what it means in essence is that Congress has to speak more clearly to specific issues, and 10 times more often. The attack on Chevron deference was also attack on big government. How does that affect? I think it does affect ATF authority, just like it affects every agency's authority. We saw there was a bump stock case that got decided this past year. Chevron wasn't specifically at issue in that case, but there's another ATF interpretation case that's up right now, the definition of firearm, ghost guns. It's a ghost gun case. And so, Zen. And no, that's good. That's good. Yes. Yeah. No, it's going to be. I think it's going to be important, but it's not just for it's agency action across the board.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Kevin and Eric. I don't know if anyone can hear me on this one. Maybe, possible? Yes? Okay, I think I'm being heard. Well, with that, we're going to go ahead and transition into our next panel, and we'll do that by introducing our next moderator, Tyler Smith. Tyler is the Deputy Regional Director for Everytown for Gun Safety. Y'all can't hear it at all, can you? No, maybe, possibly. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna grab another one. Sorry, Tyler. Oh, now. Better? Got it. Well, Tyler is the Deputy Regional Director for Everytown for Gun Safety, where he advocates for communities that are marginalized in mainstream media conversations around violence. His work is informed by his personal experiences losing loved ones to gun violence. At Everytown, Tyler builds coalitions of survivors and legislators across the South to increase government engagement, supports volunteers in their advocacy efforts, and collaborates with activists across the ideological spectrum to find common ground. And with that, Tyler Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, my name is Tyler Smith. I'm the Deputy Regional Director for Everytown. Happy to be here with you all today. Today, I will be moderating our panel on strategies to advance gun violence prevention through the legislative agenda. We have 4 phenomenal panelists today that I've had the opportunity to work with in Texas here. And I'll start by introducing them, starting with Nicole. Nicole is our Executive Director of the Texas Gun Sense Coalition Group. As I introduce you, guys can come to the stage. I think we may be missing 2. We also have Christina Delgado, who is outside coming in. She is the she's a Southwest Regional Advocacy Associate at Community Justice Action Fund, one of the only Black and brown national gun violence prevention groups in the country. Next, we have Roger Garza, who is the director for Giffords, the Giffords Group. I don't know if Roger's here. And lastly, we have Sherwin Patton, who's also joining us today. Great. So I think we'll just jump straight into it. And I'll ask our panelists, and whoever feels comfortable jumping in can start first. What strategies do you all think works best to engage with lawmakers in difficult times on both sides of the aisle?
Hello? What strategies in difficult times?
Yeah.
every time's a difficult time in Texas. Look, I think from where we stand in the Giffords, right? It's the world of the possible going into 2025. So that is initial funding in a budget for community violence intervention. That's continuing to move the ball down the field on Raise the Age. That is criminalizing straw purchasers who then traffic those guns into Mexico, right? In a sort of back and forth around fentanyl and gun trafficking, et cetera, et cetera. That's where we stand for first and foremost, and hoping that as we get through this decade, we can use that possible wins, those smaller wins, to springboard into bigger ones and really change the state and save lives.
I'm going to piggyback on that. Thank you so much. So I think one of the main strategies that we definitely need to look at and focus on, that we used in last session to be able to get some of those wins, is really understanding the experts for each of these priority policies, or policy priorities, excuse me. And really making sure that we're putting survivors first. Them being able to come in and share their experiences, knowing firsthand what had happened, how their communities were, how their families were functioning before tragedy, in the midst of tragedy, and to be able to identify those factors that could change the course for another family to not experience what they've experienced. I think that is something that we bring into even our coalition building. I know that there was something that was mentioned earlier about, unified messaging. And I know that Nicole can probably speak to this, but, with both our Texas Coalition to Prevent Gun Violence, which is led by Nicole Golden, with Texas Gun Sense, and then also, utilizing our Texas Invest in Us coalition that Community Justice has with all of our CDI leaders throughout the state of Texas. We have been working in creating that unified message with our partners in Giffords and so many others to be able to really create strategies to bring wins at both the local levels and the state levels. Being polite. My friends here have said great things. It's often hard times here, and some of the things I've learned in the, I guess, 11 plus years of doing gun violence prevention in Texas is there really is no such thing as a small win. Small wins are big wins. Any win is a significant win. And so you really have to look for, Roger, you talked about this a little bit, but looking for like small opportunities, whether that's like the passage of a policy, maybe it wasn't all the things you wanted, but had some of the things you wanted in it, or appropriations for investments in things like safe gun storage that we've done here in Texas, for example. Defining your own success. Maybe your success is not passing any policies that session because frankly, you may not get a hearing on a good gun bill because this legislature won't make that possible. So did we get, lots of people to the Capitol for an advocacy day, which we did with Moms Demand Action and Community Justice and Giffords and others last year, and we can do that again. Are we able to get a lot of youth out, survivors, gun owners, doctors, etc.? That's a huge win. That coalition building is a win in and of itself. And you really have to just work incrementally. So small steps, sometimes that's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, keep going, and celebrating our champions. There's some of them in the room here today. You have to lift them up because they're doing really hard work here against a lot of big challenges, and we need to make sure that we are supporting them and continuing to keep going because eventually over the long term we'll pass these policies that we need to save lives, but it will take some years.
So the only thing that I would add to that conversation is that we have to do what I would call rigorous prevention. And what I mean by that, when we heard the students up here on the panel, one of the things that they kept emphasizing was the relationships that we had with them in order to magnify their voices because they're the subject matter experts when it comes to the trauma that they're experiencing, when it comes to even the information that they're passing on to one another as it relates to gun violence. And so when we talk about rigorous prevention, what we're talking about is having a thorough approach to how we interact with our kids upstream. And what I mean by that is, like for instance, one of the things I'm passionate about is community violence intervention, along with using restorative practices as a method of being able to get students to disclose to us when they're going through traumatizing situations. And when they don't disclose to us, what that translates into is violence. How many of you all in the room would say that you are either married? If you're married, raise your hands. Keep your hands up. How many of you all would say that you have a significant other? If you have a significant other, raise your hand. Okay. So if you are in the room and you interact, keep your hands up, and you interact with a human being, period, on a day-to-day basis, you have to speak to, collaborate with another human being, raise your hand up. So I'm looking around the room and I say that this is probably 100% of the people in the room. Now, how many of you all, by taking your hands down, listen to the question, would say that you have never had conflict with that person that you are either married to, is your significant other, or is a breathing human being? If you've never had conflict, take your hand down. If you've never had conflict, take your hand down. See, we're learning how to listen at the same time. And so what I'm saying is that one of the things that we can all agree with is that conflict is inevitable. And our children are going through conflict that they don't know how to navigate through. And we need to create opportunities for them to talk to us. And then we have to create opportunities for us to help them. And so one of the things that I'm really advocating for is for us to create spaces in the school where we marry CVI and restorative practices, by allowing our students to talk to us so that we can give them what they need in terms of being able to navigate through conflict when it occurs, because it's coming. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes.
Thank you. Our next question would be, as we gear up for the upcoming legislative session, I know that there will be a lot of priorities that everybody is focused on, but to our panelists, what do you all see as the most urgent and most vital pieces of legislation that we should be paying attention to and focusing on during the upcoming legislative session?
Yeah, so there is a plethora of things that we would like to see, but I know that for community justice, but also for myself as well, coming from a community that was the first Texas mass shooting, and knowing that there were multiple instances that we could have intervened, and there were multiple instances where we could have put preventative measures in so that we did not see another Texas mass shooting. So I know that CBI investments is a priority for us. We know that it is life-saving. We know that it is a missing link when it comes to gun violence prevention, because it treats the root causes, the root problems that lead these individuals to take that act of violence as a next step, thus creating an ongoing cycle, especially in communities of color like mine. So I know that is going to be one of the main priorities that we have, alongside supporting our survivors, supporting the Uvalde families in their ask to raise the age. So I'll let other folks talk, whoever wants to. You want to go next?
Sure. And those are priorities we support, and we hope all our coalition partners, many of whom are in the room, are going to support them as well. We've been doing a lot of work to try to get all our coalition partners kind of coalesced around a few priorities that we see as really critical. That does not, there's a lot of critical policies. Texas needs to expand background checks on all gun sales, for example. Texas doesn't have an extreme risk protection order or a red flag law. Like, those are all things we all have our eye on and need to keep our eye on over the long term. But in the short term, we're looking at some of the policies that we need to respond to major tragedies that have recently happened. And I concur with Christina that we are 100% committed to supporting the survivors and families from Uvalde and continuing to push for the Raise the Age legislation. We got a hearing last session, as you guys know, and it was mostly due to their credit, and we were all happy to support them. There was a bipartisan vote in committee on that bill, and so regardless of what happens next session, we want to keep the drum beating on that policy. It's supported by most Texans, including 68% of Republican primary voters who were polled not long ago. So it's totally in step with Texans. Also, safe gun storage is a really important priority for us and for a lot of our partners. We've done a lot of work with safe gun storage already, particularly in the way of education. And I know there are other safe gun storage advocates in the room who do great work, like Lisa, passing out gun locks and giving literature across the community. We've been working on on the policy side to make sure that Texas has some policies written to get that education out there. And we've actually been successful. So now safe gun storage material is going out through K through 12 schools to parents and guardians. We're working on implementation of the policy. Implementation is something we don't always talk about. After passage, you've got to make sure the policy is working, and that takes a lot of work too, which is why the advocates on the ground, are so important. And then we're gonna have to play defense, and that's a priority in and of itself. And so, like last session, there were about 300 gun bills filed. Might be able to anticipate the same number this time, but we'll be looking and tracking when the time comes. And a lot of them are problematic, and we need to really have a big showing of all of our partners to say, we've got to stop this. This is totally out of step and dangerous for Texans. So that'll take a lot of our energy too.
So I'm going to continue along with the policies. I agree with all of that. And I just want to keep pressing home the point of the relationships. So I spoke a few moments ago about the rigorous prevention, but also there's has to be what we call rapid responses. And what I mean by that is when we're responding rapidly, it's not just in terms of how we run in when the crisis has occurred, but how do we, as a response, make sure that we're taking care of those who have been traumatized, whether they were either there or they heard about the incident, they're traumatized. And one of the things that we focus on a lot with the community violence intervention work that we're doing is not only what's happening within the institutions, like what's happening in the schools, that's important, but we also have to look at the violence that's happening outside of those schools. And are we really looking at that data and seeing how communities outside of the schools are being impacted by violence? And I'll give you just a short story about that. We have some of our credible messengers here who are part of the boots on the ground doing work out in the communities. And if y'all would, yeah, Mike and Retanya, both of y'all, Mike Salazar and Retanya, y'all should give them a hand of applause. But one of the things that happened was there was a child. I don't want to give the age away because I'll give away the story, but he was killed. And he was killed by other teenagers. And in that happening, they were in the community where these individuals lived. Of course, they go to schools, right? But they were in the community where these individuals lived and found out that there were threats still going on out in the community. So they're trying to prevent the violence out in the community. Are we measuring how often these issues are happening in the community that's spilling over into our schools? Are we looking at what happens in our schools and then going back and seeing if there's ways that we can serve those communities? And so I think we have to marry the two with policy and understand that a lot of this work is about relationships, because relationships is what causes the harm. When relationships are broken, then oftentimes people violate one another because that's a tool that they've learned to use to settle their differences. And so we can talk about policy all day long, but if we don't align that with real people that are out there doing the work and who know the people who are involved in the conflicts, then we're going to be challenged. So I would say that one of the things I would advocate for is making sure that there is real tangible dollars, money invested in sending people out to the streets that have the credibility to be able to intervene before we see an egregious act happen in our schools.
I don't have much more to add on the policy side. I think we're all lockstep here. What I will double click on is what Nicole said about doing the work that we can to stop these bad bills, these hundreds of bills that are filed every year. And they are, at this point, so many of them are small and insidious. Like there was a bill that got through pretty far last year that when you want to become a foster parent, they make you put down how many guns you have, right? It's a question on your form. And folks want to take that away. They want to bar, DFBS from asking that question moving forward. That's just sort of the bills that we see, and there's 299 more of them like that here as we move forward.
Yeah, that brings me to our next question. I think we all have worked in Texas politics or in places that make it very difficult to legislate on specifically this issue. But as we face gridlock in today's current political climate, what advice would you give to our advocates here in the room today to help them keep up the faith when they're pushing for legislation, and how they could fight for legislation so they don't see as many setbacks on their issues?
Yeah, I'll definitely go on that, or start off on that. I go back to the youth panel, which was just absolutely incredible. And it brings me to my own daughters and the promise that I made to them on May 18th, as we were listening to the names of kids we knew, families we knew, who were gone, who we lost in the art rooms as a 17-year-old got access to his father's firearms and took those lives. And making that promise to do whatever I could to ensure that they were safe and that their futures were secure. And that when I eventually have grandkids, not anytime soon, my oldest is right here, that they can feel protected. And that, I think, is what we have to stand on, is looking at these young people and understanding that we have the power to protect them. Every step we take into this Capitol, every email that we send, every phone call that we make, every message that we leave, every social media post that we post is one step in the right direction in securing their safety. And it's not going to come easy. This is definitely not a sprint. It is probably one of the longest marathons, and I hate running, but I'm on it. And I think that that is something that I want everyone to hold on to and to look at those young people around you, your own children, nieces, nephews, and the future, to understand that we have the power to make that change for them.
Oh, good one. I think I might have given a lot of this advice when I spoke first about, celebrating every win and defining your own, making your own definition of success and working incrementally and all that. So I won't repeat myself, but I will say that, 11 plus years of doing this work, it's easy to feel pretty despondent and look around and, think that you're seeing much change, especially because tragedies keep happening. And we become distraught so often that it is hard to see that things are moving forward. But when I started this work, and I know there are others in this room been doing it as long as I have, or maybe longer, there wasn't much talk about the issue publicly at all. There weren't a lot of lawmakers prioritizing it. There weren't candidates running on it. It was much more hush hush. People were uncomfortable talking about it. And we have seen such tremendous change happen. And that's because advocates have not let up and survivors have not let up, and we have supported them. And so I guess I would just say, look at where we were then and see how much we've all done. And you can imagine in a decade from now, how much more we will have done. Yesterday, I was at the White House, and the president signed executive orders that to make active shooter drills in schools more trauma informed, which is something we've heard a lot of from our education partners and students. To work to curb the crisis with ghost guns and with Glock switches, which was actually a bill that a Republican led last session here that didn't pass. It has bipartisan support, and they're working on this at the federal level. And so that's just a few of the things. And CVI investments, huge piece of the executive orders. Having champions at the highest level of office and a national office of gun violence prevention working to make sure all of this happens is significant. So just really recognize those wins and don't give up.
I think Nicole is totally right here. Having worked 6 sessions in this building, you get lost in the minutia in the day-to-day. Oh, my bill didn't get a hearing this week. Our deadline's next week. Our legislative agenda has failed, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, can we do something to put it on an amendment? It can get really hard, right? But 15 years ago when I was trying to get candidates elected to work in here, you weren't trying. You were trying to get the NRA's endorsement, or at least the B rating, because you knew the other side was going to bash you over the head with it over and over again. And we're not there anymore. We just endorsed half a dozen state legislative candidates today, and they are nowhere near attempting to, get the NRA's endorsement or rating moving forward here. And so it is about taking the long view. It's about having a good perspective and scope on you here, because if you only concentrate on day 1 through 140, you will inevitably be distraught. There will be those dark days. It's about the other 600 days in that 2-year period too, where you can organize, you can talk with survivors, you can bring them in here to do good work.
Well, I want to encourage you and thank you for even being in the room and listening, because that's the first step to doing anything, is being willing to listen and then deciding to be a participant in making change happen. And so I just want to give you some tangible things that I want to encourage you all to do as you talk to your constituents. First, when we think about expanding cities' investment in CVI initiatives, it's critical in life saving. As I just spoke about a few moments ago, rapid responses are very important. One of the things we had the privilege of doing, an unfortunate privilege, of doing was responding after the tragedy with the Round Rock shootings. It was CVI workers that responded, and they were doing two things. It was one, cognitive behavioral theory. What cognitive behavioral theory is people who do not necessarily have the credentials, but they do have the relationships to create a space where people can begin to think differently about how they handle the trauma by not retaliating. And then we had what we call CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, where we had therapists that were in the room. And Christina was here as a part of that, that had the credentials to be able to help people to navigate what they were experiencing. Now, we were working with the people who had been directly impacted by the violence, and we worked with some of those that actually were part of inflicting that harm. And so when you think about the cost that it takes in order for us to make this kind of difference, let's think about it in terms of the population of Austin. So Austin, the greater Austin area, not just Austin proper, is approximately 2,115,000, let's say. Now, 1% of city's population is regularly exposed to gun violence, so that's about 21,153 people, let's say that. And then 3% of that 1% are responsible for most of the gun violence. So that's roughly about 638 people who are ultra high risk individuals. So when you think about that, then really we can tackle this problem. So you have two organizations. I represent Life Anew Restorative Justice, but we're partnered with an organization called Jail to Jobs, and we both do this CVI work. And so we have seen that it takes approximately $30,000 of services and support for each person who is high risk. And so if you multiply that, if you take 289 times 30,000, you're looking at about $8,676,000. Now, if you want to look at the return on your investment, what you're saving is $1.2 million in costs per homicide. If you multiply that by 75 homicide, the projected 75 homicide victims. Now, I'm going to stop there. For you all that are part of the legislative branch, you all can help us by going back and advocating. And I'm thanking you all for listening. And then at the same time as I'm thanking you all for listening, I'm asking you to go back and advocate for us to have more people who are able to do this work across our community. Because if we get that, when we get that, then we'll be able to come back and look at these numbers next year and say, Austin doesn't have just a 42% drop in violent crime, gun violence specifically. That's what the data is right now, 42% drop. Next year, maybe we'll be saying that there's a 75, 80% drop. But what we need to do is make sure that that money that Biden has chosen to give that executive order for, when it comes down to the state level, you all advocate for that to make sure that it comes down to the local level and make sure that you're advocating just as much for at the local level for it to come down to those who are the boots on the ground people who are making the difference. We need you all's voice. And so I want to thank you all for being in the room and advocating the way that you have. And I want you to continue to support us because we're going to support you as you support us. We thank you because you're saving lives, literally.
I think that was a really great transition into my next question. As we look forward to November, over 3 million new registered voters here in Texas, which to me means the political landscape and climate of Texas is on a changing trend. If we look 5 years from now, how would you all see the political and legislative landscape here in Texas? And what gun violence prevention bills or policies would you like to see enacted within that change of the next 5 years?
I think, 29 going into 2030 for us, I'd love to see another 10 dozen more gun safety champions in the legislature, minimum to begin with here. And that means that we are doing the work and organizing and getting everything done in between now and then. It just doesn't happen magically, right? And so, as I said earlier, right, the wins we have next year through the end of May, we're just continuing to build on that, right? And it's also not like we go from 0 more gun safety champions now to 12 in 2029 and only then, right? It's a gradual, what I have seen in my time here at the legislature is when the margins are closer, more people do business because they have to go home and they have to talk to their folks about why they did or didn't get stuff done. They have to moderate themselves to move forward. And what we know across the board, and Nicole said this, is across the board, Texans are overwhelmingly with us on gun safety, right? And so as we get this chance to do and add more gun safety champions to there, I would expect to see more movement, for all intents and purposes, for me, this election's over. We're 40 days away. It's like something, you're driving a car and something's 10 feet in front of you. It's gone. But 26 is just around the corner, and we've got all the statewides up in 26, and hopefully we can start making some movement then.
I know I would definitely like for, and I hope that we can not have to wait 5 years for this, but for gun violence to be addressed as the public health crisis that it truly is, so that we can get sensible, humanistic policies put in place, so that we can save lives and we can support those who've been directly impacted. So we can break the cycles and sustain that peace in communities, not just communities of color, but across the entire state. And, that is going to be something that we're going to have to get creative with, even if this election, God willing, does not go in the way that we want it to. But, we can be creative in how we are having these conversations. We can be creative in how we are reaching these decision makers at all levels of government. I just hope it doesn't take us 5 years to do that.
Excuse me. Just, somewhat repeating what I've already said, but to put it more plainly, I think, within 5 years, I do want to see that raise the age bill get over the finish line. I want to see policies that require safe and secure storage of firearms. We've done some great work with education, as I mentioned, but we really need to be holding adults accountable to securing their firearms and not making them accessible to youth, to curb our firearm suicide crisis, to prevent school shootings and unintentional shootings. And I think I can't predict the future. It may be possible within those years to do some of these things. We're definitely going to try. And then I also just, Tyler, you asked earlier about bipartisan approaches. I don't ever want to really undervalue the power of education as a bipartisan approach, and making sure that people at all levels of lawmakers at all levels of leadership and at all levels of office, but also just Texans across our state are educated about the issue. I feel like sometimes I take for granted what I know and what I've done, but a lot of people are still learning about it. And they may be people who we don't fully agree with, but they need more education. So I would like to see more Texans and leaders educated about the issues as well. And I absolutely think that's in our power to control.
The only thing I'd add to that is I would like to see in 5 years that we are really taking an ecosystem approach to addressing this gun violence epidemic that we're facing right now in our country. And what I mean by that is that with bipartisan support, that we're making sure that we're having hospital interventions that are going on, so that there's work being done to prevent retaliation from the hospital, that there's work being done in our schools, that there's even work being done not only in the government and city governments, but also being done in terms of how those governments relate to our communities, listening to the needs. I would like for us to take an ecosystems approach to that, and within the next 5 years, make sure that the right hand knows what the left hand is doing. Because oftentimes what we're looking at when it comes to violence, it really came down to a matter of communication. Someone did not communicate with someone else about what was going on with an individual. And if we look at the tragedy that should not have happened in Uvalde, there was a huge breakdown in communication with what was going on with this young man's mental health that cost the lives of children and traumatized an entire nation. And so what we need is an ecosystems approach. And we need to, as the people in the room that are smart enough to do this, find out how we can put down our political um, agendas to be able to come together and say that it doesn't matter whether you're from the far right, the left, or in the middle, that we're going to work together in order to make sure that this does not continue to happen.
With that, I think we'll open it up to the crowd if anyone has any questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your good information. The question I have is, do any of your organizations do anything to provide information around how the elected officials here in Texas, how they are either proposing or voting on bills related to gun violence? Because the average person doesn't necessarily have the time to do all the research to know. And we talk about trying to change laws, and it matters who's in the seat to get the laws changed. And as long as we have gerrymandering, now that's a whole nother issue. But how do you all help get the word out for individuals to kind of easily see how the person who represents them stands and how they have voted on specific bills or even proposed bills that they may be for or against?
I love your question. This is something, excuse me, that our team has been talking about, and we've been working on putting together a tool that we're working to get it up on our website that just as a nonpartisan tool will tell people sort of like, you know, what exactly what you're asking for, what the history of their votes are. What's a little bit hard in Texas is that good gun bills don't usually get a hearing, and there's not a lot of votes on record. That's part of our political problem, is that there's this avoidance to get lawmakers on record on their votes when it comes to gun safety legislation. But we're going to kind of look at it broadly as much as we can to show you, so you can look up your lawmaker, see what they've done, and get a sense of what they believe in and where their actions are. And we also, at the same time, though, all of our work is nonpartisan, we encourage people to go to candidate forums and things like that and ask the questions. Where do you stand on this? What are your intentions? Because voters 100% deserve to know that information. So anyway, I'm happy to give you my card and kind of let you know when that might be available. Others might have something to add.
Yeah, Gifford, Texas is all of 7 months old here. So we have not, advocated or been in any previous session. Moving forward, what is definitely on the table for us is some sort of scorecard, right? Very easy to do. I think the question, the other thing for us on the flip side of that as we get into November is we just endorse 6 candidates. They're gun safety champions, right? These are folks who we've interacted with, we've spoken with. A couple of them are incumbents themselves. And so I think as we merge those two together here moving forward, that will be on our website, giffords.org, and we'll be able to kind of make sure that folks have all the opportunities to get that information.
For community justice, we're a C3 first, and then a C4 last. So we don't do a lot of endorsements for candidates or anything like that. However, for our local municipalities, we do have something that we launched, which is the Violence Prevention Index, or the VPI Index, which is a national analysis of municipalities' program services and policies designed to reduce gun violence and other forms of violence. So it assesses over 100 cities in 3 categories: intervention, risk factor reduction, addressing the root causes of violence, and local offices of violence prevention, which can kind of help you to assess what's going on in your local districts within your cities across Texas, but also be able to get an example of how other states, how other leadership in other cities are looking at this as an issue, and what steps they are taking or not taking in order to resolve the issue.
So at the church that I attend, they're going to have, starting on Sunday, this 4-week class on how to respectfully disagree with someone. And I'm fairly sure that their ultimate reason behind doing this in church is so that half of the congregation doesn't leave, If the other half is rubbing their face and whatever happens in collection. And, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. So what I did when I saw that this was coming up is I decided I would test it myself. And the gym where I work out is a guy who's about the extreme opposite of me on both gun safety and political. And he and I have become good friends because we listen to each other. We don't poo-poo whatever somebody's putting out there. We listen to each other. And is there any other experience of that sort that you know of?
Something that I heard said once in conversations that we've had is, you cannot combat violence with a violent debate. We have to be able to have conversations, lay everything on the table, and find common ground because at the end of the day, we're all human beings. We all live in the same communities. We all breathe the same air. We all shop at the same HEB. We have to be able to come together to find a solution. Going on separate sides, that middle, that gray area, is where the violence will continue, where the pain will continue, the tragedy, those cycles. And so I'm glad that your church is having that kind of conversation. And those are the kinds of conversations we need to be having in this Capitol, is being able to go into those offices of those legislators, those decision makers who don't always agree with us, who might not even want us to come in. But that is where those conversations have to be. They have to start. And I know Representative Goodwin, thank you for all of the work that you do, because I know that you have to have those very difficult conversations every day in this room. But that's how we come to solutions.
And I'm going to add just one thing. I think I had a very interesting meeting with some of our Moms Demand volunteers with a junior senator from Texas who we don't agree on probably anything. But I think I was more open and receptive to him because he took that meeting knowing that he was going to get bombarded and be wrong the entire meeting. And I think that like dialogue, an open dialogue, whether you agree or you disagree, is always a good thing to have. So.
Okay. Hi. I know that we've talked a lot about different legislative priorities, and a lot of students are super on board with these priorities as well. And I guess my question is, outside of Texas Advocacy Day, which I'm super excited to attend, by the way, but outside of that, what are different ways that students and youth and other stakeholders can get involved in moving forth legislation and being catalysts for meaningful policy change outside of things like large organized events like Advocacy Day?
I love Serena, that's a great, I love that. We've spent, I think you know this, you should know, we spent a lot of time at Texas Gun Sense talking about how to have some more youth-centered programming. And really, some of the feedback I've heard from students, some of you guys are in the room, is that it's really important that students aren't feeling like they're just being kind of told what to do and pedaled out at certain times. And we've taken that really seriously and tried to lift up student voices in their own right and the leader, their ideas and their leadership. So like there's a special, for Advocacy Day that you mentioned, there's like a youth subcommittee that is doing awesome work, and we want them to lead on that. We're also looking at more permanent programming within Texas Gun Sense that will work with students largely at the college level, but not necessarily only. To help them co-create together tools for them to be advocates all year long. You're right, Advocacy Day is incredible, but it is one day. We need to be doing that work all year long to talk to lawmakers, to talk to one another about the issues and prepare for legislative sessions. And so we're looking at ways to do that so that there's like a real student movement that hopefully is created here in Texas and can stay, and building some infrastructure around it to kind of, help students plug in.
So one of the things that we do, we have what's called student ambassadors, and Sean Oliver is who's back in the back of the room. If you can raise your hand up. So Sean actually helps lead this along with others of ambassadors. And the student ambassadors, what they're doing is they're learning how to advocate while at the same time learning how to share their stories from what they're experiencing on the campus. And they also serve as people who are peacemakers on those campuses. The reason why I bring that to your attention is because we're right here in Travis County in Austin Independent School District. And I heard you say that you go to Austin High, right? So we're on several campuses in the city, but we're not on Austin High's campus. And the reason why is because it's not at the top of our radar when it comes to the data, and they say these are the schools that are most at risk for violence to occur. Austin High is not there, but your voice is in this room. And so what I'm going to say is Sean is going to connect with you because we need to have you as a student ambassador at Austin High, bring other students into the equation, and we'll bring in partners like Community Justice and other people who know how to advocate so you can learn while learning how to share your story and help other people to become a part of the ambassadors group. The last thing I'll say, the reason why we call it student ambassadors, because for us as adults, we have to send somebody into a foreign land that can actually help us, that can actually represent the voices of those of us who don't even know what to say, right? So an ambassador goes into a foreign land and he represents that country in which he came from. And so you all are actually representing the voices of the people in this room who want violence to stop, but we don't know how to do it. And so thank you for being a part of the solution.
So for all of you youth, parents, don't get mad at me, but I need you guys to stand up and move forward. We are here to help you guys. If, just like hopefully our future Madam President has said, now I'm not going to say it exactly how she says it, but if there's a closed door, you bust the door open. Make sure you're wearing nice shoes because you're going to break the glass ceilings. This is y'all's world. You guys take the initiative to move forward. We'll follow you. We might be a little far behind because we're a little older than y'all are, but I encourage you all to stand up and fight for your lives. This is your world that we are going to leave to you. We are doing everything in our power to try to make it better, but we are here to follow your lead.
I think we have time for one last question, and then we are wrapping this up.
Thank you, panel, for sharing everything that you've shared. I work in the city of San Antonio with our Metro Health District, and we have violence prevention, but we work with a program called Unlocked. And within that, we provide services to individuals that are coming out of our Bexar County jail system, and it's reintegration, a lot of restorative practices that are done there. So we're actually on the other side of the issue, if I could put it that way. We're working with the offenders. We're working with the individuals that have been incarcerated. And all of the ones that we've met that have gun charges, they get out, they come home. I also volunteer with a prison ministry, so I'm deeply entrenched in the restorative justice practices. We went to, our community health workers went to a conference in Tennessee. They had peer support specialists, which is a lot of what you guys do. Boots on the ground, violence interrupters, but they're also peer support specialists at this point. So my question, I guess, to the group is, in panel, because you guys have the mic, is how do you connect the dots between legislation and the actual individuals that are living this circumstance, that are going through the trauma, that have gone through the abuse, the neglect, the disproportionate effects on communities of color and impoverished individuals?
So this is the reason why we talked about the ecosystem. So we're in relationship with one another. No organization can do it all. But when you're communicating with the people who are in the ecosystem, then you know who is really the one that should be addressing certain issues, and you support that organization. And so that's the reason why it's so important to become a part of the ecosystem. And if there's not already somebody who is leading out on bringing those stakeholders together, then I think that's probably, you should probably raise your hand. Raise your hand real quick. You just became an ecosystem developer, because we have to bring those folks into the room Congratulations, yes. So we have to bring those people into the room. And one of the reasons why we say this, we're part of both Life Anew and Jail to Jobs, are part of this group called ATX Peace. And on a weekly basis, we meet with other ecosystem partners that do things that we don't do. And then on a monthly basis, we bring together the entire community that represents different institutions in the community so we can talk about what is working, what's not working, and how do we strategize and move as a unit. That needs to be in every city because it was not that way a year and a half ago. We started doing this because of the question that you just asked. We were doing restorative practices in schools. We had CVI workers who were communicating with those who were in school. And so what we said we were going to do is make sure that we started calling our folks in the school credible messengers, and they're getting educated on the same thing as our credible messengers on the streets are getting educated on. And then we started bringing in the school district. We made sure that we brought in the Central Texas Food Bank. We made sure that we brought in other partners that were addressing economic challenges that were going on in the city. And so we have to have all those pieces at the table in order for us to be able to affect change. Because if you tell somebody who is hungry, don't go out and do what you have to do to feed yourself and your family, they're going to ignore you. But if you teach somebody how to catch a fish, then that person will feed not only himself for today, but feed himself for a lifetime. And so that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sherwin. And to finish off the question of how you take those issues and bring it to the legislative front, being a part of that ecosystem, there's the advocacy part of that, which through ATX Peace in that ecosystem, community justice is that advocacy piece. And being able to take all of that data to be able to look at, where did that individual come from? What made that individual lead up to making that decision to engage in that act of violence? And then how do we go about bringing in policies to be able to break those cycles of violence? Very similarly to, Congressman Horsford's Break the Cycle of Violence Act that was filed at the federal level. Some of those CVI, CVI appropriations, the riders, and different pieces that we would like to, that we're working on to try and file this next legislative session to ensure that we have the ability to do the work on the front and the backside of each of those individuals to ensure that we are breaking the cycles of violence in that community so that we are treating the person who was on the firing side of the gun to ensure that no one else goes down that same path, to re-engaging in that violence that they had experienced from maybe that incident or some other incident within their community.
And with that, I want to say thank you to our panelists. This was a great discussion and look forward to continuing it during the legislative session.
Okay, everyone, I think everyone's mostly taken their seats, so we will go ahead and get into it. We're moving into our next panel, and our moderator for this panel is somebody I'm excited to introduce, Kurt Meacham. In 1998, Kurt moved to Austin from Dallas to work the 76th legislative session for then State Representative Steve Woolens, chairman of the House Committee on State Affairs. He spent the next decade working at the highest levels of state government for some of the best and brightest elected officials in Texas. Under the chairmanship of the House Democratic leader Jim Dunham, Meacham became the first executive director of the House Democratic Campaign Committee. Meacham graduated from SMU, where he earned a presidential scholarship. He also earned an MBA from the University of Texas at Austin McComb School of Business. He lives in Austin with his wife, District Judge Amy Clark Meacham, and their 3 children. And with that, Kurt Meacham.
Thank you so much. I do want to warn y'all, this panel is the one that will probably make some of you cry. So you probably should have Kleenex accessible. It's also the panel that's going to remind us all of why we're here, why we spend the time and effort and energy fighting this fight and doing what we do. My name is Kurt Meacham. I'm a partner at Phillips, Uresti & Meacham. We are so grateful to Una and Dr. Estrada and the group of doctors for putting on this event, for taking the time and effort to get us all here today, to put on these wonderful panels. And I am so grateful personally for the opportunity to moderate what I hope will be an incredibly powerful and memorable and moving and inspirational panel. Before I introduce Kim and Ronnie and Gloria, I just want to thank everyone from the previous panel, Sherwin and Nicole, Christina Delgado, who does such a wonderful job representing her community and the Santa Fe survivors. My dear friend Roger Garza, who's doing extraordinary work with Giffords. The work they do is really, really hard. It is especially hard in this building, but it's so important. Our firm is very proud to represent Everytown for Gun Safety. We're so proud to work with Tyler Smith and his team because their mission is to end gun violence in America. And that's bold and it's ambitious, but it's also necessary. My hope for each of you in this room and everyone watching virtually is after you hear from Kim and Gloria and Ronnie, after you hear them tell their stories, you will feel inspired and recommit yourself to the goal of ending gun violence in America. This is my family. My son, Ben, my wife, Amy, our twin daughters, Allie and Kendall. You're gonna hear from Donna Howard on the next panel. We live in House District 48, so I'm very proud to have the opportunity to work for to vote for the great Donna Howard every 2 years. We had a big month last month. We sent our twin daughters to college. We dropped them off. We were so proud of them. We were so excited. We were so full of joy. But I also felt a lingering sense of sadness. And it wasn't for the obvious reason. I couldn't keep thinking about Kim and Ronnie and Gloria. I could not get them out of my mind because Lexi Rubio will never graduate from Bible school. And Tess will never graduate from high school. And Jackie will never know the joy of getting an acceptance letter from Rice University or getting into the Plan 2 program at UT. Because the laws in the state of Texas allow an 18-year-old to legally purchase a weapon of war. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a choice. That is a choice that is made in this building by the men and women who we elect to serve us in this building. And those choices failed Lexi, and they failed Tess, and they failed Jackie. But because it's a choice, we also have the collective power to make different decisions. We can choose a different path because change is not just possible, it is necessary, and it will happen because it has to happen. I love and respect and admire Kim and Ronnie and Gloria for so many reasons, and all of the Uvalde families. But chief among them is this. They have made the very intentional decision, a difficult but very intentional decision, to turn their pain into purpose, to turn their pain into progress, because they know we do not have to live like this. And they know better than anyone that our kids, our children, they can't keep dying like this. I want each and every one of you to know that Kim and Ronnie and Gloria, they are not just here to celebrate the lives and honor the memories of Lexi and Tess and Jackie. They're here for your kids too. And they're here for my kids. And they're here for your grandkids. And they're here for you because they don't want anyone to have to go through what they have been through. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are able, I would ask that you stand and give the warmest welcome to my dear friends, Kim Rubio, Veronica Mata, and Gloria Kosovitz. We are so grateful for your time, your courage, your selflessness, I just want to start by giving you the opportunity to tell us about your daughters. You can go in any order, but just tell us about your kids. Neil?
There it is.
There we go.
Lexi is a leader. She received the Good Citizen Award on the day of her death. She was intelligent and all A student. Athletic, she played softball and basketball, and she was interested in volleyball when she got to junior high. Compassionate, driven. She had an interest in social justice and women's issues. It's been the honor of my life to be her mom.
Tess was the shining star of our family. She was what kept us going. Faith, our oldest daughter, was no longer in the house. She was in college. So our lives revolved around Tess. And she was your funny, energetic, athletic little girl who loved to dance, would come in during Dad's Sunday football games and just do cartwheels in the middle of the commercials. So she was our bright star.
Jackie was the youngest of the family. She was just a couple of weeks from turning 10. She was smart, funny, sassy. She ran our household. She was the mom of her friend group. She wanted to be a veterinarian, but most importantly, she wanted to be a mom.
May 24th. I assume that was the most normal morning in Uvalde, Texas. Tell us about that morning. What did you do that morning? How did you get your kids ready for school? What was the morning of May 24th like? Anyone?
I have 5 children that were in the UCISD school district at the time. Mornings are chaotic at my house. Did all of my drop-offs. My Rob kids are last. I dropped them off and then I returned to the school for my son, who was a 2nd grader at the time, for his award ceremony, and then for Lexi's award ceremony at 10:30. Again, she received all A's and the Good Citizen Award, and posed for pictures with her, asked her to take a photo with her teacher, Mr. Reyes, because she loved him and it was her last year with him. We told her we loved her and we would pick her up after school. We had no idea that that was goodbye.
So our days were just about the same. At the time, I was a kindergarten teacher at a different campus in Uvalde. My mother-in-law would come and pick up Tess in the mornings because I had to be there so early, and she didn't have to be there till 7:30. We were walking out the door like we always do, and my husband always has a saying that he would tell the girls when he would walk out the door: don't forget to ask questions. If you don't understand something, make sure you ask questions. And it being that there was only 3 days left of school, he knew that there wasn't much going on. He knew that they were watching, their favorite shows, and they were just kind of having fun days. And he walked out the door and he tells her, don't listen to your teachers. And so she comes running out of her bedroom and we stop in the hallway and she's like, what did Dad say? And I was like, he's just being silly. And then she's like, he knows that I only have 2 days. I still have 2 days left. I still have to listen and follow the rules. I was like, yes, baby. I was like, I know. I gave her a kiss on the forehead. She walked out the door. That was the last time I saw her.
Our morning, Jackie, we stayed up late straightening her hair because of award ceremony the next morning. So it was a little difficult waking her up. Her dad dropped her off at school. Of course, we saw her at award ceremony. I think the last time as we're walking out of the cafeteria after their awards, her and a few of her friends, and we're talking about pre-K graduation. And so I'm showing them pictures of them. So I leave Jackie. Later, I go to look at my phone, and she asked for me to send her those pictures. I sent them, and it was at 11:08. The shooter walked into that building at 11:33. Mine's gonna be a little longer because there's physicians in the room. Later that day, I get a text message from a coworker. Her husband's a Border Patrol agent. The text was at 11:43, telling me there's an active shooter at Jackie's school. I'm a home health nurse that was coming out of the patient's house. So of course I went straight to Rob, praying that it was just another lockdown, another bailout in the area. Once I got to the main street and the main intersection, there was, 10, 15 cop cars right behind me. So I just followed them to the school. Later, I had my niece head to the hospital. We heard they were going to be taking some kids. Later, I receive a call and she's hysterical, crying. Well, she's walking into the hospital. There's an ambulance and she happens to see a child being pulled out, and it was Jackie. So once I got to the hospital was just as chaotic as Rob. Like, I don't think they knew what was coming. Jackie's time of death was 13:17. It was hours. It took us hours, though, until 2 rangers came to get us to identify a child. In the room, there was 2 nurses. Even after sending pictures and giving descriptions, nobody could find Jackie. They didn't know where she was at. To this day, though, we have not had one medical professional that worked on her ever reach out to us to let us know exactly what they did or what was done to help her.
Then came the rituals. The all too common rituals after one mass shooting after another. There would be 21 funerals. There would be flowers. There would be crosses bearing innocent names. Quiet moments of reflection in front of a cross. Trips to the bedroom. Tuck in stuffed animals. Turning out a nightlight. There would be candlelight vigils. There would be marches. Artists would create beautiful murals. There would be headstones. There would be grave sites that needed to be kept clean and neat. There would be lights that illuminated the cemetery at night. Ronnie, I want you to tell us about February 6th, 2023. Why that date is significant and how you and Jerry and Faith spent that evening.
February 6th was Tessa's birthday. That day I had taken the day off because I had gone back to work 3 months after everything had happened. I had taken the day off and we had planned to spend the entire day out at the cemetery. At this time, everything was still fresh. We didn't have her bench, we didn't have her stone, and we just had flowers out there. Before we left from the house, I got a call. They were delivering her bench and her stone that day. Husband looked at me and he said, I guess this is her gift. Tess was always the type of little girl that it was always about her. And she made sure that that day was about her. So we got to go to the cemetery. We got to watch them as they put her bench in. We watched them put her stone in. That her older sister had to create for her because her dad and I could not. And Faith did a beautiful job. We spent the whole afternoon there. Family, friends stopped by. We celebrated Tess like she would want to be celebrated. We had lots of music. We had her playlist playing. And she was there with us.
The very next day, you would get up and you would travel to Austin, as you did so frequently last session. Jackie Uresti had a full day of meetings scheduled for y'all. The night before, you celebrate your daughter's birthday at the cemetery. And then you drive to Austin to advocate. Where do you find the strength? How are you able to do that?
So as you heard earlier, Faith was a big part of that. We were done. We didn't want to have anything to do with anybody, anything. We just wanted to be ourselves. But Faith made it plainly clear that no one was going to speak up for Tess like we would. So we put on our big girl pants, as they would say, and we made the decision that we had to come and we had to do whatever we needed to do to fight for Tess and to fight for the other children that lost their lives that day. It's a struggle every day.
In this picture, you're meeting with your state representative, Tracy King. He is a very, very good and decent man. You asked him to carry a bill called Raise the Age, which he agreed to do. Kim, tell us about Raise the Age and why that is important to the three of you and really to all of the Uvalde families.
Yes, Raise the Age, House Bill 2177 would have raised the age to purchase these types of weapons from 18 to 21. And in the case of Uvalde, that would have made it to where the shooter didn't have access to this weapon because he did wait until he was 18 to purchase after some failed attempts when he was 17. But what I want people in this room to remember is there's more than just that. We need to see progress across the board because if he had waited till he was 21, it maybe wouldn't have been our loved ones, but it would have been someone else's.
This morning, Representative Goodwin referenced the fact that you all would travel from Uvalde to Austin week after week after week. This photo is really just representative of the dozens and dozens and dozens of meetings you had with various lawmakers advocating for Raise the Age. Your goal was to get a committee hearing, and you got that. This photo was from the hearing on Raise the Age. It was set for 8 o'clock that morning, and one of my lasting memories from that day is of the Army of Moms Demand Action volunteers, many of whom are in the room today, many of whom were right down this hallway that morning. Got to the Capitol at 7 o'clock to save seats so they could be comfortable. What do groups like Moms Demand Action mean to y'all?
It's these organizations that have been working in the gun violence prevention space long before we came along that have really held our hand and helped us navigate. We look up to some of these organizations as we formed our own nonprofit. We have Lives Robbed, which is made up of the three of us. We want to make a difference. We want to save lives. We want to honor our girls with action. This is how we're choosing to do so.
One of the folks there that day is my dear friend Emily Peavy. She's one of the best people you'll ever meet. She's the quintessential Moms Demand Action volunteer, mother of a beautiful, beautiful son, Owen. She just wants him to be able to go to school and come home safe. That's why she puts in the time and effort that she does. That day was a very long day. You made some very beautiful comments, Kim. Tell us what's going through your mind in this photo as you're set to address the committee on Raise the Age.
We had waited hours for that moment, and it reminded me a lot of May 24th, waiting hours to find out that Lexi would never come home. Frustration. Wanted to be seen and heard, and if they thought we were going to leave, they were wrong.
At the end of her testimony, Kim said, and I quote, "I have faith that collectively you have the will and the courage and the judgment and the strength to do what is just and right. Our hearts might be broken, but our resolve has never been stronger." 2 weeks would pass. We wouldn't get a vote. Jackie Uresti again said, "Hey, we need you to come back to Austin." We had a press conference. Chairman Anchia read the names of the victims. Chairman Wally once again reemphasized that this bill wasn't hypothetical. Had this bill been law in May of 2022, your kids would still be alive. These members that you had met with and lobbied, they literally kept wrapping their arms around you. The Austin American-Statesman, Uvalde families continue to push Raise the Age bill before legislative deadline. The next slide, I'm not a technological genius, but I think when I click on it, it starts a video. It is of the committee hearing. Representative Goodwin was there. Many of the Capitol staffers in this room today were there, where the committee voted on Raise the Age. So before I get to that slide, the House stopped. The focus of the entire Capitol turned to that hearing room down this hall. Y'all were in the room. It was the very last day for House committees to pass House bills out of House committee. What was going through your mind as you sat in that hearing room with members on the dais about to vote on Raise the Age? Yeah, go boys.
It's really hard to go back to that day. Of course, we were exhausted. We were tired. We had no idea what was about to happen. You do have a little bit of hope, but over and over again, we have failed. People have failed us. Our leaders have failed us. So I completely had no idea what was about to happen.
I started working at the Capitol in 1999, and these 90 seconds are the most amazing 90 seconds of a committee hearing that I've ever sat through.
The chair now lays out as pending business, House Bill 2744 by Chairman King. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that raises the age to buy certain semi-automatic rifles from 18 to 21. Chairman Canales offers up committee substitute. Committee substitute allows for transfers to an individual under 21 for certain circumstances. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none. Substitute is adopted. Representative Goodwin moves that House Bill 2744 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that due pass be printed. The clerk call roll.
Chair Gann. Vice Chair Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Bowers.
Aye.
Representative Burrows.
No.
Representative Canales. Representative Dorigio.
No.
Representative Goodwin. Representative Marlis.
Aye.
Representative Holland.
Aye.
Representative King. Representative Landgraf. No. Representative Moody.
Aye.
Representative Prosper.
No.
There being 8 ayes, 5 nays, and 0 present not voting, the motion.
Yeah! Yeah!
Wait to come.
Everyone here doesn't, and on the House Select Committee on Community Safety stands adjourned, so call adjourned.
What did that vote, what did that moment mean to y'all?
That we had won a little battle. Nicole said earlier, small ones are good ones, and that one was a good win for us when we've had so many no's. So it was that people were hearing us, that people were seeing that our daughters' lives were just as important as their lives.
The gentleman you saw in that video in the blue shirt with the camera is a dear friend of theirs and mine, Tamir Khalifa. The photos in this presentation are his. He has done beautiful work. The families think of him as family, and he has been extraordinarily generous to let us use his work for our advocacy. MSNBC that night, Raise the Age gun bill passes out of committee after months of advocacy by Uvalde families. It made national news. There are hundreds of people that put hundreds of hours into making that moment happen. I love unsung heroes like Emily Peavy. One of the unsung heroes of this story is Jacqueline Uresti. He's right back there in the corner. Stand up, Jackie. Gloria, what does Jackie mean to you, since she shares a name with
I
you?
was just going to say that. First of all, your name. Just like you said, a lot of people see our faces, but Jackie, you have no idea how much help you were. We would have been completely lost. So we love you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
She's a rock star. Kim Rubio made a big decision. She decided she would run for office. You ran for mayor. Why? Tell us about that decision. What made you want to run?
Mass shootings traumatize communities, and ours is no different. We lost loved ones, and those that weren't directly impacted, they lost their sense of community. And when you're scared, it does something to some people. And there was a division. And I decided to run for office to try to bridge the gap. I was not successful, but that's okay. Won't be my last time, I'm sure.
How many people think Kim Rubio should run again? Your advocacy didn't just take you to this building. You've been to Congress, you've been to the White House. I was watching the last State of the Union speech, and I heard the President of the United States talk about a young lady named Jasmine. And I thought, I know Jasmine. And then they panned up into the First Lady's box. And it's Jasmine. Stand up, Jasmine. Gloria, what was it like for your daughter to sit with the First Lady for a State of the Union address. That must have been pretty special.
Now I'm nervous. Well, it was wonderful. Of course, I've always been so proud of her. She has been very opinionated her whole life. Of course, she's made me even prouder because she's been a huge advocate for her little sister. I'm going to say it in her words. We were walking to the White House, and I asked her, how do you feel? It's like, it's exciting. How do you feel? She's like, well, it's bittersweet. It's like, I am honored. I am grateful that they're still remembering Uvalde. They're still remembering the 21. Goes, but I'd much rather be watching it at home with my little sister. It's just, they amaze us, not just Jasmine, our other children, just how much they try to overcome. They're completely amazing. They're our heroes.
If some of you feel like you recognize Kim specifically, Amy and I were settling in to watch the vice president accept the Democratic nomination a few weeks ago. And they did a segment on gun violence prevention. And Kim Rubio was on stage speaking to 20 million people. What was that like? As someone who's never spoken to 20 million people.
She kept the secret from us.
I think no matter if I'm speaking in a room of this size or at a national stage, the DNC, for me, it's always just me and Lexi. And the only time that there's nerves is because I don't want to let her down.
I think we can all agree you have never done that. This is our second to last slide. I love this picture that Tamir captured because for me it's so hopeful and it's so optimistic and it's so forward looking. So what's next for each of you? Are you working on anything specific? Are there specific projects? What if in all your experiences here, what have you learned? What are you looking forward to? Tell us something about your future.
I think, first of all, we're preparing ourselves for the next session. Personally, we have my daughter founded a nonprofit. It's called Jackie's Loving Hands. She raises money for future veterinarians in honor of Jackie.
For ourselves also personally, we're in the process of creating Tess's nonprofit, and it is to give, Tess was she loved baseball, she loved softball, and so we want to give back to the community, and so her nonprofit is going to be Tess's for gloves, or gloves for Tess, I'm sorry, and so we plan to give gloves to children that are in need, and that way they can always have a glove and get that burden off of the parents because gloves are pretty expensive.
Lexi has a scholarship at St. Mary's University in San Antonio. I'm looking forward to building that so I can send more students to law school. That's what she wanted to do. I have her third annual legacy run, which will be next month in Uvalde, and there's also a virtual option. Still building Lives Robbed. Want to make sure that foundation is solid so we can continue the work that we're doing here today. I am considering law school myself. So.
And you're gonna run again.
And I think a law degree would help in that.
Final question. You have a room full of elected officials, Capitol staffers, gun safety advocates, national organizations. What would be your one ask? And that's for each of you. If you could ask this group of people to do one thing, what is your ask?
I have a big ask. You just heard everything that we're working on, and we're grieving parents. So everything. Do everything that you can and carry our children with us, with you.
I ask you to put yourself in our shoes. This is a place you do not want to be. This is something that you do not want to ever have to be speaking about your child. We should be up here celebrating our children. You have to go out and you have to vote and put the right people in the right positions.
Just like Ronnie said, vote. Definitely vote. Remind your family, your friends to register for vote. When's the last day?
October 7th.
October 7th. Also, if you can go online right now, go look up livesrobbed.com and go like us, and you'll see a whole bunch of information, what we're doing. Yes.
Okay, that's livesrobbed.com. LIVESROBBED.com. My ask is this. It's remember their names. It's never forget. It's so easy to become numb to the epidemic of gun violence, but don't. Do something. If you're already doing something, do more. If these moms can do what they're doing, you can do more. Whether you're a voter or an elected official, a Capitol staffer, a doctor, you have power. You have a voice. Use that power. Use that voice to end senseless and preventable gun violence. Remember their names. We can't ever forget. I would ask all of you once again to express your gratitude to these extraordinary moms for their advocacy, their strength, their courage, and their selflessness being here today. Can we tell them thank you one more time? Una, do we have time for questions? Okay, then I guess I will open it up for questions. After we do questions, Jerry and Javier and Faith and Jasmine, when we're done with questions, if y'all will join us on stage. Representative Goodwin has a very special presentation, but I guess we have time for a couple of questions. But I don't have a microphone, so someone else is going to have to decide.
First of all, I just want to say thank you all. For people who were not supportive of the things that you were asking them to do in the legislative session, were there other things that they were offering? Did they bring constructive ideas? And if so, what were those? Were there other changes that were made?
Let me take the first stab at that. When you saw that committee vote, it was 8-5. 2 Republicans voted for raise the age. And I will tell you, both of those Republicans spent time in a room listening to these mothers. Now, I'm not going to speculate on what they would have or wouldn't have done had those meetings not taken place. But I can tell you those meetings were incredibly impactful. Are there some who don't want to take the meeting? Absolutely. Are there some who will take the meeting and respectfully disagree? Yes, that is still constructive. I can't tell you how much respect I have for Jerry Patterson being in this room today. I can't wait to hear what he has to say on the next panel. He doesn't have to be here. But he is. And maybe we can learn something from him. And maybe he can learn something from us. Not everyone in the legislature is like that. But, you know, for the folks like Vicki Goodwin and Jerry Patterson who don't see eye to eye on this issue, for them to be able to sit on a stage and have a conversation, man, that's progress. I'm sorry. And Senator, thank you for being here. Yes, sir. So for those who were not in the room, about 11 o'clock on the date of the testimony before the committee, I can tell you there was not a dry eye in the house, including mine. And I wouldn't expect any of y'all to have noticed because the whole thing must have been extremely traumatic. But do any of y'all remember two of the representatives who were on that panel talking and smiling at one another while y'all were testifying? You do, and I do too. We prefer to focus on the Vicki Goodwins of the world who carry gun violence prevention legislation and voted for Raise the Age.
Thank you all for being here and sharing your stories for the billionth time. I know it never gets easier. My question to you all is your priority still Raise the Age for this coming session? And this might be a shared question for Vicki. Are those two Republicans who voted with us going to be stripped of that committee for the future?
One's not coming back.
One's not coming back. Okay. So is Raise the Age still your top legislative priority?
Yes, it's going to be our top priority until we get it passed.
We'll do it.
And I just want to emphasize that, like, had that bill been law in May of 2022, 19 children and 2 teachers would still be alive. You can argue whether you support the bill or don't support the bill. But there were laws in the state of Texas that prevented that gunman from buying that gun just a few days before he turned 18. So that law erected a barrier that saved lives until it didn't.
Hello, I'm Belinda Montgomery. I am the SHOP co-chair for AISD, and I'm an independent patient advocate. And I'm so grateful that you're here. Thank you for saying all of the things to remind us, to keep us vigilant. Thank you. My question to you is, sorry,
Oh, it's okay. We cry every time.
I appreciate that. What would you have me do as the SHOP co-chair to prepare both AISD and beyond? I'm sort of mouthy and not shy, and I show up in a lot of places and say the things. So how would you prepare me, and who would you like me to invite to speak at our meetings this year?
Well, I'd invite these 3.
Oh, yes. It's not the book about God. School Health Advisory Committee co-chairs. Every district has one. They're the place where we talk about this type of thing constantly, keeping our kids safe in all the ways.
My answer to that question would be, get a copy of the list of panelists for this event.
Yeah.
Because there is an excellent, that is a great place to start. These 2 ladies here, Vicki Goodwin and Donna Howard, 2 of Boston State representatives, 2 of the most decent human beings serving in the Texas House, they would be excellent speakers. So I just volunteered, John. Public appearance. Hopefully you're either in Lake Travis or Northwest.
I stand in front of Vicki doing yoga.
All right, I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions. Oh yeah, Christina, absolutely.
Okay, so since you've got all of these folks in the room and in the virtual interwebs that are watching and paying attention, as we are preparing for legislative session and you all are having your conversations about strategizing for moving forward again this next session with refiling Raise the Age, what are the top things that people can do most to help you honor your daughters and those lives lost at Robb? Moving forward in this next legislative session to support you?
I'll give them a couple more seconds to think about that. Know who your state rep and state senator is. All politics is local. When we did a presentation to Moms Demand a couple summers ago, I think this is a perfect example. John Cornyn negotiated a gun safety bill with Chris Murphy. Now, there are probably some folks in previous years who would have said, listen, that's a waste of time. No, it's not a waste of time. It is not a waste of time to have a conversation. I think the one thing that every single responsible person in this room can do, know who your state rep is, know who your state senator is. Because it's one thing for advocacy groups and organizations to, walk through the Capitol and lobby on this, that, or the other. But I mean, Representative Howe, she knows who her constituents are. Representative Goodwin knows who her constituents are. I mean, she knows who all her constituents are because 4 of us got her elected 10 years ago when she won by 4 votes with like 50,000 casts. So, but seriously, even if you think there is someone who does not philosophically agree with you on this issue, I don't know that I could have predicted at the beginning of session, and I didn't, and y'all can grade my paper on this. I told them when we first started working, if we get a hearing on raise the age, that's the goal. We want a hearing so you can tell your story. I never said, hey, we're going to get a vote. And I damn sure didn't say, and we're going to win the vote. But you know what? They sat down with people who might not necessarily tend towards seeing this issue the way we do. 2 of them voted for it. And it was an 8-5 vote. So know who your state rep and state senator are.
And ask questions.
Yeah, okay.
And like our younger kids said today, if you don't know, you come and ask. I saw her earlier saying, that she was asking what was the vote. She didn't realize that we had 2 Republicans that flipped. Ask those questions, because if you don't ask, then you don't know. And that's the only way that we're going to get changes, by making sure that we have the right information out there.
Yes, sir. Last question.
Yeah, be sure to make friends with the chief of staff in the office and some of the other workers in the office.
Is it?
Because that has a lot to do with access to the elected members. Yeah, and it has everything to do with their overall order in that office and whether or not you're going to get that voted.
Is Tanya still in the room? Where's Tanya?
Right here.
Stand up. Tanya Oliva, Chief of Staff to State Representative Rafael Anchia. To your point, not only is she one of the best in the building, but I can't tell you how much work she did for us last session from that Chief of Staff position. That's an excellent thing. Okay, it is my honor now to introduce an extraordinary gun violence prevention champion. You need no introduction. We've heard from her twice already. State Representative Vicki Goodwin, who has a very, very special presentation for these families. If y'all will join us.
Well, my staff wrote a very nice speech, but I'm just going to speak from the heart. I know that y'all want people to remember your daughters, your beautiful daughters. So what we have done is we have flown a Texas flag over the Capitol in their honor as a small token for you, for all the work that you've done, for Lexi, for Tess, for Jackie. We can't ever give you your daughters back, but it was amazing to hear you tell their story today. It was amazing to see all of your resilience in coming to the Capitol over and over during session, and to hear that you'll be back to continue the work. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate you and want to honor you with these flags. So, first to Kim Rubio, for Lexi, and Veronica and family. And Gloria and family. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Can we just give them one more round of applause?
All right, so we will now have our last panel of the day to talk about, again, legislation and to have the bipartisan conversation that that we need to have here in the state of Texas. So I will ask my panelists to come up on the stage. Representative Donna Howard from House District 48, Senator Jerry Patterson, also former senator and former land commissioner, Michael Cargill, owner of a gun store and a federally licensed firearm dealer, and Nicole Golden with Texas Gun Sense. So I have bios for them, but in the interest of time, I think it will be a lot more interesting to dig into the questions. And so if you want to, during the question, just add something about your background, you are perfectly welcome to do so. But I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of what we can do legislatively and what our different perspectives are, given really what we're trying to do is figure out how do we make our communities safer? How do we prevent things like Uvalde, the Robb Elementary shooting, or Santa Fe, or El Paso, or Midland, Odessa, all the many shootings that we've had here in Texas? How can we possibly make our state safer? So, we have taken some small steps, and something that I'm very proud of for Representative Donna Howard. My first session, she worked very hard to get a public safety awareness campaign. Now, she had a bill that went through our committee, and we had conversations about how to get that bill passed, and I gave testimony around safe storage, sensible idea. If we can just encourage more people to put their guns in a gun safe or to keep them locked up, that will save lives. Now, the bill didn't pass, but we still did get the public safety awareness campaign through the Department of Public Safety. They were allocated $1 million. So Donna, will you tell us about that and what has transpired with that campaign and what you hope for the program going forward?
Absolutely. Thank you, Vicki. Yeah, the fact that a lot of people don't know that we have a child fatality review committee within the state that periodically issues reports. And before that particular session in 2017, the report had come out that indicated one of the leading causes of death among our children and youth was from firearms. And they also then had recommendations for all the different types of deaths that they were reviewing. And they suggested that one of the things that we could do is to encourage the safe storage of firearms. Seemed like a pretty common sense, practical thing to do. So we got this legislation drafted. It was also after the Santa Fe shooting, in which a young man had access to a firearm of his father's that was not stored. So we actually had an example of something that had just happened prior to this session starting. And it turned out that the Speaker of the House at the time, Dennis Bonnen, represented the Santa Fe area and was very supportive of my doing this. We thought it was going to be something that could be pretty well bipartisan and we could get this done. Unfortunately, it turned out that despite the wide range of support that we had from all law enforcement, all health professional groups, the veterans, the entire list, even the students for open carry was what they were called at the time. They supported it. It was supported by every group except for the NRA, who came out against it. And we were never able to get the bill to the floor of the House for a vote. But the Speaker recognized that this is something we still needed to do, and he helped me to protect it in the budget because a lot of things happen behind closed doors in budgets, and you may think you have something in there, but it doesn't end up being there in the final version. But we were able to get the funding in there, so without the bill, we still got what we wanted to have happen, at least started. And the Department of Public Safety has a Keep 'em Safe Texas campaign that they've started. They have all kinds of materials online. They have billboards, they have videos, materials that they developed are being used in schools now. We have a lot more to do, but it was a start. We tried this last session to get them some more funding so we could increase their what they were able to do, their outreach. We wanted to be able to work with the Texas Department of Transportation and use their dynamic signage on the highways, because one of the leading issues we have in this state with access to firearms is theft out of vehicles. And in fact, it's just tripled in the past several years. And those firearms are oftentimes used in violent crimes. So we were trying to get more done to address the theft out of vehicles. Anyway, it never got anywhere. So we just keep plugging away and trying to do what we can do. And I think we're going to be able to do some more this time trying to address that particular issue. We also found that Texas does not require the reporting of stolen firearms. We need to have that information. Other states do require that so that we can track this. There's lots of things that we can do that spin off of this campaign to have safe firearm storage. And I have to say, Michael Cargill came to the Capitol when we were having that hearing in support of it, because this was about responsible gun ownership, right, Michael? Yeah, it wasn't about taking anybody's gun away. It was just about saying, responsible gun owners, make sure your guns are secured. This is the leading cause of death today among children and youth. It is one of the leading causes of death for our moms. The Maternal Mortality Review Committee, one of the leading causes of death is by violence, and the main method of that violence is firearms. So what we need to do is to keep those guns out of the hands of people who don't need them. That's a different subject. Sorry, I'm going off track here. But certainly among the young people who get access to firearms that they should not have, we need to have them locked away. I could keep talking, but I'll stop because I'm sorry, it's taking a long time.
That's not a problem. All right, Jerry, you were the author of the concealed carry law in the 1990s. Can you give us a brief history of getting that bill passed, your intention when passing it into law, and has it worked as intended?
Well, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and visit with y'all. Yes, I was the author in 1993 of the concealed handgun law, which Governor Richards vetoed. And then in 1995, I authored it again and passed it, and Governor Bush signed it. It was an interesting time. It was pretty amazing, the rhetoric on both sides. We were told that if the bill passes, it would be wild, wild west, shootouts at every four-way stop and blood in the streets. And that didn't happen. What happened was there was a substantial decline in firearms homicides. However, that was not because of the concealed handgun law. It was just because there was a precipitous decline in crime over that period of time. So I'm not about to tell you that because that CHL firearms homicides went down. But what I will tell you is that the predictions of doomsday did not occur. So anyway, I passed that. Also in that same session, I passed a bill to provide a criminal penalty for an adult if they allowed a child to get possession of a firearm and another child was injured. And so the people were surprised that, wait, you just passed the law that all these guys carry a gun, and now you're saying you ought to be responsible. Well, it's pretty much like drinking, driving, shooting, whatever it is, you need to be responsible and competent. Now, and I have to, a lot of things I want to say. The ladies, the mothers that were here, I heard one thing that I really like, and that is you're focusing on one thing, and that's raise the age. Because all too often in the past, gun control, various gun control have come to the advocates have come to the Capitol with a list of stuff that 99% of it has zero chance of passage, 88% of it would not make a difference, and half of it's unconstitutional. That doesn't apply to raise the age. It will make a difference, a measurable difference, I think. it's not the end all be all. It will make a difference. It is constitutional, and I really do think it could pass. I know if I'm no longer in office, I'm used to be somebody guy, and I would vote for it. I would carry the bill if I were. And what I will tell you is that when the session comes around, I will help you talk to people that need to be talked to when you do it. Because frankly, it, it's a no-brainer. You know, you can't drink till you're 21. At one time, you could drink when you're 18, went back to 21. There are other things that you can't do, and I think maybe we ought to raise the voting age to 21. Actually, maybe about 45. But looking at what's going on today. But another thing about that Donna mentioned is safe storage. Please, Lord, we got to do something about people leaving guns laying around. Now, I'll tell you something. I'm packing a handgun right now. And it's not because I fear this crowd. I don't think I have a reason to fear this crowd. It's because I never leave a firearm in my vehicle. Safe storage means it is stored safely, or it is safely in hands all the time. I don't leave it on my dresser. I don't tuck it between the box springs and the mattress. It has to be on your person or secured where a kid can't get it. And this program that Donna was able to finagle is a great idea. I think it needs more money. And I think we might need to graphic up the message a little bit with incidents of children, with either TV depiction or voice on radio depiction of a tragedy, boom, a kid is now dead. And then ask the person in the audience, whether it's a TV or radio audience, where is your firearm? It needs to be graphic. It needs to grab them by the hair on the back of the neck. And it needs to be graphic. So anyway, I've got ideas, safe storage. I think there's a way to get to the mass shooter. And I'll talk more later, but remember when the most recent shooting, Atlanta, there were two kids and 2 teachers killed. It was stopped by a resource officer, an armed resource officer. Would have been more people. The headline the next day was 4 dead in school shooting in Atlanta. Also, the headline on the same front page was 4 teenagers plead guilty to beating a classmate to death. We have a problem. And it's not just guns.
So just to tag on to the concealed carry part, I was having a conversation earlier today with somebody about the fact that concealed carry means that people aren't going to see it. It's not intimidating. It's not as scary for some of us seeing somebody because you don't see it. It's concealed. But now we have open carry. What are your thoughts? Open carry creates this problem of if someone's walking down the street with a gun, or as has happened, pushing the limits. So there was a man who stood 101 feet from a school. It's a federal law. You can't stand with a gun openly within 100 feet. So he was 101 feet, pushing the limits.
Yeah, I don't think that 101-foot example has anything to do with open carry. And I frankly don't have a lot of empathy for folks who get unnerved by seeing a firearm. Now, as it relates to open carry, I'm okay with open carry if it's licensed. I'm not okay with open carry. I mean, if you're going to carry concealed, you need to have a license. That's my standard. You may disagree, but I wasn't a big fan of open carry, unlicensed open carry. It's just, to your point, I think, Vicki, it's a little bit of somebody trying to show a little bravado, a little bit of look at me. And frankly, I don't carry openly. I don't want anybody to know. It's a matter of tactical.
And let me just add that without having the requirement for a license, people like Michael Cargill don't have the same clients coming to him to get the training that actually teaches you about safe storage. So a lot of people get the access to the gun and they don't have the information that they need.
And with that, Michael, because you are a licensed gun dealer, you do background checks on individuals who come into your store. Do you think that we should allow individuals who buy guns from hobbyists at gun shows or online to bypass background checks?
Well, it gets kind of tricky when you get into dealing with, and good afternoon to everyone. When you're dealing with private sales, so you're talking about regulating a private sale from one person to another. We don't. It gets a little tricky when you're talking about other products doing the same thing. So when it comes to things crossing state lines, federal law says, hey, it has to go through a gun store. So it has to be, you have to go to a dealer, have that shipped to another dealer in another state, and that dealer does a background check on the person that's picking up the firearm from them. So, it doesn't matter what I feel or anything, I can just tell you, what the law is.
Well, I guess let's boil it down. A lot of legislators, including myself, have filed bills to not allow people to sell guns at gun shows or online simply because they aren't considered a federally licensed dealer. They don't have to be because it's not their work. It's a hobby.
Correct.
And it just seems like that's a loophole, and it seems like that's a loophole that we should be able to close, because how can it be a hobby for someone to sell something that kills?
Right, and the Biden administration, they actually came down on that this past year, where if it looks like you're selling firearms and you're conducting yourself as a dealer, then the ATF is going to come down on that person and possibly charge them with a felony as in acting like a dealer. So if you're selling, and that's going to be in the eyes of the holder of the ATF and also the Department of Justice. So we'll see how that stuff plays out. Some good things that I think have come out is you have the limit of if you're 18, 19, 20 years old and you're purchasing a firearm, there's a little delay period in there. That's one thing that should come out on the federal level. So there's some things that actually, that have come out that are actually pretty good.
All right.
I'm going to ask a quick question. How many have gone to a gun show? How many in here? That's pretty. That's very positive, frankly. But the point I was about to make, and still will make, is that the overwhelming majority of sales at gun shows are by gun dealers. They're private sales, and if you're in the business of selling firearms, you're breaking the law, and you need an FFL. Right. The other point, as far as the online sales, you can go to GunBroker. There's several websites that market firearms. But what you need to know is that you purchase that through GunBroker or whatever, I can't think of the others, it will be delivered to an FFL, and you must go to the FFL and fill out a 4473.
So you're saying that the good actors are doing it the right way. It's just the bad actors that perhaps are not.
You have people that, okay. So here's where it gets a little tricky. And I think I understand what you're trying to say there. So let's say, for example, someone was convicted of a felony, 20 years ago. They paid their debt to society. All right, so they're convicted of this felony. And all of a sudden, they want to have a firearm at home just for personal protection. The state of Texas says that they can actually have that gun at home for personal protection. The only way they can get their hands on that firearm is as a private sale from a private individual. They cannot purchase it from a gun store, because federal law says you cannot be a convicted felon and receive a firearm. So the only way they're going to be able to get their hands on that gun to have it at home, they paid debt to society, they, went to jail, paid their fees or whatever, did their time, and they can have it at home, after 5 years. And I think that's where it gets a little tricky.
Okay.
In other words, what I believe is the gun show loophole ain't that big, and the number of transactions is not a factor to the extent we think it is. That's my belief.
All right. Nicole, did you have something to add to that?
I mean, I think we should all just, be clear that it is that the law in states like Texas that haven't passed legislation to require a background check on all gun sales allow for private transfers without background checks. That's allowed. You're not breaking the law if you sell a firearm to someone without a background check through an armslist.com transaction. You're doing what Texas law allows you, because lawmakers in the building have not yet expanded background checks to apply to all gun sales. I just feel like it's getting a little muddled, and I feel pretty sure about that, and I think it's important for everybody to know that.
And so guns end up in the hands of some people with documented dangerous histories as a result. States that have improved their gun laws, including expanding background checks and through other measures that some of us do agree on, like safe storage and other things, see lower rates of gun deaths and injuries. Gun laws are proven to be effective.
All right. Well, Nicole, let's follow on that with some education. You've worked diligently with Texas Gun Sense to ensure that parents are getting information through the schools about storing guns safely. Can you tell us more about that? And have you heard any feedback? Like, do you know for a fact that parents are getting this information from the schools?
Such a good question, and I know I mentioned it earlier, so you're getting a double dose of me here. And first of all, Representative Howard talked about how she had been leading the way really for some years now on safe gun storage education. And so what we did, I see as just building upon some of that success she's already led, which is that it's kind of a similar story to what you shared, Representative Howard, in that we also had a bill last session that we worked on, and we had support of many partners, including doctors and Moms Demand Action and gun owners. And that would require school districts to provide safe gun storage educational materials to all parents and guardians of K through 12 students. The bill was actually heard in the Community Safety Committee and never got a vote. The NRA, in case you're wondering, did oppose the bill. They said they felt as though if you went to their website, you would see a lot of material about how they support safe gun storage. They just don't think it should be legislated. I don't think that anybody else in the room really felt that way, except maybe a couple people. And the bill didn't get a hearing, so we worked to have it added as an amendment to a larger bill, HB 3, which was a big school safety package that passed last session. It has a lot of complexities to it, particularly the measure that requires armed guards on every school campus in Texas that has been all over the news, being called an unfunded mandate. I'm just giving you some context to just also bring you into the world a little bit of what last session was like, and how we were able to pivot to get this added as an amendment that went through and had some bipartisan help protecting it, kind of like you spoke about, Representative Howard. So now we're on the implementation side, and that's challenging. There's over 1,250 school districts in Texas, and there is some leeway written into the policy that allows school districts to kind of do what works best for them. So for some school districts, they're posting some social media posts. Some are going maybe above and beyond to put something in a newsletter, send something home to families. We are working with the Texas School Safety Center, which is tasked with the implementation of the policy, to see if it's effective, if it's being done, if school districts understand their obligation, and if they're following the messaging that's been suggested. And then we have some great partners like Moms Demand Action, who just have a lot of volunteers across the state who can talk directly to their superintendents and their principals and PTAs to just say, hey, did you know that you're supposed to be doing this, and this is why it's so important? It prevents suicides. It prevents unintentional shootings, and it can prevent school shootings. I think I should mention that a lot of people don't seem to know this, but in a TEA, in a Texas Education Agency report, we discovered that in the 2022 to 2023 school year, there were 381 disciplinary actions against students for firearms violations. 381. That blows everybody's minds when I say this. You read it in the news, so I know you've seen the headlines, but 381. So we've got to keep making sure that this is implemented effectively, and we're very committed to that.
All right, thank you. So bringing it back to the idea of bipartisanship and how we can do things, how we can come to consensus. After the Uvalde shooting, Michael, you called together a group of people from different perspectives and had a roundtable session. What came of that? And what came of that?
Right. I focus on the transactions inside the gun store. Like, we have people that actually walk in the gun store and will try to sell us a firearm, or have us repair the firearm. Well, the problem with that is there's no way that the dealer can determine whether or not that gun's been reported stolen. So someone walks into your gun store, says, hey, I want to sell this gun. The dealer can actually either buy the gun and then sell it to someone else, or say no, they're not going to buy the gun. There's no way that we can actually contact law enforcement and have them run the serial number of that firearm to determine whether or not that gun's been reported stolen. And and it's not something that I don't think we necessarily need legislation for that. We just need some assistance from law enforcement to be able to assist us with this. You would think I'd be able to contact my local PD, Austin Police Department, and say, hey, I have this firearm here, it's serial number 123456789. Can you tell me if it's been reported stolen? And I do not get a response from that. I'm told that I'm supposed to call 911, have a police officer come to the gun store, and then that's the way it's handled.
All right. All right, Jerry, also after Uvalde, you came to the Capitol for the hearing that we held, and you spoke about a red flag law that would enable a judge to order a gun to be removed when someone is a threat to themselves or others. In both the El Paso shooting and the Uvalde shooting, there were some indications that the shooters were unstable. Would a red flag law have helped? And what would it take to enact a red flag law?
You know, I don't know if a red flag law would have helped. I came to the Capitol after that and I advocated for a particular kind of red flag law. You can create a red flag law that is blatantly unconstitutional, or you can actually create one that is constitutional and will actually have some positive effect. So it died. Red flag laws have become it's become the dirty word for any kind of bill regulating firearms. But I have another idea now, and this is what I talked about last session and plan on talking about again this session. I mean, I'm not a registered lobbyist. When I come to the Capitol to advocate for or against something, it's because that's what I think. But there are two provisions in Texas law. And let me start out by saying an overwhelming majority of shooters have telegraphed ahead of time. They have done something. They have said something. They have posted something. Someone has noticed aberrant behavior or violence or, I mean, the Uvalde shooter was, he ran around with a dead cat in a plastic bag. I mean, we have people that are clearly shouldn't have firearms. Okay. But under Texas law, if you make a terroristic threat, Penal Code 22.07, a terroristic threat is a criminal offense. So we have these people that state ahead of time. We've had this, a rush of kids making threats to schools, and they are now subject to terroristic threat. And another provision in Texas law that I was not familiar with, it's Education Code 37.125, which has to do with exhibition use or threat of exhibition or use of a firearm in a public school or in a school or on a school bus. So I think you can forget about the red flag laws in Texas because that's been stigmatized. And even if something is not one, it will be labeled as such and you're toast. But what you can think about, and which I'm going to go to the legislature again this next time around, is about tweaking PC 2207, terroristic threat, and also Education Code 37.125, which already make it a criminal offense to threaten somebody, to threaten to do them harm, to say you're going to go shoot up school. And if you do that, I don't care if you're 14 years old, if you're 44 years old, the cops need to get on you like a duck on a June bug. And they need to take your firearm based upon some criteria. I mean, eliminate the access to firearms. That it's going directly to the threat. We can do a lot of things, and some of them are passable, some of them are not passable, to keep the threat from getting a firearm or to do a variety of things. But if we can identify the threats and go direct to them immediately by use of the existing law, which needs to be tweaked, in my opinion, I think that's better than red flag.
What if we called it the RARE Act? Recognize, alerts, and respond early.
Yeah. I think that's a very good idea. I wasn't referring to you.
All right, well, we needed something to lighten the mood a little bit. Donna, often after tragedies, elected officials will say it's an issue of mental health and that the shooter needed mental health treatment. Texas has put resources into mental health, but more is needed. Also, we can't force a person to access mental health treatment. Is there a way to put more resources into the budget to make communities safer, such as community violence intervention programs?
All of the above, yes. And the efforts have been made to do that. It hasn't been totally successful. We did put more funding into mental health this last session, and into child mental health in particular. We have a problem with access to health care, whether it's mental or physical in this state. Lots of healthcare deserts where there is nobody who can provide healthcare in that particular community. So we have multiple issues here on top of looking at this particular one, separate from the whole big picture of the workforce shortage and the lack of facilities and providers. What I will say, though, I want to make sure I have a chance to mention this because it's something that was brought to my attention at an AI meeting that I went to not too long ago, because AI is the big thing now, of course. There are now companies who have, y'all may know about this and it was news to me, but have companies where they have drones that can be positioned at the campuses and can actually have access to different rooms within the school without a person going in. And these drones are being controlled and monitored by trained snipers from the military. And so that you have, and they've shown that they have opportunities here with the pilots that they've done to actually, this is different language for me, but to take out the shooter more efficiently and effectively than a human. And of course, when you think about Uvalde and the lack of access to that horrific carnage, to have something to be able to go in there and do it. I mean, there's so many things we need to be looking at now. So many different ways that we could be addressing this. I don't know if you were going to ask this or not, and I don't know what Nicole was going to say about the campuses requiring the armed officers, but that's been a huge challenge for multiple reasons, whether it's a good idea or not a good idea. The schools do not have enough money. There are not enough personnel to hire to do it. We need to be looking at all kinds of other things. And mental health is obviously, we have to have access to good mental health care. But that's not addressing specifically, in my opinion, what we're talking about here. And the majority of shooters at schools, I'm not talking about other mass shootings, but at schools, are under 18. So I just can't help but think that raise the age is not an appropriate thing, especially if we're talking about protecting our children. To me, that would be much more significant than this concept of having an armed police officer, security officer on every campus. But I'd be curious what Nicole has to say.
So go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. The evidence that, based on studies, I mean, you can, you can look at I think there's an FBI study on that analyzed active shooter threats, and I'm sorry, I can't remember the official name right now. But there's evidence out there that shows that armed guards now there's never an all or nothing, right? I know, Jerry, you talked about some incidents where there's been some, armed guards have been effective, but in many, many cases they were not. And there have been a number of school shootings where there was some armed presence that did not stop people from being shot and killed while at school. The evidence shows that, again, safe and strong gun laws are going to be more effective. 76% of school shooters access their firearms from the home of a parent or relative. That's nationwide. And then I talked earlier about Texas specific, the 381 number. And I sat in, so there was an interim hearing, gosh, it was just maybe last week or 2 weeks ago, very recently, to talk about HB3 and what's going on. And they had invited testimony. There were superintendents, and Texas Education Agency was there, and the Texas School Safety Center was there, and there were educators. And one of the big themes was this: we can't afford this, and it will probably pull dollars away from education and from teachers. and from other things we could do for students in order to meet this requirement, which, by the way, if schools don't have an armed guard present, they can be punished for that. And that's part of HB3, part of what's written into it. The school districts with more money are able to hire trained police officers, but that's not true for all districts. So it's a real problem, and it also just isn't shown to be effective.
I have a recommendation, and I understand what you're saying, but I would not let that be known when you go to the Capitol. You know, because you're focusing on an issue, and that's raise the age. If you start talking about we don't want any firearms on campus, first of all, that's not going to happen. You're not going to get any revision that would make that not possible. Just stick to raise the age, because the Atlanta incident, the resource officer was there in 2 minutes. 4 people were dead. This kid, it was an AR, was it not? It was a semi-automatic weapon with a high-capacity magazine. There's 4 dead. Terrible, tragic. No intervention. How many more? And that's been repeated in various other locations anecdotally. Once in the high school in Mississippi, I can give you the name, a law school in Virginia. I don't have any kids in school anymore, but I would want them going to a school where there was a responsible, trained person with a firearm, not without.
We want 0, not 4. 0 deaths.
That's admirable, but 4 is, I don't say it's better. You can't say it's better. It's not as bad as 21. Well, they didn't, as was mentioned, they failed. But sometimes they don't. I mean, the gun laws we're talking about advocating, like the raise the age, was mentioned earlier, they wait to 21 and they get the AR or whatever it is. So you can, the question is, does it make things measurably safer? Not does it make it foolproof? Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. But the measure is, does it make us measurably safer, even though it doesn't work all the time?
So last session, there was a bill that was brought forward by Representative Frederick Frazier, a former Dallas police officer that banned Glock switches. I think it was mentioned earlier. It did pass the House, so but it failed in the Senate. Frederick Frazier did not win his primary, so he won't be coming back. Just curious if you think anyone should pick up the bill. Do you think this is a measure we should continue to work on, try to get it past both the House and the Senate this time? Donna.
Take twice as much voice.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm okay. I am not a gun owner, but I did take the CHL course. My whole staff did a few years back when we still had to have one. I did it because I wanted to know what was involved. I did it. I did the classes. I went to the shooting range. I had shot a gun here and there over the years in the past with an uncle or whatever, you know, but still. I did that, and I got to tell you, I was not real comfortable with it, with having a gun. But I tell you what happened to me on the shooting range. They put up that target that I was supposed to shoot. And even though I had a hard time putting the ammunition in the gun because I just wasn't used to it and it was kind of freaky to me, all I had to do was start thinking about somebody hurting my kids. And Mama Bear came out, and I had some really good shots on that target. I don't know why I'm telling y'all that story other than to tell y'all that I don't have enough knowledge of guns. I don't know enough to be able to sit here and tell you all the things that should or shouldn't happen about guns. I do just know that there is much more violence now than there was before, and that it is escalating. And if there are things that we can do, and I appreciate what you're saying, Jerry, it's good to focus, you know, on 1 or 2 things and be incremental, because most of the process here at the Capitol is incremental. You don't get things done overnight, by and large. The big picture. But at the same time, you know, it just seems to me common sense. You don't want to have things that make these guns more dangerous than they already are. So, and I appreciate that a law enforcement officer was the one that brought that legislation here. And maybe there will be somebody who has that same kind of um, credibility who can come back next time and do it. But yes, I definitely think it should.
Just a quick comment. The Glock switches, which convert a semi-automatic weapon to a fully automatic weapon, they're illegal under federal law. So you can't lawfully have one in Texas. However, the premise is we pass a Texas statute, then we can prosecute, Texas could prosecute and not have to rely on the feds. So that's what you get. You get local prosecution instead of having the local federal prosecutor do it.
All right, so to wrap it up, having these conversations is really critical, but bringing Republicans and Democrats together is difficult. Like, it would have been impossible to get a Republican House member or senator to come and speak on this issue. How do we have these conversations in order to move forward and create safer communities? And for everyone to answer just your thought on how we can bring these conversations forward more often. Nicole, you want to start? Why don't we start with Nicole and come this way?
I think we need to focus on more on parenting, I think is the issue. There's a serious problems with parents not knowing where their kids are. You know, when kids are at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning breaking into cars, trying to get firearms, you should know that your kids are not at home at 3 a.m. in the morning. It's an issue when you have, I know there's someone in my family that's 15 years old. I don't have a problem taking a gun range. There's someone in my family right now that's 60 years old that's not allowed to be around the guns or the kids at 60. And you should know who those people are and take the things that you need to do to make sure they're not around guns or kids. And if we're not doing that as family members, we're not doing that as parents, then we're failing the entire society. We're failing the community. So if we have problems with people in our family, we need to do something about those problems and not ignore them and think that someone else is going to do it for us. So a lot of the responsibility relies on the family and parents because we're not doing what we're supposed to do as parents.
Well, I just want to respond really quickly to that. I think, we can't always rely as society on family members to do what's needed, and that's why we create laws and policies. So I just wanted to throw that out. Nicole?
And I'm sorry, and that's why we have the problem with the safe storage, because as Jerry mentioned, there's legislation that we have in place for penalties for not safely storing your gun, but we don't enforce them. And so we only recently had the situation where in Michigan, where the parents were prosecuted. If we don't enforce the things that we have in place, then I don't know how we're supposed to be encouraging the parents to do certain things, because we say, well, you've got to do this, but then we don't enforce it.
And I want to add, and thank you, Jerry, for your leadership on and mentioning the child access prevention law that you worked on. I do think it's important to know that some of us have been looking really closely at it, Christina and I especially, and it has limitations. It only applies to children under 17 who may access a firearm left unsecured, right? And so that was made very clear to us when you look at the Santa Fe shooter who was 17. So we're looking at, ways to improve that law. It's great that Texas has one on the books. Not every state does. But we really want to look at making improvements to it. So I just wanted to mention that. Did you want to?
No,
okay. I think the original question, Vicki, was how could we come together to have conversations? I mean, there's no, magic pill for that one. I think that you do have to try to work to find some common ground. Do you believe that those with documented dangerous history should not easily access firearms? And a lot of people will tell you yes. Many gun owners will tell you yes. And so that's, often a place to start. Do you believe that adults should securely store their firearms? Many, many people will agree with you on that. So I think asking those questions and finding where you share some common ground is important. Also, knowing when to walk away from a conversation that's unproductive too, because it will suck your energy. And those of us that are doing this work have a lot of work to do, right? There's a small vocal minority of some people who come to the Capitol with some extremist ideas, and they are the ones often testifying in hearings and who you will hear from. They don't represent most gun owners that I think we all know, certainly not most Texans. And so, you have to learn to just kind of remember they're loud. There's not that many of them. Go to the people who you can work with. And, if you disagree, just know you're on the right side of history if you're fighting for safe gun laws because they've been shown to work. We have a major crisis that's the number one cause of death for youth in our country. It's a public health crisis. It's been declared that, federally. And so, keep moving forward despite what other people may say or disagree with you on.
I think the question was, what was the question?
Bring the sides together.
Okay, how do we do this? Okay, how do we get together? Well, first of all, you got to get out of your comfort zone. I mean, I suspect Michael and I are the only two people that are packing right now or that have any interest in doing it. In other words, we are of a particular mind. Okay, good. There's three. I always like to know. So when the audience is armed, you are much more a better speaker. But my point is, get out of your comfort zone. You're all hanging together. You're all like-minded. You need to spend time with people that are not like-minded. We need more diverse groups of opinions to hashing this out. And the other thing I will tell you is that I'm confident that if you polled Republican primary voters, a substantial majority would support raise the age. I'm also confident that if you were to poll Republican primary voters, a substantial majority would suggest that safe storage is a good idea. But their representatives are ignoring that majority. So when you get out there in the trenches, you have to work that majority. And the problem with the advocacy groups, pro-gun advocacy proponents, the NRA, the GOA, Gun Owners of America, there's a Texas Association of Gun Rights. It wouldn't be so bad today with the NRA saying no, 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 except for those other two groups. They're all in competition for members. And so the NRA, truthfully, if you talk to the lobbyists for the NRA, there's a lot of stuff they would just stay out of, but feel they have to engage in. It's fear, it's politics, it's votes. And you need to get out of your comfort zone and talk to people who are reachable.
Yeah, and I would just say too that what Uvalde did, the parents coming over and over again and talking, obviously changed hearts and minds. And it is important to persist and to continue to talk and to share your stories. I think finding out where you can have common ground, the questions that Nicole was suggesting you ask. When Jerry was at the legislature, we all got along a lot better than we do now. Hopefully that'll change again and we'll get back to working better together. But it really has a lot to do with what Jerry said about the membership drives of these organizations, the scorecards and what that means to primary voters and that sort of thing. But really, we actually do, I work with people all the time here who have different ideas than I have. And I've always been in the minority since I've been here. But we find ways to work together on things. We really do. We need to know that we're going to be okay with our constituents. And I think to Jerry's point, that unfortunately is not where things are right now. That's what makes this much more difficult than it needs to be.
So do we have time for a question or two? One question, and I saw your hand up earlier.
My name is John Novel. I'm a physician.
My name is John Novel. I'm a physician from San Antonio, and I just wanted to echo what the ex-representative said. And I had mentioned this earlier, that in order to get together with two polarizing groups, we're going to have to find something in the middle, and perhaps having an exercise aided by a facilitator / mediator to get people to come in with open minds. And what I said, and I didn't want to be misunderstood, was to leave our egos and our preconceived notions at the door. And I said, we are all here pretty much on the same page, but it's not just us that have to do that. The other side as well. When we get back and we get out of the room, we can pack up all our stuff again, but to at least have an effort to find something in the middle, that's where it starts. And so the little things, what we might consider, well, it's really not that much of an accomplishment, getting the age raised or getting everyone not just to know about safe storage, but to practice it. Those little victories, initial victories, I think are going to be what lead to greater progress.
Thank you. All right, well, as the panel is packing up, let's give them a round of applause. And just a couple of words to wrap up the day. On behalf of Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility, I just have to say what gives me hope is that we do have so many people coming together on this issue. We have young people, we have not so young people, we have doctors, we have staffers, hopefully a lot of people who are listening to this today, and a lot of you will come back during session to advocate for bills. And we will move forward. I truly believe that we can make progress on gun safety initiatives, gun violence prevention, and you guys are who will make it happen. So thank you again, Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility, and Dr. Estrada in particular. Thank you so much.